We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds it does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already last year, Giedlick Racing started a new project to go endurance racing with the 6 hours of Portimão and the 6 hours of Barcelona. Barcelona will be back in 2027 per the plan, but for now, the 6 hours of Portimão is our endurance race for the year of 2026, and we welcome you to the second edition of the 6 hours of Portimão by Giedlick Racing. This is the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. This is Sunday. These are, believe it or not, some of the better conditions we've seen for this grid so far this weekend. We are expecting a very compelling 6-hour race with some leading GT3 teams at the sharp end of the order and very strong Cup and GT4 entries to talk you through as well. Myself, Adam Weller, here in the commentary box once again with Andy McEwen. Izzy Browning is going to be down in the pits and, of course, on the grid in the build-up to this race. Last year, we had a phenomenal run around this 4.665 kilometre circuit. There was nary a safety car in sight. Green flag running from the beginning until the end of the 6th hour of the race. Can we do the same in what are currently fairly tricky conditions around the circuit? 15 corners, of course, around this circuit, a lot of elevation change, a lot of technical sections, which means you do not want to be on the wrong tyre. And looking at the conditions out there at the moment, I don't know what the correct tyre is going to be in about 20 to 30 minutes time when we get this race underway properly. There's the forecast for the next few hours. We're not expecting rain for the first few hours of the race. There may be a little bit later on. The radar says there's a chance, but that it isn't as significant of a chance as in previous days where we frankly had to get the kayaks out. The AF Motorsport car you see there in the back of shot, the Uta Racing car, just 2 of the GT3 entries out there on the circuit for this one. And a bigger entry list than last year, of course, and not just a big entry list or a bigger entry list, but a really nice spread among the classes as well. There are going to be very few lonely cars out there on the circuit.
That's the hope, isn't it? I mean, a lot of the attention, understandably, on the GT3 class, where we've got plenty of competition from that group of teams and drivers, and we saw in qualifying yesterday that it could be fairly unpredictable. Yes, Greystone GT had the most consistent run across the 3 sessions, but there are other teams that have drivers who are more than capable of taking the fight to them. So it's going to be a really interesting 6 hours, and that's just within the GT3 class. Then you look at GT4, where SR Motorsport took pole position, but WNS Motorsport, top GT4 racing team, NM with their Mercedes, and Razoon, who of course won this race with a GT3 Porsche a year ago, now entered into the GT4 category with a Porsche Cayman. That's a competitive little lineup. And then we've got 3 Cup 2 cars, the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars that need to be factored into this as well. It's going to be a really interesting race, some slightly quirky pit stop regulations, which we'll do our best to keep you abreast of as we go through the race, but hopefully an intriguing 6 hours ahead of us. I think we are in for a treat, Adam.
Absolutely right. We've got some great drivers up in the sharp end of the order. Some who have done quite a lot of GT3 racing, some who are GT3 rookies. That is the case for the starting driver in the Attempto Racing 86 car, Ariel Levy, and I got to speak to him a couple of days ago here in the paddock. We're here with a GT3 newcomer in the form of Ariel Levy of Attempto Racing. You've had some great success in Porsche Cup in Germany and in Super Cup as well, but this is kind of a new adventure, and how's it feeling so far?
Yeah, it's feeling great. I'm really enjoying the higher level of downforce. It's a really great track to be in as well. And super excited to start my GT3 career.
And of course in the Audi R8 as well, which has that glorious engine sound and has been developed now for over a decade, this model. It must feel like a really well-sorted piece of equipment.
Yeah, sure, this car is really great to drive. In general, I also really enjoy the way it sounds, like you said, and also the layout of this car is really fun to drive. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to perfect it during the weekend.
Getting the opportunity as well, of course, to share with Carrie and with Florian and a team like Attempto have done so many years with this car. I guess there's a lot of data around, data and knowledge to learn from.
Yeah, that's very true, but on the other hand, as a newcomer, we're really trying to be open-minded, and I'm really trying to find my own way. And so, of course, there's the data, but I'm also looking for my own answers.
Okay. And Porsche Cup, of course, really competitive racing, a lot of wheel-to-wheel action, but fairly short races. Are you relishing the opportunity to do a 6-hour endurance?
Well, of course, I'm really excited about such a long race. I've never done something like this before, and I guess it's also a different mindset, and yeah, let's see how it is in the weekend.
And quite a competitive field as well. Quite a few of those driver lineups look strong. For you, what's your goal? Is it victory? Is it a podium?
To be honest, as it is my first race, the first thing would be to prove myself that I can do it, which means that I really want to be on pole position tomorrow on qualifying. But yeah, then of course I would like to win as well, and I will do my best, and let's see what we can do.
I like it. Pole position as a goal first time out is very bold, and I rate that. That's a great mentality. I look forward to seeing how you do out there on the circuit, and thank you for coming to the paddock.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me here.
So then the cars are down there on the grid at the moment. You see there towards the rear of the field some of the Cup 2 Porsches, of which we've got a quartet on the grid. Ditto the GT4s as well, 4 cars on that grid as well. 18 cars set to take the start. We were due over 20 initially, a couple of pullouts in the last 10 days or so, but still a really competitive order throughout the field. Jaden Kelly, the number 44 Greystone GT car, he will be starting that machine. He will be on pole position for this race. And Andy, we spoke quite a lot over the course of the last few days about where our heads were at from a favourites perspective. And Greystone will be up there. We understand that Izzy is ready down on the grid, so let's go down to the ground and see what's going on as we get ready for the 6-hour.
Yeah, welcome down to the grid for the first time today. I have to, of course, start with our pole sitters in the Greystone McLaren. Louis and Zach alongside me. Jaden will be starting the race, so he is in the car. Louis, how much are you looking forward to this challenge today?
Really looking forward to it. I mean, the start looks a bit tricky because it's, I think, drawing conditions, but really looking forward to jump back in the car later on during the day and hopefully have a bit of dry running.
Yeah, we hope so. We hope the rain holds off. Zach, I mean, Jaden will be taking the start. How difficult is it, especially in these conditions that Louis just said, to kind of balance that risk and reward?
Well, it all depends what happens into turn 1. Depends what everybody does there. But I believe Jaden will be able to get round, and in clean air should be able to go. So fingers crossed that happens, and good luck to him.
And in theory, I guess pole position should allow you to hopefully get out of whatever melee happens behind you, right?
Yeah, he just needs to stay safe. Once again, it's a 6 hours race. It's long. We know that we have the package and the lineup to do good today. So once again, no risk, I think, in the first few laps, and then we'll see where we end up.
What do you think the biggest challenge is going to be today?
Just see what the weather's like, really. Hopefully it stays one or the other, but hopefully dry.
All eyes on the sky. Good luck, boys. Back to you in commentary.
Thank you very much, Izzy. You see there the distinctive gull wings on the 720S GT3. The McLaren, a very competitive package. We know this to be the case. Marcelo Ramirez will be alongside, of course, in that 28 car, the Team Motor Park machine. I wasn't quite sure whether it would be Mansell or Ramirez taking the start in that one, but I saw Christian with I think it was an espresso in hand on the pit wall about 15 minutes ago, which told me that no, I think he's not expecting an immediate adrenaline rush. Just get his caffeine up before the race gets started. Of course, we know Christian from a lot of single-seater experience, and we'll now see him, no doubt, thriving in GTs. One of many drivers yesterday, Andy, in conditions quite a lot like what we've got right now, was really attacking it, just throwing the car at a corner.
It was fantastic to watch, wasn't it? Now, whether that turns out to be the best strategy when you're in the car potentially for an hour at a time is another matter, certainly from a tyre perspective. I feel like tyres, that's about all we've spoken about all season, let's be honest, so far. But it is, I'm afraid, going to be a big talking point here, isn't it? Because the sun is out. It's turning into quite a warm day. We are at, 20 to 11 local time here in Portimão, so it's only going to get warmer, in theory, over the next hour or so. We're not expecting rain until mid-afternoon, maybe, at which point tyres once again become a conversation starter. But right now, we're on a damp track that is going to dry out quite quickly. Now, the teams will have a loose strategy idea of what, in an ideal world, they will do with drivers and pit stops. Whether they can stick with that, of course, is another matter entirely. Well, you were just mentioning the Team Motor Park Mercedes, and you were just mentioning Christian Mansell. He is now catching up with Izzy on the grid.
He is indeed. Christian, I mean, you had a great smile on your face yesterday. You looked like you were really enjoying that qualifying session.
Yeah, no, it was really good. I was really happy to be out there, and the car feels good, I feel good, and hopefully Marcel and I can have a good day today.
Well, you have taken, of course, a year out of racing. How excited are you to be back behind the wheel?
Genuinely, I'm over the moon. I mean, having like the nerves today is like the best feeling in the world. I've missed it so much. It sounds silly, but I'm so happy to be racing.
Well, it looks like you've taken to GT3 like a duck to water. I mean, a fantastic qualifying session. You've raced with Marcelo before in the 24 hours a few weeks ago. 6 hours, obviously a different challenge. What are you expecting today?
Honestly, that's the thing. I don't know. This is my first time at Portimão, and I'm really enjoying the circuit. It is genuinely like nothing I've ever driven before. But yeah, I mean, what to expect today is, honestly, it's up in the air.
Certainly is. So first time here, what are the challenges of this circuit? I mean, it's so up and down, so roller coaster like.
Genuinely bang on. It is like a roller coaster. I mean, the first laps that I did, I kind of didn't realize just how much there was. Like, obviously I did some laps on the sim, tried to get prepared, but it just doesn't do it justice. It's so hilly.
It really is. I mean, how mentally demanding is that? Not only physically, but also for long stints as well. That's got to be pretty taxing.
It is, but I think because this circuit is so unique in how up and down it is, it's, I can only kind of compare it to Spa and places like that. It kind of does keep you mentally checked in because there's quite a bit going on. So you don't tend to zone out like in the places like 24 Hours of Dubai when it's so long and quite flat, relatively speaking, to here. You do find yourself quite able to dial in.
And for Marcelo here at the start, I mean, yes, you're on the front row, but we know that kind of anything can happen. How much does he need to stay out of trouble at the beginning?
Honestly, I think that's the most important thing, and what I have learnt in GT racing. Obviously, in Formula racing, it's not one on the first corner in the first lap, but, all these talks about, we can, take it easy on the first. It's like, it's all foreign to me because I'm the kind of person to just go flat out from the beginning, but it's having to learn a couple of new things, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, it certainly can't be won on the first lap, but it can be lost on the first lap, and the Motor Park team will certainly be hoping that is not the case for them today.
Great to hear and see Christian Mansell there. Christian, who I've known for, 5 years at this point, really great driver. Took a year out last year, of course, from competition in motorsport and is now transitioning over to the world of GT racing and has been taking to it very well indeed. Looking further down the field then at the Cup 2 class, one of the big stories for us in qualifying, Andy, was the sort of giant killing performance of LMR Motorsport. Leandro Martins and Dieter Schweppes 6th overall in the session and therefore on this grid, outpacing not just the Cup 2 rivals but some of the GT3s as well.
And in wet conditions, that's quite impressive, isn't it? A GT3 car is a bit more user-friendly, I think, in those conditions, but they were both really on it, and very impressive performance. Of course, it was the average lap time across all 3 sessions that counted towards the grid, so they weren't just quick for a lap, they were quick over the entirety of the qualifying format, and that's why they ended up in 6th position and quite comfortably clear of LMR Motorsports number 27 car, which is the second fastest of the 4 Cup 2 entries this weekend. We've got the 77 car for Team Steiner Racing and the X Racing number 19 machine, so 4 cars in that class. It should be a reasonably competitive battle for the podium places, but the 911 car certainly yesterday at least seemed to have a fairly clear pace advantage.
No, exactly right. Leandro Martins, of course, very quick in his own right, and one of those people you sometimes have to remind yourself, oh wait, Dieter's his driver coach. he's not a pro driver. The two of them pretty comparable often in terms of performance. Dieter Schweppes has done a good job with him, as he's done with many drivers in the Wind Series paddock over a lot of years. Of course, we heard from Ariel Levy a few moments ago on a pre-recorded interview, and he and Attempto Racing, there's a lot of interesting stories there as well with that driver lineup. Carrie Schreiner, of course, who we've seen here before in our paddock, and Florian Schulze, who certainly is almost part of the furniture at Attempto Racing.
Yeah, exactly. Some familiar faces, and it's one of the great things about the 6-hour race that I enjoyed last year, is seeing drivers that we've used to be seeing maybe in the sprint formats coming in and having a go in the endurance, sometimes jumping into cars with each other, whereas they'd normally be competing against each other, and a completely different challenge this to the GT Winter Series sprint format that we have through the rest of the season. It's last year provided us with a very entertaining 6 hours, and I'm sure the drivers taking part will learn a lot today. I suspect they're going to have quite a few things thrown at them to contend with, and that means that we're going to be kept guessing, I think, for the duration of the 6 hours. I believe Izzy is down somewhere else on the grid now, somewhere in the region of Comu Racing, I think, Izzy.
Yeah, certainly am. It's great to welcome the Comu team to for the 6 hours. I got Baudouin and Oliver alongside me. Baudouin, for you, well, first of all, welcome back to the Winter Series. Good to see you. We've had you before in a GT4, now a first race in a GT3. You're in at the deep end, aren't you, with the 6 hours?
Yeah, first GT race for me, so I think I'm going to improve laps after laps. I'm here to train and learn the car. So the goal is to didn't do mistake and just manage. Of course, if we can get on the podium at the end of the race, it's going to be the good job. I have some fast teammates, so we will do for it.
Do you have the car and the lineup to win this?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's 6 hours, a lot can happen. I mean, in the end, I'm just super happy to start this season with a 6-hour race. We just need a mile, and looking forward.
Yeah, certainly are. We're looking forward to it as well. AJ will be starting. What was the feedback on the way to the grid? How's the track feeling out there?
We tried to went on slicks, but he said that wasn't possible. So, and everybody, I think everybody's on wet now. So I think it is a good strategy to go on wet, and then we will. I think maybe for the second stint, the slick will be able to put on the car.
Yeah, it's tricky tricky for this track to dry up. It often takes a long time, but very best of luck, guys. And most important thing, enjoy it out there. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Izzy. Yeah, well, there we go. Fighting talk from the Comu Racing squad. They think they've got the lineup to win it, and they qualified reasonably well. 4th place, AJ Muss is the driver who's taking the start. By process of elimination, we can figure that out because his 2 teammates were standing there chatting with Izzy and looking rather more relaxed perhaps than AJ will be feeling. And again, that tricky topic of tyres comes up. Too wet for now for slicks, but they're likely to need those slicks before too much longer. And it's already a bit of a head scratcher when it comes to the pit stop regulations in this race, Adam, and you start throwing in changeable conditions and the teams are going to have to work overtime to make sure they're on the right side of that strategy.
Yeah, exactly. So in brief, they must spend 35 minutes in the pits during the first 5.5 hours of the race. Now, the pits also includes the refueling area. That is at the end of the pit lane, just before pit exit. They can arc to the right and refuel. If they do go into the refueling area, they have to be in there for a minimum of 4 minutes. So you've got to factor that into the 35-minute total as well. They have to be very careful with how they manage this. It'll be interesting, of course, to see the philosophies. Last year we saw some drivers or some teams pitting almost every half hour. I remember Antonelli Motorsport last year, AKM, were doing that, just frequent, short, sharp pit stops. Others taking a much more stay out on track as long as we can approach. I think about 75, 80 minutes is about the maximum you can get away in most of the GT3 cars. Even 80 might be a bit optimistic. So we'll have to see how the approaches are. I've heard a fair few teams seem like they're going with the 1 hour per stint philosophy, but we'll wait and see how that one pans out. Let's go back down to Izzy. She's found someone else on the grid.
Yes, welcome back down to the grid. We have just had the 5-minute board, so drivers and teams will be leaving the grid very shortly. But delighted to say I have a familiar face alongside me, and that is David Telenius, who competed in our 6 Hours of Barcelona last year. What brought you back, and how excited are you for this challenge?
Anytime Schitzelom will have me back, I'll come back. So I've been in their GT3 car, their GT4 car, and now I get in the GT2 car. So great opportunity.
What's the difference between the cars? How much do you feel it around a track like this?
The GT3 car is a serious commitment car. The GT4 car is a really nice car to drive, and this car, the GT2 car, is kind of like a GT4 car on steroids. So it's just a lot more power. It's a lot faster in a straight line, but about the cornering speeds are similar.
And Kenneth is going to be starting in the GT2. I mean, he's also driving in the GT4. How tricky is that going to be for him?
It's an adjustment, but it's probably easier to go from the GT2 to the GT4 than to go the other direction. So, yeah, I think he'll do well.
Sure. And, of course, we are expecting potentially some weather at the end of the day. I mean, we've had weather. I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to jinx it, but we might have some weather. How challenging is that going to be?
Well, around this place in the wet, once it gets wet, it's very slick. And I had my first laps here in the wet yesterday, so I'm still learning, and I think we'll all be learning. But it's the same for everybody, so everybody's got to deal with it.
Absolutely so, and you've got 6 hours to learn as well. It's going to be a long race. How do you mentally prepare for something like this?
You know, you just learn to roll with it. I try not to get too excited until just right before, and then I jump in and do what I got to do. So,
love it. Roll with the punches and see what happens.
Well, another very relaxed driver there, and David looking forward to his experience out on track, and yeah, again making the point that it's pretty tricky circuit this when it's wet, but he'll be hoping that by the time he jumps into the car those conditions will have changed quite significantly. Last minute preparations then, well, really should be complete now, because the 3-minute board has been shown, which means we're 3 minutes away from the green flag lap getting underway, the formation lap behind the pace car, and drivers now get that couple of minutes by themselves, peace and quiet, just to get themselves in the zone and prepare themselves for the 6 hours ahead. As the drivers were saying earlier on, you can't necessarily win the race. With Christian Mansell, wasn't it, making the point that you can't necessarily win the race in this opening stint. You definitely can use it. It's a cliche, yes, but it is true, especially in these conditions. Such a tricky first sequence of corners here at Portimão, isn't it, that it's very easy to trip over each other, particularly when it's a bit damp.
No, exactly right. The first laps are going to be a tetchy business, and some of these GT3 cars, to your earlier point, yes, they are quite user-friendly, but also marginally wider tyres than the Cup 2 Porsches. They're also more downforce dependent, which does sometimes come at the expense of a bit of mechanical grip, which is all important in these wet conditions. I wouldn't be surprised if someone like a Leandro Martins, someone like a Josh Mason in the McLaren Artura Trophy Evo car, it wouldn't shock me if in the early stages of this race we see a little bit of GT3 undermining, let's say.
Yeah, which, you know, the drivers have to factor in. If you are in the car for this opening stint and you've suddenly got, you know, cars from other classes surrounding you and coming past you, you might think, oh, I'm not going quickly enough, I need to push a bit harder, and that's all got to be factored in. And that's where the pro drivers, if for example Christian Mansell not taking the start, they need to be there to give a little bit of coaching and guidance to their less experienced drivers, I think, through this opening part of the race. Right, grid clearing, but down, I think now in the pit lane area is Izzy Browning. Izzy, what have you got for us?
Well, the engine's just firing up, so we are going to head to this 6 hour race. We've come to the back of the grid. You can see the Razzoon More Than Racing car. A great story that Adam will tell you about with Tegan Poles just managing to get into this race, but time for the 6 hours.
And that looked an awful lot to me like a set of slicks on Daniel Drexel's car there. The yellow sidewall on the Pirelli P0s tends to denote slick tyres. Maybe I'm hallucinating, but it certainly looked a bit like we might be on slicks in that car. It's too early, I feel, but we'll wait and see. Jaden Kelly, Marcelo Ramirez will be our front row starters in this race. You see there the 1 minute board being held to the sky. We are moments away from going racing here in the 6 hours of Portimão. This will be a very compelling race. Again, the pit stops, 35 minutes in the pits between the moment the race begins and the half-hour to go marker. In order for it to count against that time, you have to be in for at least 90 seconds per stop. Jaden Kelly, the pole sitter, the only car to have a cumulative time under 2 minutes across the averages in qualifying. Marcelo Ramirez alongside him in the Team Motorpark number 28 Mercedes. The first time we've seen Team Motorpark in competitive action with us at Giedlich Racing. Amir Naran in third position on row number 2 of the grid. What can he do from there? What about AJ Muss as well, the American racer? Cowboy hat probably not in tow now in the cockpit. Helmet has been traded in instead. Let's see what he can do from 4th place. Ariel Levy in the Attempto Racing car after great campaigns previous in Porsche Cup racing. This is his first attempt at GT3, but he's got a familiar car next to him. It is a Porsche Cup car. Leandro Martins, LMR Motorsport from 6th on the grid. Pablo Beguera giving the start for E2P Racing, the Spanish outfit, joining us for this weekend in the 6 hour there alongside Andre Fernandez, the eponymous man of AF Motorsport in the 991.2 spec Porsche 911 GT3R. Josh Mason from 9th position in the sole Cup 3 McLaren Artura. The goal there will be to beat the Cup 2 cars. Nicolas Michelin will be in 10th position. The Italian racer heading the lineup for Utah Racing, the Lithuanian team from 10th on the grid in their Audi. 11th and 12th place, Kenneth Heyer starting the GT2 Mercedes. He's alongside Daniel Neumann for LMR Motorsport in 12th position. In 13th place, it will be the 111 car of Jemo Hartling, the GT4 pole sitter. He's alongside Max Kronberg for WNS Motorsport. In 15th position, it is Mario Pinazzo for the NM Racing team, always competitive in long distance races. Anders Steiner, the eponymous driver of Team Steiner Racing, starting that car. Cup 2 Porsche. Another Cup 2 entry, Peter Brunner for X Racing down in 17th on the grid. And the order completed by Daniel Drexel for Resoon More Than Racing. 18th and final on the grid for now. We've got 6 hours of racing ahead of us, Andy. The first lap does not decide it, but I think we are going to have an interesting one.
It will be a battle of survival, I think, this first lap, particularly for the 3 cars that it's been reported are starting on slick tyres. You mentioned the Resume Porsche, that is confirmed on slicks, as are both of the SR Motorsport cars. So Kenneth Heyer, number 11, Jemo Hartling, 111, all confirmed on slick tyres.
Bold, ambitious, but sometimes that's what you need in a 6 hour race. Last year here at Portimão, it was the first ever Giedlich Racing endurance event. 12 months on, we're back with a huge entry of international GT3 cars at the front of the field to consider, and a very strong grid overall. We are delighted to bring the noise once again to the 6 hours of Portimão. The second edition of the event begins right now. Let's go racing. Will it be Mercedes or McLaren on the run down to the first corner? Leandro Martins gets a good start in the Cup Porsche. Marcelo Ramirez, will he try and hold on around the outside of Jaden Kelly? Kelly sweeps into the early lead quite comfortably. Ramirez in second place. He looked like he was struggling a little bit in these conditions yesterday in qualifying. So for him, I think he needs to get the elbows out, especially with AJ Muss up his inside, the American racer, squirreling around in that Aston Martin. Of course, he denied wanting to start on the slick tyres. The team said yes, he said no, so he's on the wet. But you see there Kenneth Heyer, he's limping around on the slick tyres, so that may have been a bit too early for him. Here comes Muss to the inside line. dives for second place. Kelly's just disappearing off at the front, but Ramirez is holding himself to account in second.
And Andre Fernandez from 8th on the grid to 4th in the AF Motorsport Porsche. Brilliantly confident on the start and right in this podium place battle already, although losing out there potentially to the Audi of Ariel Levy, which goes around the outside of him. Where is the grip? Well, not on the inside if you ask Andre Fernandez. Yellow flag at turns 7 and 8. They were the corners that we've just been through, so someone has had a moment. There is who it was. It was the 77 car, and that car driven by Anders Steiner in this opening stint. One of the Cup 2 Porsches with a quick loop. No obvious damage done though, thankfully. But yeah, some drivers immediately more switched on than others. Definitely Jaden Kelly looking comfortable, but so too on the initial start at least was Andre Fernandez and Ariel Levy, who is now attacking for 3rd.
Yeah, Levy thought he'd be exciting here in his first GT3 appearance, and sure enough, already making it for 3rd place around the outside of AJ Mas. Marcelo Ramirez, therefore, is the next target. We see there Amir Naran getting a bit unsettled as well at the wheel of the Iron Lynx 108 car. Some more inter-class battles further back in the pack, but already drawing alongside for second place is Ariel Levy. He's got the inside line. That's not always the favoured line in these conditions around the first corner. Will Ramirez be brave enough? No, he decides at this early stage of the race should not be trying to go side by side, while Andre Fernandez does the polar opposite, tries to launch it to the inside of AJ Mas, and quite frankly that nearly ended in tears.
Yes, that could have been disastrous, couldn't it? But I suppose if the general mindset among certainly the less experienced drivers is let's just survive this opening stint, there's always going to be somebody who sees that as an opportunity to take advantage and be a bit more aggressive and gain some ground, and I think Andre Fernandez very much of that mindset. I'm fascinated to see the pace set by Ariel Levy now that he's in clean air in that second position already though. Jaden Kelly had a 3.8 second lead at the end of that opening lap, so will that continue to grow now that the Audi is into second spot?
Yeah, that's going to be the question. To circle back to those that started on slicks, Drexel and Higher at the rear in the field. Jamar Hartling also dropping from GT4 lead to GT4 3rd place, so it's definitely not slick tyre weather yet, but they're looking 10 to 15 minutes in the future. It's going to be about survival until that point. And of course, if they can stay at least somewhere in the ballpark with their wet-shod compatriots, at the very least, they might be able to leapfrog due to not making a pit stop.
Yes, that's exactly the thing, isn't it? You're not necessarily going to be the quickest car for the first few laps, but once it dries out, that crossover point can come quite quickly, and it's often very dramatic, the advantage that you then have from being on a slick tyre. So, yeah, I think those on slicks, it's short-term pain for, they hope, long-term gain. We'll have to wait and see whether that pays off. We ride on board then with the Mercedes. This is the Iron Lynx car, isn't it? Amir Naran in 6th position, lost a spot on the opening lap, and now under threat from Pablo Buguera in his Aston Martin right behind. We pitch the Mercedes into the final corner. Wide line still on the wet tyres, hunting for the grip and trying to carry that momentum out onto the main straight.
Yeah, we're riding on board then with that 108 car, as you said. We'll be crossing the line this time in 6th position. How far back is Buguera? Answer is about 0.6 of a second, so they're having a nice little scrap as well. Of course, both Mercedes-powered cars in essence. The Aston Martin powered by a 4-litre turbo V8 from the Mercedes-AMG camp, whereas the AMG still has the old engine, the 6.2-litre naturally aspirated V8 engine. So even though they are broadly similar front-engine GT cars, even with an engine emanating from the same place, there is a little bit of a difference in the drivability, especially in these conditions. I suspect the naturally aspirated car is that little bit more comfortable.
Yes, you would imagine so, wouldn't you? Move attempted here at the inside by the GT3 Audi. That was close to calamity. Nicolas Michelin in the Hour Racing Audi trying to get past Leandro Martin's Cup 2 leading Porsche, which was well and truly on its toes on the initial start. The start, by the way, under investigation. Doesn't necessarily mean that a penalty is incoming, but there was something that caught the attention of race direction, and they want to just take a closer look at what went on at the start of the race. And hopefully, as I said, no penalties will be dished out. Leandro Martin's then hanging on to what is 8th position. overall, and keeping the last of the GT3 cars at bay for now.
Andre Fernandez is listed as having not come across the line, or at least he's not been registered finishing the lap, but he is going through the sector split, so I think maybe the transponder is a little bit wary away side on that car, as we see now Beguera getting to the inside of Amir Naran. So Naran, who has experience of this car with a previous team with Get Speed, now moving into Iron Lynx ahead of what's touted to be a European Le Mans Series campaign, getting to grips with the car in these tricky conditions. But Beguera, who's done a lot of seat time in that Aston Martin with the experience advantage within these conditions, also becomes a pace advantage a lot of the time. It looked like the Utah Racing car was going to shuffle by as well. The Cup 2 leading Porsche, Leandro Martins. Of course, Nicolas Michelin, a regular at Utah Racing. He was part of the lineup that finished third at the 24 Hours of Barcelona last year, so he knows a thing or two about getting through an endurance race with the Audi.
Didn't actually get past Martins in the end, and is in fact now under threat from Daniel Neumann in the LMR Motorsport Porsche, second in Cup 2, the blue Porsche with the green stripe, and he is catching now this pair. So as Martins and Michelin battle, they are, well, certainly Martins lead in the class, is coming under increasing threat. There is Kenneth Heyer then on the slick-shod GT2 Mercedes. What of the other slick-shod cars? Well, the leading of those cars is still Jamer Hartling, as Kenneth Heyer demonstrates why these slick-shod cars are not going that quickly for now. Jamer Hartling at 2:13, he's about 5 seconds a lap off front-running GT4 pace, so we're not there yet, are we?
And Drexel just did a 2:19 to that point as well. The Mercedes, the most powerful car here, well over 650 brake horsepower under Kenneth Heyer's right foot, and negative levels of grip. That's a very difficult combination, and it's not going to be long before the leaders are right there with him, so he's going to have to effectively discipline himself here, just keep the wheel as straight as he possibly can, keep the car as checked as he possibly can, as the likes of Jaden Kelly and Ariel Levy arrive on his bumper.
It's then the Cup 2 battle, so we have now had the move, haven't we? Michelin ahead of Martins, and that has delayed Leandro Martins, and Daniel Neumann now on his tail. So this is a genuine battle for class lead. Michelin, spurred on by that move, is actually having a little go at Amir Naran ahead to try and move up into 7th place overall and 7th place in class. So 2 battles going on, 2 GT3 cars, followed by 2 Cup 2 Porsches. And Leandro Martins, who was so racy at the start of the race, all of a sudden looks maybe a little bit shaky in the lead of Cup 2. There'll be an element of tyre preservation going on here. Some drivers will be more concerned about that than others maybe, as they try to manage the wet tyres on an ever-drying road. But for now, Martins hangs on. We ride on once more then, ride on board once more with the Iron Lynx Mercedes. Amir Naran is our guide. Turn our attention back to the Cup 2 cars then, who are nose to tail now through the first corner. Leandro Martins look really hunting around for the grip and not really finding it. Daniel Neumann now on his tail, and in fact looking to the inside into turn 3. This for the Cup 2 lead. Leandro Martins' pace has evaporated strangely, and he has now lost the lead. Daniel Neumann through at turn 3.
That is not something that I would have anticipated at the start of this race, but perhaps that was silly of me, given we know Daniel, of course, a race-winning driver, a championship-winning driver in Brazil in Porsche competition, and will be running here later this year in the Porsche Endurance and Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, which will be a continued venture for them. They make the trip across the Atlantic, I think probably the only national series that makes that voyage across the Atlantic Ocean, but Leandro Martins won't take that. The LMR is him. Leandro Martins Racing, he's going to surely be the top car in his own lineup.
Well, he would like to be, but might not be the easiest things for him to achieve right now. Daniel looks the more comfortable of the two right now, but again, is he taking a bit too much out of the wet weather tyres on that number 27 Porsche? We'll have to wait and see. For now, he's actually chasing after the GT3 pair ahead, Naran and Michelin, who are dicing still over 7th position. Some good battles going on here. GT4 Max Kronberg still lead from Mario Pinazzo in the Mercedes, 3 seconds between those two. And it's 6.8 seconds now. Jaden Kelly back to Ariel Levy. So this is the closest battle for a class lead at this point. And pretty competitive stuff. Leandro Martins, I think now that he's got another Cup 2 car to follow, perhaps is starting to get back in the zone. He's not being dropped by Daniel, is he, at this point?
Look at this, a huge bulletin has come through. Drive-through penalties for Team Motorparks 28, the 007 Comu Racing car, the 911 LMR Motorsport Cup Porsche, the 17 AF Motorsport car of Andre Fernandez, Utah Racing's Audi on screen, the 27 LMR car as well, the 77 Team Steiner Racing entry, and the 70 Razzoon car. Yes, it would have been more efficient to tell you which cars don't have a drive-through, but I think that's incorrect starting position. Yes, for all of them, incorrect starting position, as we see Utah Racing's Nicolas Michelon get past their Amir Naran for 7th place.
Well, it was exactly half the grid, because that's the entirety of the even numbers, the outside line.
Okay.
I reckon they didn't drive through the grid markings as they were supposed to, so the whole of that outside line have been given a drive-through penalty. That is something I can honestly say I've never seen before, but you can't accuse race control of not being consistent.
No, exactly right. I mean, I saw it, and it was done with such conviction that I thought, well, I might be wrong. I'm not going to reference the grid slots just in case I've misinterpreted. But no, yeah, you're quite right. It was one entire side of the grid that's been told off. The first to serve the drive-through is Anders Steiner in the 77 Porsche, but half the field has got this drive-through penalty, and that is going to rather murk up the order. Some of the GT3s are going to drop back through.
Yeah, exactly that. So this will really mix things up. It does not affect your race leader, though, because Greystone GT were on the inside, obviously, pole position, and they will be absolutely fine with that. Big slide there coming out of the penultimate corner. We're riding on board here with the AJ Muss Aston Martin, and the Mercedes ahead of Marcelo Ramirez was heading into the pit lane to serve the drive-through penalty, and that nearly ended in disaster. AJ Muss, though, was certainly applying pressure to the Mercedes driver up to that point, and he'll be quite happy now that he's been gifted some clean air.
AJ Muss is an adrenaline junkie. He went from World Championship and Olympic level snowboarding to skydiving and car racing. I guarantee you that still caught his attention and raised his heartbeat a little bit. These are rather more expensive than snowboards. The Aston Martin Vantage GT3 Evo. Great to see Comu Racing back with us again, having previously appeared in a couple of the GT Win Series rounds. This is their first time in the 6 hour, and of course we know what they can do in an endurance format back in 2024. Goodness me, AJ Muss getting crossed up there at turn 5, just asking the car to turn in. The rear did not agree to the terms, unfortunately. But yeah, Comu Racing, of course, responsible for the first Aston Martin win at the Spa 24 Hours since 1948 back in 2024. Let's see if they can claim a first Aston Martin win at the 6 Hours of Portimão.
So that Cup 2 battle gets put on ice for a moment as well, doesn't it? Because Leandro Martins was given a penalty, but of course Daniel Neumann also has a penalty, actually, doesn't he? Yeah, they were both on the outside line of the grid. So actually a temporary truce called between the two of them, but Daniel will be in to serve his drive-through momentarily. They've got a few laps, of course, in which to serve that penalty. And they can't do anything else to the car whilst they're in there, so no ideas of swapping over to slick tyres, for example. They'll have to make a separate journey into pit lane to do that. So 5 of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars that have penalties to serve have done so. Many of the rest, I suspect, we'll see in this time.
Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, I think in the eyes of many, Marcelo Ramirez will owe an explanation and perhaps a cold beverage to a few of the other drivers behind him, because he was at the front of that queue of cars, led everyone else astray. Yes, they do have their own, their own autonomy. They could have followed the rules, but they all followed the Marcelo Ramirez car, and we hopefully see the last 3 cars who are being reminded of their drive-through penalties through the lane before long. AJ Muss, I think, yes, has already started another lap, so he's yet to head to the pit lane, but him, the Utah car, and the 27 LMR machine still owing us a drive-through, although Utah is in right now, so they are handling it.
Indeed so. So Nicolas Michelin in the pit lane will come out somewhere in the region of this battle we're watching on track, I suspect. That is Kenneth Heyer, of course, being lapped by this lot because he is still struggling around on those slick tyres. What speed are we getting out of Jamar Hartley, who I think is still the leading slick-shod car? We'll get to that in a moment because Kenneth Heyer suddenly found himself under real attack then from two cars going quite a bit quicker than him. A 2:09.1 for Jamar Hartley last time was a personal best. He's almost now onto the sort of pace the GT4 leaders are doing, but he's lost so much time already.
And here's the X-Racing car in a spin. That's the Cup 2 third place car at the moment, Peter Brunner, having a moment. The X-Racing team back with us for the first time with a Cup car. We saw them previously in a Cayman, although they do know the car well, so they can't use that as an explanation for that moment for Brunner.
Indeed not. So Michelin then begins the recovery drive in the Audi, the Utah Racing car, and of course this is all for position now because he is having to fight his way back through. There's your GT4 leader, Max Kronberg, the WNS Motorsport Porsche, and that car, which was not the fastest in qualifying, was second quickest of the GT4s, but finding itself now in a really good position, 4.1 seconds clear of the rest of the GT4 field, whilst it's a 10.5 second lead near enough now for Jaden Kelly over Ariel Levy in second. Levy is only a few tenths of a second a lap slower than the race leader, but that is still slower, and the gap is still growing.
Yeah, Jaden Kelly has a bit more seat time in a GT3, but not wildly so. Jaden's just been really showing out all weekend long, although of course, as we alluded to in qualifying yesterday, he was with us in the GT4 Winter Series at Portimão 3 weeks ago. So cumulative time around this track since New Year is probably over a day, over the course of about 6 weeks for Jaden Kelly. He's been very busy around this circuit. AJ Muss has now served his drive-through penalty. Daniel Neumann is doing so as well. So they will now have a clean slate, no drive-throughs on the board. And I think we were rather expecting AJ Muss to perform the undercut on Marcelo Ramirez, but Ramirez just snuck through there.
It's almost exactly where they were, I think, in relation to each other before those drive-throughs were served. They're just a little bit further down the order as a result, although I suppose with half of the grid also serving penalties, they maybe haven't lost quite as much as you might expect. I think Ramirez is 5th, isn't he? Yeah, so Ramirez, who was the highest placed of the drivers to be handed a penalty, drops from 3rd to 5th only, but of course now the best part of a minute off the race lead. So that is, 58 seconds back from Jaden Kelly, even over the next 5 hours and 42 seconds. That is going to be very difficult to regain without a safety car, but one could argue there's more chance of a safety car this year compared to 12 months ago, just because of the bigger lineup, the changeable conditions that we've got. So you never know, you're not out of it yet. In endurance racing like this, it's really all about staying on the lead lap, isn't it, and sort of hoping that something goes your way safety car wise.
No, absolutely right, and there are some drivers or some teams who have put their hot shoe in the car now, some with their fastest driver still to come. An unfortunate bulletin on race control right now. Number 71 under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, and that would have been while serving a drive-through penalty. The slam dunk double-decker drive-through is an unfortunate thing to achieve, but unfortunately, as the old adage goes, if it's something like speeding in the pit lane, it's usually a pretty cut and dry investigation.
Yes, it's quite often we see that, isn't it? Drivers a bit frustrated that they've been given the penalty in the first place. Make a bit of a miscalculation on the speed limit lines in pit lane, so we'll see. It's under investigation for now as opposed to a definite penalty, but that is normally fairly cut and dry, isn't it? Either you were speeding or you weren't, and there's normally a pretty good way of proving that. Ariel Levy here then in the Tempo Racing Audi, continuing on his way, continuing to pump in personal best lap times. Now interestingly, Jaden Kelly on the previous lap did, I think, the first sub 2 minute lap of the race, a 1:59.3, so we're getting down towards some of the quicker times. I think a 58 was the fastest time from qualifying yesterday. And it still wasn't quite ready for slick tyres at that point. So that tells me those who started on slicks really were a little bit ahead of that one, weren't they? A bit too bold a choice, maybe.
Based on what we saw yesterday in similar temperatures, we are 15 to 20 minutes away still, really, from slick conditions. So it was, I see the logic. I may have made the roll of the dice too, but no, I think not quite the right call on this occasion as Andre Fernandez and Michelin go side by side. Michelin snuck through a couple of corners ago. Andre Fernandez retains retaliates in kind, but doesn't get brilliant traction there up the hill through turn 6. So Michelin still on his back, and of course they've both got Josh Mason up ahead, who's not going to have the downforce of the two GT3 cars. So around some of these corners he might stifle things a bit. Michelin to the inside line. Does he have the traction on the inside? No, not in these conditions. It's still not forthcoming. Fernandez and Michelin still side by side. Thankfully they don't go too wide through the sweeper at turn 9. And Andre Fernandez moves up to 8th position once again. Mason proving to be the cork in the bottle here in an interesting 3-car battle. Michelin sweeps around the outside. They are going to try and go side by side through 12. Michelin thinks better of it.
Well, the move is coming, I think, isn't it? They both want to get past this McLaren as quickly as possible. Fernandez, I think, was in the process of doing so, and now, Josh Mason, very sensibly, I think, gets himself out of that situation, but that almost worked to the favour of Michelin twice there. He tried to use the McLaren as a bit of a pick and trap Fernandez behind it, but just wasn't quite able to make the move stick. Now they've both gone through. It's going to be even more difficult, I suspect, for the Audi driver to make the move stick. Didn't really get through the final corner as well as Fernandez did either, so the gap just grows slightly between them. The next car ahead is the Resoon More Than Racing Porsche of Daniel Drexel, still sort of struggling around on those slick tyres. J-Mo Hartling, though, interestingly, did 2:06 last time. J-Mo is now quicker than the GT4 leader Max Kronberg by a fair amount, about a second quicker that time. So we might have actually reached that crossover a bit sooner than we thought.
Okay, interesting stuff. J-Mo, I imagine, probably hanging it out there, trying to find that lap time in these conditions where it's visibly still greasy. We just saw again the ongoing exchanges between Fernandez and Michelin. Fernandez refusing to give up. He's just not that kind of guy when there's a wheel-to-wheel battle to be had. For now, it looks like Michelin has just about covered off the threat, but Andre looms in the mirror still.
Indeed so that's move made for now. We'll see whether he can make it stick. Should have the pace, I think, now in clean air to get away. Tell you what, though, if I were a team manager, I'd be watching the bottom end of that timing screen with some interest. J-Mo Hartling's next lap at 2:05.3 was 2.5 seconds quicker than the GT4 leader. So who's feeling bold, who's feeling brave, and who wants to try and get on the slicks? If you've had to serve a drive-through penalty already, this could be your opportunity to buy back a fair chunk of that time you've lost.
Yes, exactly right. We saw there a little bit of a hesitant turn into turn 12. Well, really a turn in that never happened. It was at turn 13 as well. Goodness me, Aaron Mudd. AJ with a bit of a spin or a bit of a slide there coming out of turn 14. But you can see just how hard both parties are now finding it on wet tyres that are probably starting to now build temperature they are not designed to deal with. The slick shod runners are starting to find the track in their favour.
Oh, and the Aston Martin really performing well in a straight line there. AJ Must closed right in on Ramirez down the main straight, but Marcelo keeps the Team Motor Park Mercedes ahead for now. This battle going on now over a minute adrift of the race leaders, so they really do need to try and get that time back if they can. And without a safety car, you're going to have to maybe get a bit inventive with your strategy. We ride on board with AJ Must, tighter line through turn 4 there than Ramirez, and you can see the effect that had on corner exit. Mercedes got off the turn better and is out of striking range now as we approach the big braking zone into turn 5, except AJ Must just didn't brake really until a good second or so after the Mercedes did, and nearly collided with the back of it as a result. Did well to avoid contact there, but even more time lost is the net result.
Exactly right. It's worth noting as well that the battle between the GT4 top 2 is closing in. Still 5 seconds between them, but Mario Pignazzo took half a second out of Max Kronberg on the previous tour of the circuit. So the top 2 there, WNS Motorsport NM Racing team, at fairly close quarters. These two teams race each other quite often around the European GT4 scene, so very familiar with one another. Yeah, 5 seconds and possibly still coming down.
Yes, and J-Mo Hartling 6.6 seconds back, but lapping now 4 seconds quicker than the class leader, so it won't be long, I think, before SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau have the class lead back in GT4. That, I said the crossover would come quite suddenly and quite dramatically, and it most certainly has. There is J-Mo Hartling, and you can see him wrestling the Mercedes around. But the slick tyres have switched on finally, and he is now really reaping the benefits of that. He was 6.6 seconds back from Pinazzo at the start of the lap. Well, in Sector 1 alone, he was a second quicker. Sector 2 ends up towards the top of the hill here. We'll get a time through now. He's another 3/4 of a second quicker. So over the next 3 laps or so, I think this car is going to start making some places up quite quickly.
Yeah, exactly. It was in some circles considered to be a potential walk-off victory, the JMO Hartling & Co. Machine. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzelam car, of course, JMO and Enrico Förderer included in that lineup, the pairing that took the GT4 Germany overall title last year. Also Cedric Fuchs, who took the rookie title in that class last year, and then experienced hands like David Valinius and Kenneth High are also expected in the machine. But they are having to fight from underneath at the moment, and that is, of course, because of the decision to start the car on slicks, a decision that is now, at long last, coming good, and there will be a wry smile on JMO's face as he watches his fellow Mercedes driver fall ever more into his clutches.
And catching him, the overall race leader, Jaden Kelly, who, conversely, is still setting fastest laps of the race, even on fairly worn-out wet tyres, so he's in no real hurry to come in and change those tyres just yet. But it might not be the easiest of overtakes, actually, to get past the GT4 Mercedes, which is now going so quickly. This battle continuing, by the way, AJ Muss and Marcelo Ramirez, half a second only between them. They're the 2 closest cars on track at the moment as far as positional battles are concerned. And they are closing in, are they not? Yes, they are, on Amir Naran in the Iron Lynx Mercedes. So this is 4th, 5th and 6th places, getting themselves together quite rapidly as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. Here is the SR Mercedes. JMO will be hoping that the overall leading McLaren of Jaden Kelly burns a path through the rainforest and allows him to move forward and past. The experienced driver, Mario Pignazzo, I say experienced, that's actually a bit of a misnomer because he's quite new. He has, though, done some miles here at Portimão. To the inside line goes JMO, and you can see Pignazzo visibly fighting the car, but JMO too far to the inside there. Ate up the curb and had to be careful, of course, on the paint on his slicks.
Yeah, that's the age-old problem of overtaking on slick tyres on a still slightly damp track. The racing line is dry. That's where your slick tyres work, but if you go off that, it gets very treacherous. That nearly ended in tears for JMO Hartling. A big slide through the left hand, and now he goes to what is visibly the drier line on the outside, and look at the mid-corner speed advantage he has. He drives right around the outside of Pignazzo, and in the end made it look quite easy. It wasn't easy, I can assure you, because that car is dancing around, and the slightest touch of a damp patch could have it rotating quickly, but he's made the move and now sets off after the leader, except he doesn't, because Max Kronberg is in. So WNS have seen the progress being made by the SR Mercedes, and they, I have to assume, have decided to pull the pin and pit for slicks.
Yeah, that would have to be the call, surely. Max Kronberg in, as you said, as we approach the half-hour marker, and we get a look here at Muss once again on Marcelo Ramirez, and the slightest exchange of carbon fibre, a little bit of aero advantage taken away from the Aston Martin, and here's the Cup 2 lead battle. There's been a change of position there. Josh Mason has fallen behind both Porsches, and Neumann has lost the lead in the Cup 2 class to Leandro Martin. So Leandro, we thought it was peculiar he was falling back. That's what we're more familiar with.
Yes, maybe he was just looking after the tyres a little bit. Maybe it was that experience that just starting to show, but he's got the class lead back away, and 9th position overall goes his way too. And so Cup 2 changes hands once again for what, the 3rd time in this race, and we're not even quite half an hour in. Interesting little thing I've just spotted on the timing screen is a purple first sector for Nicolas Michelin in the Utah Racing Audi, faster than anything Jaden Kelly has managed so far even. So he is starting now to find his feet a little bit as well. Of course, lost time with the drive-through penalty, but showing that the Utah Audi has some pace in it as well. Ariel Levy, to his credit, has sort of pegged back Jaden Kelly's advantage slightly. That's hovering around 13 seconds at the front of the pack. So tyres now once again start to become the big talking point. Do you try and hang on and look after the wet tyres and save yourself perhaps an unnecessary pit stop, or do you do what others are choosing to do and get those slick tyres on at the first opportunity?
Yeah, that's the question. Max Kronberg, at least we assume it's still Max Kronberg, now in the fueling area as well, which tells me that was maybe a planned half-hour stop for WNS that they need to fill the car up. Meanwhile, we ride on board there briefly with AJ Muss as the Mercedes exchange positions. Amir Naran decides discretion the better part of valor in the first half hour or so of the race, I believe. Allows Ramirez and Muss to go by. Now Muss will once again have the task of keeping up with the Mexican racer, which he's not yet been able to find a way past. It's been a really interesting scrap pre and post drive-through penalty for both parties. But I think Amir Naran recognising that maybe he didn't have a dog in the fight right now.
Yeah, two very, very evenly matched drivers here, in evenly matched cars as well, as we said, similar in design, and really nothing to choose between the two of them. And yeah, the Aston Martin driver AJ Muss just struggling to find a way past this motor park car, which we expect to fly in the hands of Christian Mansell, of course, afterwards. Marcelo Ramirez, in fairness, is doing a good job, and had it not been for the penalty, would have been keeping pace with the podium runners, but yeah, has now given Christian a bit of a job to do, I think, when he jumps in the car a little later on. Up over the rise they go across the timing line. Jaden Kelly, by the way, has just done another fastest lap of the race, a 58.1, so that's about the quickest lap we've seen in the last 2 days for a GT car around this circuit, a 58.1. Very rapid indeed, as AJ Muss gets it all wrong under braking for turn 1 and loses any ground that he'd made up over the last few laps.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's worth noting as well, you say just did that lap, but he's over a minute clear of this battle, a minute and 15 clear of 4th and 5th place. Of course, if he is able to, before end of his stint, possibly trap a majority of the GT3 class down a lap, that could be really advantageous going forward. We saw that the WNS Motorsport car of Max Kronberg pulled up in the refueling area, which might be a cause for alarm, but no, it's only just ticked over 4 minutes that he's been in the fueling area, I believe. So Kronberg has to be in there for 4 minutes if they choose to go into the refueling area. It has to be a 4-minute trip. And there will be another trip to pit lane for Uta Racing. Unfortunately, Nicolas Michelin confirmed to have been speeding in pit lane during the previous drive-through, so they've racked up another.
And he just set another purple first sector, so that's a real shame, because Michelin's got serious pace on track, and the Audi seemingly now starting to come into its own, but will lose a lot more time than he's currently gaining on track by that extra visit to the pit lane as AJ Muss sort of slaloms his way out of the left-hander as he tries once again to get on terms with Marcelo Ramirez's Mercedes. This, I remind you, the battle for 4th position. They are being fractionally quicker than Pablo Baguera ahead, but not massively so. 10 seconds or so they are back from a podium place.
Meanwhile, out on the circuits, I think Daniel Drexel is about to go a lap down on J-Mo Hartling, which is quite an interesting note, because of course they both started on slicks. I think the Porsche's not quite been as comfortable on the slick tyres as the Mercedes. The Mercedes I typically expect to not do quite as well in the rain compared to the Porsche, but of course then you add slicks to the conundrum and maybe that picture changes.
Yeah, absolutely so. AJ Muss, my word. That was a big jump over the curb through turn 2. He's certainly not driving with a huge amount of mechanical sympathy in mind here, is he? He wants to get past the Mercedes, and he's going to do almost everything he can to do it. He's already shed a little bit of carbon fibre from the right front corner of the Comu Racing Aston Martin, and that little hop over the curves won't have done the tyres or the suspension any good. He looks quicker in certain parts of the track than the Mercedes, doesn't he? But just can't really make that move. The Uta Racing Audi back out of the pit lane again. That's its drive-through penalty served. And that is a spin for the other Aston Martin, the number 90 car then, pointing the wrong way and rejoining right in front of that battle. That is Pablo Baguera, the 3rd placed man. I said that these two were catching him slowly, well, they've caught him quite a bit more quickly on this lap.
Absolutely right. So that's suddenly a whole new dimension added to this battle. Baguera will be very aware of who is now behind him, and Ramirez will be wishing desperately that he could focus forward, but AJ Muss is not going to let him do that by any stretch of the imagination. I'd say it's very Larry driving from AJ in this stint, to your point, Andy, and yeah, clearly a very determined drive, but he does need to keep the car safe for everybody else.
Indeed so. Defensive line there for Ramirez. Now that's going to slow him down on the exit. Where can AJ Muss go though? Is there a gap on the outside? There is. The Aston Martin keeps on coming. Ramirez, I don't think is fully aware that he's there, but AJ Muss is very much there. He's on the grippier line, and I think the next time we see an external shot, the Aston Martin will be ahead. It is. So finally, AJ Muss with a really good move, in fairness there. He just about picked his way around the outside of the Mercedes and now sets his sights on the similar Aston Martin ahead for third position. Interesting little point, by the way, out in front. Last time by, for I think the first time in this race, Ariel Levy was quicker than Jaden Kelly by about half a second or so, and was quicker in the first sector on the next lap. So a slight shift in dynamic maybe between the top two. They are 16 seconds nearly apart, so it's not a major concern for Jaden Kelly, but it all continues to change. AJ Muss making progress, and Ariel Levy really coming into his own.
Yeah, absolutely right. And both of the parties that Levy has to hand the car over to, be it Carrie Schreiner, be it Florian Schulze, both have a lot of seat time in the Audi. And again, in these transitional moments in the race in terms of the track conditions, that experience, that knowledge is a vital tool to have. If you're familiarizing yourself with the car in these conditions, it's a nightmare. If it's a car you've been driving for years, it's still not great, but at least you kind of know what to expect.
Yeah, well, you're learning with every corner, aren't you? You never really know how much grip you're going to have into every braking zone and every turning point, so any familiarity you can add to that equation is definitely going to be a benefit, isn't it? There is the Team Steiner Racing Porsche, Anders Steiner at the wheel, third place in Cup 2, and getting away quite handsomely now from Peter Brunner, who is the fourth place Cup 2 car, a couple of seconds quicker than Peter last time. There is the X-Racing machine, fourth of the Cup 2 entrants, had that spin a little bit earlier on, and has again potentially now had the best of those wet Pirelli tyres. Climbs up the hill, we ride on board with him. Any fishtailing coming off the corner? Well, no, but in fairness, he was being very gentle with his right foot there, wasn't he? And with good reason. I think they're all fairly grip limited at this point.
Yeah, very much so. The rear-ended Porsche as well, with that weight on the back, may chew up its rear tyres a little bit quicker as the wet tyres continue to fall away. There's been a shift of position. Third place now with AJ Muss. He was braver there on the downhill braking zone into the first corner. Beguera letting him have the position. So for the first time in the race, the Com2U Aston is now up into the podium places. AJ Muss is rather aggressive approach to the stint, at least in terms of on-track position, is paying off.
Yes, third position then he sits, over a minute still adrift of the race leader, but going reasonably quickly. There is the SR Mercedes of Jamar Hartling, which now leads in GT4, incidentally, after the pit stop for the W&S car, which has come out right behind it. So we believe these two cars both on slick tyres, but there are laps, plural, between them because of the nearly 6 minutes that the Porsche has spent in the pit lane. It is Max Kronberg still at the wheel of the W&S car, so no driver change, but he, I have to assume, has had a tyre change and is just sort of getting used to what grip level the slick tyres are giving him.
Yeah, yellow sidewalls on that car. He is now on the slick tyres. It'll still be a little bit treacherous and greasy, especially if you have had the wets on the car so far. It'll be a different experience, a different feel at the cockpit. I'm interested as well in quite where these cars sit from a setup perspective. They have been running around in the wet for pretty much the entire duration of the event. So in terms of dry weather data, they haven't really got much recent to work from. All of these teams have run these cars before, of course. They know what to do, but how much of a dry setup did they actually dial in, given where we were, given most of them started on wet tyres, and we're not sure that we're going to be completely free of rain for the latter half of the race. I'm very intrigued. I think once we do get to full dry conditions, the dynamic of the race will shift.
Well, that was the point really I was about to make, because what setup do you go for?
Yeah.
Do you plan for the dry? We expect maybe 2-3 hours optimistically of full dry running, or do you bank on there being more rain at the end? It's a 6-hour race. You can't just focus on what the conditions are like when you roll the cars out to the grid. you've got to make decisions that are going to work over the course of the race. Now, in reality, what most teams did probably was a sort of halfway house, make the car comfortable to drive, but potentially sacrificing some ultimate speed in the drive. There is a team that's gone with a different approach, though. They could be now heading into the part of the race where they benefit.
Yes, I'm sure it may well become clear if and when that starts to rear its head.
Yes, I think you might be right. Interesting here as well that Daniel Drexel in his Porsche Cayman looks a bit quicker now than Max Kronberg in his, and Jaber Hartling is all over the place into turn 5. Caught a damp patch there, I think, as he was hitting the brakes, but the point I was about to make about the Porsches is that we mentioned earlier on that Drexel seemed to be struggling on those slick tyres. Of course, his tyres are fully warmed up now, whereas Kronberg is still getting them into their ideal operating window and still presumably learning exactly what grip he's got from them. That being said, Drexel had a moment at turn 5 and fell back behind Josh Mason there briefly, rounds him up again around the outside at turn 7, and tries to get his head down and head off after the WNS car ahead. Drexel is a couple of laps ahead of Kronberg at the moment, but of course still in a way owes us that first proper pit stop.
Speaking of first proper pit stops, Pablo Boguera is in for what I can assume will be E2P Racing's planned first visit to the pit road. I imagine that they'll probably switch out for a driver as well. I wonder if Oliver Campos may get his first opportunity. We're speaking to Oliver in the build to this weekend, and of course we saw him last year racing in Creventic with E2P, but prior to that he'd take a 7-year hiatus away from racing, moved outside of Europe as well. Came back a couple of years ago and wanted to get right back into the saddle, and he did so with E2P Racing, a team that he was racing with as far back as 2008, running in the Spanish GT Championship, so a long partnership that's been reignited in recent times, and he's joined up with Boguera and Sonero, who have been driving together for a number of years. Before Campos re-emerged on the scene, they were driving with Javier Morfillo, who's one of the bigwigs, team manager down there at E2P Racing. So a very familiar lineup with each other, having done the full European Creventic season. Across the race distance, I think they're one of those teams that should we have a race again with maybe conditions changing back later, the forecast suggests it might happen, those are the kind of teams that I expect to thrive in the chaos of it all. The teams that have done tens of thousands of kilometres together would be the ones you'd put the money on.
Well, because when you have to make those decisions on tyres, if the weather changes, it has to be instinctive almost, doesn't it? There's always one team, it seems, that just get it right, and that doesn't happen by accident. It's because they know what they're doing, they've been there before, they've experienced those situations before, and are able to react accordingly a little bit more quickly than other teams, and yeah, would not bet against that. You can be a second or so a lap quicker than someone, but lose all of that time by mistiming a pit stop in changeable conditions. So yeah, we'll see whether that falls into their hands a little bit later on, following still this battle in inverted commas between the two GT4 Porsches, 3rd and 4th place, but not actually battling for position right now with the laps between them. Of course, WNS, because they put those tyres on and refueled, didn't they? They'll be staying out for quite a long time. The Aston Martin, meanwhile, heads back out. Now, that car was in the pit lane for 2.5 minutes, so that tells me they didn't refuel then. That was just a tyre change, so that's interesting. We're 45 minutes into the race. That means they're only probably 15 minutes away from needing fuel, and they've elected not to put any into that car. So interesting strategic call there, and not entirely sure I follow that. I realise they want to probably try and replicate 60-minute stints per driver, but they're going to have to come back in the next 15-20 minutes or so anyway.
It's effectively time burning. That's what we saw Antonelli Motorsport do last year here at the 6 Hour. Some teams will elect to do some fairly short and sharp stints early on, get the stop done, have 2 or 3 minutes out of their 35-minute total that they have to spend in the pits before the last half hour of the race. But we'll wait and see. To your point, though, yes, I can fully understand the logic. I would suspect we'll see Oliver Campos back in the pits within about half an hour based on that. Josh Mason is into the pit lane. We'll see who he hands over to in due course, but the Greystone GT McLaren then is in, and we are definitely now seeing the flurry of early pit stops, and I think Josh will be fairly frustrated with that stint. Didn't really have the car underneath him towards the end there. He will have probably, of course, being the driver at the wheel, been lobbying for, I want to get slicks, but of course if they had done that, they would then have to be in the pits for at least 90 seconds for it to count against the 35 minutes that they must spend in pit lane, and the team were not willing to burn up that time.
Indeed so. Andre Fernandez is in as well now, by the way, in the number 17 car, so flurry of activity coming in about 45 minutes into the race. And again, we'll see whether they elect to go for a driver change. New fastest lap set by Jaden Kelly, 56.0 we're down to. But again, Nicola Michelon, the one who's really catching my attention further down the order, 57.4 is, I think, the second fastest car now that we've seen out there. I'm sure Jaden Kelly's done a few laps under that time, but Nicola Michelon, the one who keeps getting the closest to him. Interesting that Marcelo Ramirez, having been overtaken by AJ Must, isn't being dropped by the Aston Martin driver. Not massively anyway, just under 2 seconds between them at the start of the lap. So Ramirez, again, having lost the position, now able to follow the lines and the reference points set by AJ, and is keeping pace quite nicely with him.
Yeah, absolutely right. And if you are just joining us, again, a reminder that they must spend 35 minutes in the pits in the first 5.5 hours of the race. The pits and indeed the refueling area at the end of the pits. The reason for that, in part, of course, is so that smaller teams can also run in this race without needing to do competitive pit stops. It's a good way to make sure that it isn't too rushed down there, and bring some parity and equality among the different specs of car as well, of course, because the GT4s, they don't have centre lock wheels, the GT3 cars do, and there's a lot of factors at play that often mean that competitive pit stops become rather unbalanced. And yes, all in all, an effort to try and make the event as accessible as possible, not just for endurance racing specialists, experienced endurance racing drivers, but also perhaps those who regularly do sprint racing and want to give this whole endurance lark a go.
Indeed so. We're all about welcoming as many teams and drivers into these races as possible, and the regulation's always written in a way that makes that as easy as possible for people to come and have a go. Join in with us here in the endurance element of the Winter Series. Just the one endurance race this year, but good to see a good amount of support for it this weekend. 55.5 now for Jaden Kelly. He's finding about half a second a lap now as the conditions continue to improve. Oliver Campos, interestingly, on his first flying lap, though, has done, understandably, I suppose, the E2P Racing Aston Martin's fastest lap of the race, because it's now on slick tyres, but an outright fastest third sector. So he is now proving that the slick tyres would be quicker, but Greystone GT clearly just wanting to stick with the plan, and whilst they're 25 seconds up the road from anyone else, they can afford to lose a little bit of time by sticking it out on wet tyres, so that when they do come in for tyres, it tallies up quite nicely with their fuel strategy, which no doubt is very much at the forefront of their mind. Andre Fernandez and Josh Mason, both in the fueling area at the moment. That is the Leandro Martins car in. Don't think I'd mentioned that one yet. No, the 911 in for its first stop. And again, this is going to be the order of the day now, isn't it? Slick tyres on. And I suspect once he's released from the pit box, he'll be taking a hard right turn into the refueling area.
Yeah, absolutely right. Leandro Martins then with his first pit stop. I suspect that shortly thereafter, once the team is finished with that, we'll see the other Cup 2 entry come in as well from that team. Daniel Neumann handing over to one of his Brazilian compatriots, Josimar Jr. and Daniel Neumann, the pairing, or rather Josimar Jr. and Sergio Ramalho, the other two drivers in that car. Daniel Neumann, the kind of odd one out, a bit younger, only in his second full season of car racing as well, Daniel Neumann. So a very good stint there from the still relative newcomer, and will now hand the car for a little while, I suspect, over to Josimar and Sergio, who won Porsche Endurance Challenge Brazil last year, unless, of course, they put him out there for a double stint, which is a possibility. Maximum driver time here is 2 hours, so you've got to do no more than 2 hours consecutively. Once you're out of the car, you also have to stay out of the car for an hour.
Yes, good point. So that's another thing to factor into this slightly confusing set of regulations, but of course the teams will have been studying them for a while. I know I like confusing, it gives us something to talk about. It will take me most of the 6 hours to fully understand them myself, but I am not in charge of team strategy, thankfully. Interestingly, Leandro Martins did not refuel. He changed tyres and went straight back out on track. So again, burning up some of those 35 minutes needed to be spent in the pit lane. We have, by the way, a new fastest lap of the race, and for the first time this morning, just about still, it has not been set by Jaden Kelly. It was set by Oliver Campos. So officially now, a slick tyre is quicker, 154.203, 6/10 quicker than the race leader. That car, remember, was running 5th, wasn't it, I think, before this opening cycle of pit stops began, and well over a minute adrift of the lead. So it'll be interesting to see how much time they can buy back now by being on the slick tyre for 10-15 minutes, maybe longer, than some of the front-running cars are. Through the first corner goes AJ Muss, and the Aston Martin driver, he's 1 minute and 8 seconds off the lead. And still only 1.5 seconds ahead of Marcelo Ramirez, so that gap just will not grow, will it? Marcelo doing a good job of hanging with him. So Jaden Kelly is in the pit lane. Yes, well spotted, sorry. Jaden Kelly is in, so the race leader then pits for the first time. So actually came in just as I was saying that they might stay out for a bit longer, and so Jaden Kelly with, what, 52 minutes more or less for the race complete is into the pit lane. And unless Ariel Levy decides to come in, which he didn't, he's gone through, he will now take over the race lead. So the Audi leads, and Jaden Kelly pits a little bit earlier maybe than we expected.
I was rather preoccupied noting down X Racing's first pit stop time, and I wasn't sure if you just said that the leader had pitted, so I wanted to make sure. But yes, Jaden Kelly is in. We'll see whether that's a driver change. Again, one would suspect that is the case. Jaden, of course, with Zach Meakin waiting in the wings potentially, though they may also place Louis Pret into the car. Louis, the Monegasque racer who has his countryman in the form of Stefan Ortelli as his kind of driver, coach and mentor. Now, did it look to me as if Kelly had gone straight through to... No, there has been a service already on the car as they now bring it into the fueling area. So we'll see whether Jaden has stayed in. I would suspect, given it's been about 1 minute and 18 seconds since the car came in, maybe they've kept Jaden in the car. Meanwhile, at the opposite side of the Greystone garage, Josh Mason has caught up with Izzy after his first stint of the race.
Yeah, it's all go, go, go here at the Greystone garage. Josh, we want to get a bit of a read on the front, because you were obviously still out there on the wet tyres. So tricky towards the end of the stint.
No, exactly. You know, before the start of the race, we were contemplating going on slicks or the wets, but we decided to go on the wets because some areas are still really damp, but the track dried out really, really quickly. So, you know, to try and survive on the wet tyre when the grip is falling away very quickly, it was really difficult near the end. But I did see some dark clouds come over, praying that it might come back to rain again so that we can push on the wets. But I think it's a good stint for us. It's still a very long race, so we'll see where it ends up.
Yeah, it's always tricky to know what to do in these conditions. But you guys, of course, running in your own class. What is the goal today?
I mean, the goal at the end of the day, to finish the race, to see how the durability of the car is. You know, end of the day, we're here to race, so we try and do the best we can overall. But at the moment, it's to see how the durability of the car, so that we can fix a few things and see how long it can last.
Awesome. Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. Josh handing the car over. So now it is Hugo back at the wheel, who we've seen this year already with us in the Gidlet Racing paddock in the GT4 Winter Series, now driving the Artura version, the trophy version of the Artura, I should say, which is effectively based on the GT4, but with quite a bit more power and some slightly more advanced aero as well. That's not a new steed for Hugo back. I believe he's done a little bit in this trophy spec car before. Of course, he's also driven in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which is kind of a similar principle, high power and less downforce than a GT3. We're just watching there the 17 car go past the McLaren, now in the hands of Angelo Fontana. So Andre Fernandez has passed the car over to another AF.
Indeed so. That's fitting, isn't it, for that team? And yeah, across the line he will go. I've been monitoring the pace set by Oliver Campos, a 150.9 last time by. Nearly 6 seconds quicker than new race leader Ariel Levy, so that car is seriously going to jump up the order, especially because of course it did not refuel at that pit stop. Now that doesn't mean it will have to come back in again within the next 10-15 minutes or so, but he is certainly benefiting from having got on those slick tyres and will buy back quite a lot of the time that he lost from that pit stop. Right, we've been mentioning Jaden Kelly a lot. We haven't seen an awful lot of him in that opening stint because he was so far up the road. 25 seconds or so I think was his lead at the time that he came in and handed the car over. We do get to see him now because Izzy Browning has found him down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I thought I'd stay down at the Greystone garage and grab Jaden at the same time. I mean, Jaden, we didn't see all that much of you, I'm going to be honest, in that stint, because you were, what, 25 seconds up the road? You must be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be a bit more entertaining, but, you know, team told me to go, I had to go. It was definitely a bit of a tough stint, drying track, you know. All weekend this has been the difficult thing, trying to balance wet and dry. I think we managed it really well. We've just sent Louis out on slicks, I believe now, so pace is only going to keep coming up.
Yeah, Louis in the car now on slicks, as you rightly say. How frustrating is it when you're kind of, you know that you don't have the right tyre underneath you, but you're still trying to do your job?
Well, realistically, you just have to look at what everyone else is doing. You know, you're lapping all the guys that have put on slicks too early, and you're pulling away from everyone who's on wets because they're getting destroyed. So even though it feels horrible, you're actually doing an amazing job compared to everyone else because everyone's in the same boat. So we managed it well. I'm very happy. So.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, but you made it look easy. Things going well at the moment. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, Louis Pret now on his outlap. Great to hear from Jaden there with Izzy. And yeah, the Greystone car back out there. It'll be interesting to see where it cycles out after all of that. The pit stop time, some 5 minutes and 9 seconds. You look at some of the other times, AJ Muss's stop ongoing, still at 4.5 minutes. But a few of the stops have been going for over 6 minutes even.
So yeah, there is the Greystone car then turning through the right-hander, and I'm fairly confident that before too much longer it will be the E2P car leading, not just because Oliver Campos is going so much quicker than everyone else, but because of that much shorter pit stop. And as we've said, they'll have to come in for fuel before too much longer. The 007 Aston Martin conversely has headed to the refuelling area, as has the Iron Lynx Mercedes, which was in the hands of Amir Naran. So that will have had a driver change, tyre change and fuel, a full service. And now we see how quickly Louis Pret can go. He was pretty impressive in his portion of qualifying yesterday. All of the Greystone drivers were, but Louis in particular was headline grabbing in his lap times. And well, this is not ideal, having to venture over onto the wet side of the road on still quite cold slicks. And I think sensibly he decided, no, I don't fancy that.
Yeah, we've seen a few drivers get caught out by that on our 2 trips to Portugal, or to Portimão, I should say specifically, down there into the first corner. That pit exit side of the road does stay wet for quite a while. Of course, those who are hanging on and not pitting yet are moving through the order at a rate of knots. On the timing screen right now, JMO Hartling is 3rd overall. I think in actuality he's now into 2nd because Marcelo Ramirez has been in the pits for a while. So he may end up with a GT4 car briefly and with a mighty asterisk in the overall lead at some point. Ariel Levy, of course, also has not yet come into the pit lane. His first into the race almost at an hour now. I wouldn't be surprised if it's too long before we see the V10 Audi R8 into pit lane. He does actually come into the pits right now, so Ariel Levy just before the hour mark comes in. Look at this inter-Porsche battle though, Caymans and 911s going at it, while we have Louis Pret trying to circumnavigate it all. The 70 car leaves the inside beckoning there. Daniel Drexel allows him through, but yes, interesting to see the Cup and the GT4 cars in quite a few occasions, including in qualifying. There wasn't much between a lot of the Cups and the GT4s. On paper, I'd expect maybe 3-4 seconds a lap in like-for-like situations. But yeah, an interesting intermingling as we have a new driver in the X-Racing car, Andreas Heiniger, and unfortunately he has not had the best start to his stint. It's, I think, only 1 or 2 laps old. In fact, yeah, this was his first flying lap of the stint, and he's ended up in a spin. But again, you see the slicks on the car. I think that's probably the explanation.
And that's turn 1, which I would argue is the wettest braking zone, certainly on the track right now. We've seen that part of the circuit just takes longer to dry than the rest of the track does, and he's now struggling to find a gap in the traffic that's sufficiently large enough for him to get going. Or has he stalled the car? I think he might have done, so that's further delaying things. Now gets it fired up and finally gets back underway. The second spin, of course, for that car. Both drivers have looped it at various points during the race. Team manager of Comu Racing being summoned to race control. Barwanda 2 has just left the pit lane in the Aston Martin, and I wonder whether maybe there was some sort of pit stop infringement there that race control are going to discuss with the team. We'll put a pin in that and keep an eye on it.
Yes, we'll watch on with interest as the Attempto team go to work on the number 86 Attempto Racing Audi, and I think we have had a driver change there. Is that Carrie now at the wheel? Potentially. I think that might be her race suit that we see in the car. That will, of course, be confirmed by the timing screen once the car is out there. We'll also be visiting the fueling bay, no doubt. There's no chance of sending that car out now, having done an hour on the tank. You wouldn't go terribly far if you sent it back out onto the circuit at this juncture. Fastest lap of the race after fastest lap of the race coming in from Oliver Campos. He goes into the second hour of the race with a fairly good chunk of speed behind him. Let's take a look at the first hour of the race as we are now 1 hour down. Come back to that in a moment. The number 108 car, Sean Rashid, now at the wheel of the Iron Lynx machine. So Amir Naran has handed this car over. Of course, Rashid has done a lot of single-seater racing, but had some first experiences of sports cars in the previous year. The first hour of the race then started with the entire left-hand side of the grid receiving a drive-through penalty for being not in the starting blocks as the race started. So soon drive-through penalties would come, but in the early stages, Jaden Kelly was well clear at the front of the field. Meanwhile, Ariel Levy had a very good start to his race, picking his way through the field to move up to second position. LMR Motorsport had a monopoly on the Cup 2 class, but it wasn't decided which car should be the leader. Daniel Neumann in a ongoing scrap with Leandro Martins throughout the first stint of the race. Ditto, Nicolas Michelon, who had no fewer than 2 drive-throughs in the first hour. He would do a lot of overtaking as a result of that. We had a spin for the X-Racing car of Peter Brunner as well in that first hour. And one of the cars, as always, involved with the battling when in the Wind Series paddock, Andre Fernandez, who does not let any position yield without a fight. He got some good scraps in with some of the others in the GT3 class. AJ Muss was determined to get past Marcelo Ramirez, even if it cost him some carbon fibre. There were at least a couple of incidents that we saw where the two cars would have a little bit of contact, but eventually sweeping around the outside at turn 15 to move up to what was third position at that juncture. The 1111 Mercedes, the GT4 leader as of now, started the race on slicks, and it came to JMO in the wheel of the 111 SR Mercedes in a way it really didn't for the other 2 slick-shod starters. So an interesting move from SR Motorsport, and one that, as we go into the second hour, appears to be paying off right now in a big way, of course, because technically it's our overall leader.
Indeed so. Yes, it hasn't made its first pit stop, but it does lead the way, and of course fairly comfortably leads in GT4 now, so a really good start to the race for SR. It dropped down in the early stages, but as Adam said, they they were able to benefit them from that slick tyre call. So this is your race leader, but we expect them in shortly, maybe even this time around, to serve their first proper pit stop of the race. The net race leader is Oliver Campos in the E2P car, which has pitted, but only for tyres, not for fuel. So the highest placed car that has made its first fuel stop is the Greystone GT McLaren, now in the hands of Louis Pret, which, as you can see now, has reclaimed the fastest lap of the race of 48.265 and is running 6th position overall. They have burnt up just over 5 minutes worth of their pit stop time, but there are teams, Adam, that have burnt up 6 or even 7, getting on for 8 minutes of that pit stop time. And this is now the big thing we have to track, isn't it? Because there will be cars that are massively out of position but have spent an extra lap or more in the pit lane already.
Well, exactly, and to that point, Oliver Campos is out there having just set purple sector 1, purple sector 2, so he'll be coming across the line in a moment, more than likely to get the fastest lap of the race. But also, he only spent 2.5 minutes in the pits. That car will be light on fuel right now, so he's doing qualifying laps with probably a qualifying amount of fuel left in the car. I can't imagine much more than 10 minutes before we see Campos back into the pits. But for now, he does set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:47.072. Certainly, the track is really coming alive now as the last of the standing water dissipates, as the track fully dries, and indeed everyone's slicks come up to 10.
Yes, interestingly, Christian Mansell has been plugged into the Team Motor Park Mercedes, so that was just the one stint for Marcelo Ramirez for now. It'll be interesting to see how long they leave Christian in that car. They've used 7 minutes and 34 seconds of pit stop time. Next car ahead of them is the Comu Racing Aston Martin, which is back ahead of them now because they spent 4 seconds less in the pit lane. So the gap between them actually is about 6 seconds, but Bernard to Christian Mansell, that is a genuine battle for position. There is the Comu Aston Martin being lapped now by, or unlapped I should say, lapped by the Greystone GT McLaren of Louis Pret. I said it was a head scratcher this, but the red and black Mercedes in the background, Christian Mansell is catching the Aston Martin, and that is for a genuine battle for position.
Okay, interesting. So the Aston and the Mercedes 10th and 11th on the timing screen, but I think this is still for third position once everything all shakes out, of course, with the pit system. And Mansell will have the bit between his teeth, and certainly Baudouin Detu is a quick little driver, but he's also in his first GT3 appearance this weekend. Mansell's got a bit more seat time in the Merc. He's also been very fast all weekend long, and it's no surprise to me that he gets to the outside line and takes the position, or does he? Because Detu tries to keep the nose of the Aston on the inside, but Mansell makes it work. Committed stuff going around the outside at the best of times, but especially when you're on slicks and you don't quite know what patch is going to greet you next, that is very brave stuff.
Indeed so, but Christian has been absolutely on it. Remember, in his parts of the qualifying session yesterday, he was quicker than anybody else, and quicker definitely than the Greystone GT drivers, it seems. So he could be a real spoiler in this for Greystone, who by no means have got this wrapped up. Just because they performed so well in qualifying, didn't pick up a penalty at the start of the race, doesn't mean they've got this in the bag. Bonnet's, the front body workup, I should say, on the number 70 Porsche. I'm not sure if that's anything to be too concerned about in the pit lane, though.
I wouldn't think so, no. Although they have, you know what? I might backtrack on that, because it's been in the pits now for 6.5 minutes, and it's not gone to the fueling area. That is, yes, possibly an issue for the Resume Northern Racing Porsche. The 6.5 minute stop with this format is not unheard of, but 6.5 minutes before you even visit the fueling bay, no, there be demons.
Yes, I think you might well be right. There is the Attempto Audi, by the way, being passed by the Comu Aston Martin. That car now has Carrie Schreiner at the wheel, and that was for position, was it not? Yes, it was, because Carrie Schreiner on an out lap not quite got the tyres up to temperature, whereas Baudouin Detu has. Be interesting to see whether Schreiner can now come back at Detu once the tyres are up to temp on the Audi. So even after all of the confusion of the opening hour or so, quite a few of these GT3 cars sharing the same bit of racetrack and genuinely fighting for position.
Yeah, and interesting that the stop down at Attempto was about 55 seconds longer than either of the cars that are now ahead. Of course, Ariel Levy handed the car over in a fairly comfortable second place, so they've burnt a bit more time for further down the road.
Yes, good point, well made. Of course, they had the advantage because they did not end up picking up that penalty. That was a massive curveball, wasn't it? Those that didn't have that penalty can now afford to use more time in the pits early without losing the track position. Damage there, is there on the Porsche? Yes, there is. And that is a fair amount of damage. The 27 car of Sergio Romaglio, we're hearing, had contact, I think I'm hearing in my ear, with the black Audi. Now, that would have been the Carrie Schreiner Audi on its outlap, potentially. So, frontal damage to the Porsche, and that is, well, they're lucky to have got away with just splitter damage. Any contact to the front of that car can often be a bit more significant, can't it, with radiator damage, not uncommon, but that will certainly not be helping the aero.
No, absolutely not. Anders Steiner, one of the last pit holdouts, has made his way into the lane and will hand over to one of his fellow Swedish drivers. It'll either be Mads Kimby or Ulrich Forsberg in that machine. Still no pit stop, by the way, for Jamo Hartling, who persists as the overall leader. He is coming around the final corner now and may soon finally bite the bullet and get into pit lane. In fact, we might see him come in. No, stays out there, does the green and black Mercedes. So Jamo extending the stint as far as he can, and we'll see who he hands over to. I suspect maybe Enrico or Cedric. Certainly Kenneth will be in the car later towards the end of the race. And the spin there for the 911 for Leandro Martins.
Yes, which sits in 4th position at the moment because it hasn't yet refueled, but now has bigger problems to deal with. That car isn't for moving.
Doesn't want to go onto the grass and then get spun around on the low grip. So was trying to find reverse gear and took a while to retrieve himself from the situation, but now back underway. Will be disappointed. This may have well have been a push lap before, of course, coming into refuel. That won't be far away.
Indeed so. Speaking of push lap, new fastest lap of the race, Christian Mansell. That didn't take long, a 1:45.6. How's that comparing to other expected front runners? Louis Pret, he was 7/10 quicker than on that lap was Christian Mansell, so that's pretty good going. Oliver Campos was 9/10 slower than him on that lap, so Christian Mansell quite comfortably fastest man on the track. There is the Motorpark Mercedes man, and he is now catching the Greystone GT McLaren. This is not for position yet, but this is, to my point, exemplifying what I said about Christian Mansell. He's been quicker than the Greystone GT squad so far, it seems, this weekend. At least he was in qualifying yesterday. He is currently going quicker than Louis Pret, who we know is a massively capable driver. And this is potentially Team Motorpark's ticket back into this race. They've got a lot of time to regain after the penalty, but they've got the right man behind the wheel to go about regaining that time.
And some debris there on the main straight, I think potentially from the LMR 27. It looked about the right colour. I wonder if that was where that's come from. All the same, we watch on with interest as Christian Mansell is on the rear of Louis Pret, not for position, not on the same lap. But two hot shoes in tandem, and I'm sure there may be a measure of gamesmanship or at least a measure of battling between them.
Yes, I think you might be right. This is potentially significant, and this is one of the real challenges of this particular endurance racing format. Right now, they're not battling for position, but it's imperative that both drivers understand, as I'm sure they do, this could really matter when we get into the final half hour or so of the race. There is that debris. I think you might be right about where it came from. It's just off the racing line, but race control won't like that being there, will they?
No, it was the full front splitter off of the 27 Porsche, so that is a fairly significant chunk to be sat there on the main straight. Still no movement from Drexel in the pits. The Razoon car seems to have an issue. 11 minutes plus now, almost 12 minutes in the pit lane, which is a huge shame for the entire team. Last minute entry week of the race, they found out definitively that they would be racing, but unfortunately that car's not out on the circuit right now.
No, it is not. We're about to have a lead change, by the way, for what it's worth, because Oliver Campos has almost caught Jamo Hartling. There they are, look side by side at the top of shot. So the Aston Martin the E2P Racing Aston Martin. The next car about to come into view is your new race leader. There he is, ahead now of the black and green Mercedes of J-Mal Hartling. It's not of a huge amount of significance. They are in different classes and on different strategies after all, but J-Mal Hartling's moment in the spotlight as race leader comes to an end. His stint, however, does not. This is now an hour and 15 minutes that he's been out there. They're getting very good fuel mileage from that Mercedes.
Yeah, and we can go down now to Izzy. She's in the pits.
Yeah, I am. I thought I'd come down to the Razoon garage and try and get a word on what has happened with this car. As of right now, they're not entirely sure what the issue is, but they can't get the car to actually fire up. So they tried to turn on the engine and it just won't turn on. So I said, you know, is this a done day for you? They said, absolutely not. We're going to try our hardest, figure out what the issue is, and then hope to get back in this race. But as you can see, they've rolled the car back into the garage. And for right now, they do not know what the issue is, but car would not fire up in the pit lane.
And while that's going on, thank you for the update, Izzy. There is a full course yellow expected momentarily. Now the full course yellow is declared on the circuit, so everyone must slow down and to a speed limit. I think it's 80 here rather than a code 60, but all the same, full course yellow. That is to retrieve, of course, the front splitter from Sergio Romalo's car. And if you haven't pitted yet, now is the time. If you're J-Mo Hartling, this is an opportunity to get something done.
Yeah, he is somewhere in the final sector, I think, J-Mal Hartling, so it could be an opportunity. It won't be a lengthy full course yellow, this, I don't imagine. That's why we've gone full course yellow as opposed to full safety car. The graphics says safety car, but it's just because it can't distinguish between the two. But this is a full course yellow for now, at least. And so not a massive opportunity to pit and save time, but you can still save a little bit, that's for sure. The 77 car, by the way, has just left the pit lane finally. Mats Kimby is indeed now at the wheel of that one. And he's the only two cars now that haven't made their first proper stop, if you like, of the race are the SR Motorsport cars. Kenneth Heyer hasn't pitted either, so neither of the SR Motorsport cars have pitted. J-Mal Hartling second and Kenneth Heyer sixth at the moment. Kenneth, of course, in the lone GT2 car, the Mercedes-AMG GT2. Christian Mansell, interestingly, still hadn't got past Louis Pret by the time the full course yellow came out. So this is important for Louis to defend this position, in inverted commas, because, as I said, it's sort of holding back Christian Mansell, who we saw had pretty impressive pace in his pocket. Safety car on standby, so this full course yellow might yet turn into a safety car period after all.
Yeah, that could be a good opportunity for some refueling or some pit stops if teams so desire. We ride on board with Louis Pret in the 720S GT3 Evo. As we mentioned, Stefan Ortelli looking after him as we now see the safety car out on track, so certainly more than standby at this point. Although, unfortunately, I think the race leader is just come across the line, actually. So, yes, they've more or less picked up the leader. They'll have a couple of cars to let through, but the safety car is out. Of course, it's the first time ever at the 6 Hours of Portimão that we've had a safety car come out. We were free of safety car periods and, indeed, full course yellows in the 2025 edition of this race. But they'll try and find Oliver Campos, and it will be disappointing for a few teams. I mean, for example, Utah Racing's Nicolas Michelin, who is on the lead lap of the race still, he will gain, well, a minute or so over the E2P Racing Aston Martin, with everyone queuing up behind the safety car.
Yeah, safety cars make a massive difference in endurance racing, don't they? Especially with the fairly open pit stop rules here, because you can spend within reason as long as you like in the pit lane each time. You can suddenly find yourself getting trapped multiple laps down, let alone just one lap down. There is the Attempto Audi, so we believe this is the car that had the contact with the Cup 2 Porsche, which has led to the debris. Now, the debris we think came from the Porsche, but I'm interested to see whether there's any damage to this car. Maybe a slight sign of damage left rear quarter, but nothing major. I think they got away with that seemingly pretty lightly, considering the damage that was done to the other car involved. So the Attempto Audi, which at one point was the fastest car on track in that opening stint, is seemingly undamaged after that little collision.
Just to circle back on the full course yellow safety car point, you can enter the pit lane during this time, but it will not count against your time for the total pit stop of 35 minutes that you have to serve before the final half hour of the race. So if you're running out of petrol, you can, but you really don't want to. And actually, that's going to be hair-raising for the likes of Campos, the likes of Jamo Hartling, who have not yet gone to the fueling area. Campos has pitted, but it was only a tyre change and a driver change. Jamo has been out there for the entire race. They're going to be hoping against hope that they don't have to come in and refuel and it not count against their time. That would be a huge loss.
Yeah, most definitely so, because it's not the work of a moment to refuel the car, is it? And I presume that 4-minute rule still applies, even though it's not counting towards the total pit stop time. So they would lose a lap still, at least, even though it's behind the safety car. It shouldn't be a terribly lengthy safety car period, one hopes. I think it is just that debris that needs to be cleared from the start-finish area. So I'm hoping one more lap might be all that's required. Both of those cars we mentioned are staying out. Campos, the overall race leader, there, the Aston Martin, and a few cars further back, the GT4 Mercedes of Jamo Hartling, both staying out this time. So they're both hoping, at least, that they have enough fuel in the tank, quite literally, to get them around the remainder of this lap.
Yeah, it'll be heart and mouth for SR Motorsport in general, because both of their cars have been out since the green flag flew. So as both cars, you'd suspect, are not far away from needing a top-up of the Gulf Racing Fuels fuel, which is the new supplier for 2026 in the Wind Series paddock. A switch over to Gulf Race Fuels, which means we've got some rather lovely classic Gulf liveried barrels knocking around the paddock, which is a nice little addition to the scenery. Safety car then out for the first time in this race, and certainly going to cause a little bit of drama. Someone like Christian Mansell and for Badouin Detu and for realistically all of the drivers that have been to the fueling area, I do think it's something of a gain, because they will get anywhere from a handful of seconds to a full lap effectively that they quote-unquote lost by doing a longer pit stop first of all. So it really does stifle the momentum of some and enhance the efforts of others at this juncture. Let's see how long then this safety car proceeds. Of course, the race control won't want to send someone out onto the live track on the main straight until such time as there aren't cars intermingling around the circuit. So once the queue is effectively full, I think they will scramble to get the debris off the circuit, and from there it should not be a terribly long safety car period.
No, I think you're right. There are still some cars, I think, that haven't quite caught the train, though, so that's just delaying that process ever so slightly. So Oliver Campos leads for E2P Motorsports. It is Jamo Hartling's second for SR Motorsport, but owing us, well, both owe us a pit stop, really, both needing fuel fairly shortly. And actually, Nicolas Michelin in the Utah Racing Audi also hasn't yet refueled. Nor, I believe, has Leandro Martins in the LMR Motorsport Porsche. No, so they're all going to need fuel. The best placed of the cars with fresh fuel in the tank, relatively fresh anyway, is Louis Prett's Greystone GT McLaren, and that car is on the lead lap, crucially. So to your point, they've gained massively out of this.
Yes.
They stayed on the lead lap, and they're now going to buy all of that time back. They are going to be, what, a matter of a few seconds adrift of the race leader, who will have to pit fairly shortly. So big win this for Greystone.
Yeah, really good pickup there, Andy. That is a critical factor. They are going to gain huge amounts of time from this based against everybody else. I mean, just behind them is the second placed car of those that have taken fuel. So effectively, Greystone now has a lap on everybody and will have more than a lap on everybody that has yet to visit the fueling bay. This is a big win for the number 44 car, which we already were leveraging as a favourite just based on the on-paper resumes, and now they've got this boost as well.
Yes, indeed so. And Christian Mansell, who of course is directly behind that car on track, is 2 laps behind them in reality. So that is, if only they'd got ahead, although I suppose they would have still been trapped behind the leader. But yeah, 2-lap deficit. Now, yes, they have spent longer in the pit lane, in fairness. Greystone have done 5 minutes 9. Motor Park have done 7:34, so 2.5 minutes more. That will negate most of that time loss, I suppose. So it's not the end of the world, this, for Motor Park, but Christian Mansell will be really on his toes upon the restart to get ahead of the McLaren and try and make some headway.
Now, I believe the regulation transfers over from the GT Winter Series, where if you want to serve your stop as part of the mandatory time, you have to do a lap first, is how it works in the Winter Series. I think that carries over to the 6 Hours of Portimão as well. I can't actually find a specific passage for it, I must say, on the regulations, which are significant in their stature, so it could just be that I'm looking at the wrong section. But that could be interesting. That would mean that, in theory, those that have yet to pit, those who are staring at their fuel gauge intently / with dread, will have to do a full lap at racing speeds.
Well, and it's at racing speed that concerns me. It's one thing to trundle around behind the safety car. You can lift and coast quite a lot, and obviously your fuel burn is not going to be anything like what it would be at full speed, but a lap at racing speed, that might just tip them over the edge, so we might see them having to pit. It's still better to pit when you shouldn't than running out of fuel on the track, of course. So if they really are getting to that danger zone, then I'm sure they may well choose to follow the safety car in, but they'd rather do that extra lap just in case. Lights out then on the safety car, restart incoming, and nervous times for one or two teams for the next 90 seconds or so.
Yes, we'll see if anyone does peel in. Perhaps the regulation is slightly different, knowing that fueling is a factor here, which of course it isn't in the GT Winter Series, and my apologies for not having that particular duck in my row, but we'll see what happens. Oliver Campos controlling the field as they come around turn 15. Directly behind him is the Iron Lynx Mercedes of Sean Rashid. Of course, they're multiple laps apart, so neither here nor there ultimately, but Campos blasts around the final corner and does stay out on the circuit. It looks like everyone else that we're querying is also arcing to stay on the track. Indeed, Jamo Hartling stays out, Kenneth Heyer stays out, so yes, they are continuing on for the time being. I'd suspect the Merc GT4 at least can probably get to about 90 minutes if they really stretch it, so that should be okay. But here's the intermingling then, all the different classes, all the different laps and all the different strategies have converged into one, and Carrie Schreiner gets rather pinched there by Fontana in the AF Motorsport Porsche, and indeed Jamo Hartling. That would have been very uncomfortable for Carrie. They've already made contact at one point in that Audi, and that was involuntary, very much so, but a secondary contact in the race already.
And a loss of position there. That was 4 position, the AF Porsche getting up into what is 11th place overall, 7th in GT3. So the AF car, a bit like the initial start of the race, really switching the tyres on quickly and getting stuck straight in. So Angelo Fontana with a pretty racy restart. Jamo Hartling in amongst all of this as well, just desperately wanting to see the pit lane entry appear in front of him. And look at that, Christian Mansell ahead of Louis Pret. So Christian Mansell has unlapped himself from the net race leader. He's still the best part of 2 laps adrift by my reckoning, but we know that car has served quite a bit more time in the pit lane, and therefore Team Motor Park still very much in this fight, especially now that Mansell's made that move.
It is very busy out here on the circuit right now. Christian Mansell on the rear now of Carrie Schreiner. This is not for position, but Schreiner, I think, just trying to focus forward at this point and start pounding the laps in, and doesn't want to be yielding for someone like Christian, but gets through to the inside, and Mansell now has a little bit of clear track. Kenneth Heyer into the pit lane, so he will be making his way in. I think Jamo has he stayed out? We'll see in a few seconds. Yes, another lap for Jamo Hartling. The car is not officially registered as a hybrid, but we will check it for electric motors. No, still just about within the realms of realistic mileage, but certainly similar fuel burn should be a factor. The Mercedes in, as we see there, Schreiner losing out to Louis Pret for the on-track position. the AMG GT2 and AMG GT4 have the same engine configuration, albeit with probably about 200 horsepower of deficit. So it's not unsurprising that JMO can continue on for at least a couple more laps.
I'm a little more surprised that Oliver Campos continued on though, so they weren't quite as close to running out as maybe we feared, and so the E2P Aston Martin continues to lead the way.
And that again is the same engine configuration.
True.
Actually. It's the same Mercedes AMG twin turbo. So we'll wait and see. It certainly won't be long if the GT2 was getting thirsty. It won't be long before Oliver Campos and the Aston also makes his way into the pit lane, but again setting incredible sector times, personal best and a purple on just his second lap out there. Of course, he's the only one with the luxury of a fully clear track as well.
Yes, exactly so. Meanwhile, the number 27 car, excuse me, as I thought it was, which remains inseparable from car 911. They found each other again. They are laps apart now, 2 laps I think between them, and the Conti Aston Martin nearly buys into the battle a bit too aggressively, but wanted to with a grandstand view of these two, who might not be battling right now for actual position, but they are battling for track position, and the 27 car moves ahead. So Sergio Romano gets himself in front of Leandro Martins. Leandro Martins has completed 42 laps, Romano 40, so he has 2 laps between them. That was a significant move, but of course the 27 car has served a lot more time in the pits.
Oliver Campos is into the pits, so with 1 hour and 31 minutes complete in the race, you finally see the Aston head in for a fuel stop. They did make a 2.5-minute stop earlier on, of course, to change driver from Pablo Beguera, but all the same, an interesting move there to finally come in. Safety car restart is under investigation. I did see some looking like they were tempted to make passes before the line. I wonder if that might be it. Meanwhile, the GT4 is in as well, so JMO Hartling finally makes his first pit stop in the GT4 leading car. They've got several laps, 4 laps, 3 laps between themselves and the second place car, Max Kronberg for WNS Motorsport. Of course, if they do a 6 or so minute pit stop to go to the fuel bay as well, they will lose pretty much all of that, if not more, enough to fall back. As we watch there, Louis Pret getting very racy there on the 71. Nicolas Michelin still at the wheel. Of course, he'll be sharing with Tyler and Mark Shaheen, the pair from the United States, Sharon, I believe we agreed on saying. Yes, the 71 car still in the hands of its original driver for now. Nicolas pushing it to the limits of the maximum stint time, which is 2 hours. No driver can stay in the car for more than 2 hours consecutively.
Indeed so fuel going into the E2P car and to JMO Hartling and Kenneth Hyers SR Motorsport Mercedes then, as we expected. Christian Mansell, having got past Louis Pret, actually not getting away from him particularly to this point. Safety car restart under investigation. Now again, that doesn't necessarily mean that penalties are incoming. But the last time we had a similar message, it was followed by 9 cars being given a drive-through penalty. Let's hope this time they've behaved themselves a little better. I suspect that will be a little bit of overtaking maybe before the timing line that's being investigated. Always a bit more difficult when you've got cars on different laps, cars in different classes all mixed together. You cannot overtake anybody, whether for position or not, before you cross the timing line. So that now being investigated by race control as well. We're right on board with Louis Pret in the Greystone GT McLaren, which is now leading the race again, incidentally, by 7.2 seconds over Nicolas Michelin, who has pitted in the Utah Racing Audi. So Utah Racing coming in now for fuel for the first time. Yes, for the first time they're going to be refueling the Audi, and Nicolas Michelin, who's been in that car since the start, will likely make way for one of his teammates. So that actually means Leandro Martins is second in the race, but he also owes us a fuel stop in the relatively near future.
Yeah, that should not be far away at all for the Porsche 992 Cup car. Of course, the 27 car, Sergio Romano, we saw Sergio go past Leandro on the circuit a lap or so ago. He'll have to be a little bit careful to not chew up the tyres on the front axle now that they're down a splitter. I grant you on a Cup car it doesn't do too much, but also cumulative build over an hour, the front tyres might feel a little bit worse for wear by the time they're at the end of the stint.
And it's a car that can be prone sometimes to understeer anyway, because of course it's rear engine. There's next to no weight over the front axle in the Porsche, and so it is easy, particularly over some of these crests. I'm thinking the final corner, turn 4, to start scrubbing the tyres a little bit as well, as Christian Mansell launches to the inside there of the 17 Porsche, and Louis Pret is not able to make the same move at the next turn. So that was the Angelo Fontana Porsche being passed by Christian Mansell, again not for position. Mansell putting a lap on it, as is the race leader, of course, Louis Pret, who once again holds the fastest lap as well. Not sure if we made mention of that, but a 1:44.299. Drive-through penalty, car 86, Carrie Schreiner, for overtaking before the line. So that will be the end result of that investigation. There is the confirmation on screen. Carrie Schreiner, the Attempto Racing Audi, has not been a great stint this for Carrie. Struggling a bit, he felt, on those slick tyres at the start of the stint, and now picking up a safety car restart infringement. Drive-through penalty heading the way of the 86 car. So there is the 19, Andreas Heiniger, now at the wheel of the X-Racing Cup 2 car. And they've spent 6 minutes 37 in the pit lane, the most time spent in pit lane. Just giving the timing screen a cursory glance, appears to have been the Attempto Audi, actually. 7 minutes 55, 56 seconds, let's call that, spent in pit lane. There is the number 11 car, now in the hands of Willy Kuhn. So Willy Kuhn taking over from Kenneth Hyatt. Long time pairing at SR Motorsport, of course. Seen them competing for the same team for a number of years in Winter Series. And the GT2 Mercedes looks and sounds great, doesn't it? Much closer to its road-going counterpart, the GT2 car. That's the idea, really. A lot of power, but not a huge amount of aerodynamic grip, and so that makes them a little bit of a handful, but good fun to drive, says everyone who I know who's driven a GT2 car. Mercedes in particular has an awful lot of circuit presence. E2P, by the way, are back out, and interestingly, Oliver Campos staying at the wheel of the Aston Martin, and Oliver Campos staying in for another stint then in the Aston, and he of course took over, didn't he, from Pablo Buguera at 42 minutes, so actually he didn't do a full stint the first time round. Anyway, right, I mentioned Kenneth Hyatt has got out of the GT2 Mercedes, and he has jumped into conversation with Izzy Browning in the pit lane.
Yeah, I do have Kenneth alongside me. Kenneth, I mean, what ended up being quite a long stint in the end, but also not an easy one.
It was a bad decision to start with slick at the end. We don't think that it took so long. I think it was until the 40th minute where the rain tires were still faster, so I was struggling. The first 10 minutes was like on ice. We start with warm tires, but they are cooled down even in the lap before the start. So yeah, it was really a fight. Bring the car home. That was the biggest toffee then, and yeah, after the 40th minutes, then it's going better and better. So I could do very good lap times, but grab half of the loss back. So pretty bad stint at the end, but yeah, a lot of stress in the car, a lot of struggling, a lot of understeer, oversteer, very cold tires. And the GT2, you have to be so sensitive on the throttle because you have so much more power. So every apex in the slow corners, first and second gear corner, was really struggling with the car.
Well, a busy stint. It's also going to be a busy day for you, because not only are you driving the GT4 later, we're also sending you up to the commentary box.
Yeah, so triple today, huh? No, I enjoy to drive as much as possible. You can do a 6-hour race also easy with 2 guys, so normally you drive also a lot more. So I will do a stint later on the GT4. We'll enjoy it, hopefully in constant weather for me, all the right tire decision, and yeah, we'll enjoy it. And later on with Adam, talking a bit together over the race. Yeah, we'll see.
Enjoy it. We'll send you up to the commentary box now. Adam, he's coming your way.
Excellent, thank you very much, Izzy. That'll give Andy some food-related reprieve in a few minutes' time, I reckon, sir. But for now, the number 11 car now in the hands of Villicuna, who I believe is doing his first ever mileage at all this week. Certainly his first race in a GT2 spec SR Motorsport Mercedes. Previously, of course, raced Cayman Trophy spec cars and indeed GT4s here with us in the Winter Series classes. But a major step up for Villicuna, and not one, when I first met him, that I'd have anticipated him making. He seemed quite happy with his level with cars around GT4 performance, but here he is with a lot more power under the right foot. I guess he wanted to see those straights disappear a bit more quickly.
I suspect he's enjoying himself out there, especially because he's jumped in as the track is starting to now get to a really good point condition-wise, and that is sort of emphasised by the pace we're seeing from certain drivers out there. I was half expecting Christian Mansell to set a new fastest lap of the race. In fact, I think he did for all of a second or so, because then Louis Pret went slightly quicker with a 1:44.219. So good pace being set by Louis. Got the two Aston Martins here, sandwiching the number 27 Porsche, which is still running around without that front splitter. There are the two fastest cars on track, though, and yeah, Louis Pret, initially it seemed, didn't quite get the tyres in the window as quickly, or maybe didn't have the confidence on cold tyres that Christian Mansell had, but now the McLaren is really coming into its own, and as I said, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that these could be the two cars in the conversation for the race victory in 4 hours and 20 minutes or so. So although they're not battling for actual position right now, it's a significant moment in this race potentially if Pret can move his way through.
Yeah, but really great to see just how comparable they are as they get very close together. Mansell and Pret are proving that they're pretty much of a muchness, as indeed are the two cars. Mercedes versus McLaren in a really interesting battle that we've got going on here. The 44 car just dancing around the back of Christian Mansell's Team Motorpark entry. Pret, the race leader, trying to put a lap. He's like, where are the blue flags? Well, I'm not sure you need them, guys.
No, absolutely not, because as we said, it is potentially still a genuine battle for position in some ways, maybe not literally right now, so I think Louis is enjoying it though. He's flashing the lights at Christian Mansell there. We've had Leandro Martins in, by the way, not sure if we've mentioned that, but Leandro Martins brings the LMR Motorsport Porsche in from what was second position, so surely Christian Mansell will legitimately be second place on the road, albeit the best part of 2 laps adrift of the race leader as they hit the brakes into turn 3 and accelerate uphill. The sun shining now on the circuit, temperature starting to climb, and well, we've been talking tyre management a lot this weekend. Now it's a case of keeping your slick tyres underneath you, because as the temperature starts to climb, you do have to be a little bit mindful of that, especially if you're going to try and stretch this fuel mileage as far as possible.
And just to cover it as well, Attempto Racing have served that drive-through penalty that I think you covered earlier, Andy, so they did come in and serve the penalty. So that's now been taken away from the board. Meanwhile, we're back down at Razoon with Izzy, hopefully with good news. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I wanted to come down and give you a little bit of an update on the Razoon car. I mean, Tegan is still in the car and they're actively trying to fix it. The word is they think they've got electronic issues and issues with their traction control as well. They are confident that they can get back out into this race, but for now, they are spending rather a lot of time sat in the garage.
Well, that's a great shame, isn't it? We were really looking forward to seeing how she would get on, and hopefully we will get her out on track at some point, but in a car that maybe electronically is not quite doing all of the things it should do. It's arguably the worst issue you can have with a car, because electronic issue is wonderfully vague, isn't it? A lot of things on a GT4 racing car these days is fairly reliant on fully functioning electronics, and identifying what the problem is half the battle, and then fixing it not always that easy.
Yes, fixing a car is arguably a little more rudimentary than fixing a computer. So it's the computer bit that's going wrong, that's an issue. Oh, traffic causing issues here among the two cars that effectively are 1-2 in this race. Christian Mansell still holding off Pret, but that was heart in mouth, I'm sure, for Matt Kimby, chiefly in the Team Steiner Racing Porsche, as the two GT3s tore to the back of his car rather quicker than I think he anticipated. But what a treat this is to see Mansell and Pret in this space. sparring match. It's a bit like an exhibition boxing bout. We know it's not strictly for competitive outings right now in terms of the timing screen, but to the point you've made several times, Andy, yes, down the line it might be important that Christian Mansell stifles the momentum of the Greystone car. The pit stop was about a lap longer in essence for the team at Motor Park, so that's accountable for 1 lap, and then the second lap was effectively because of the safety car. So it's just really gone against Motor Park in this first phase of the race.
Well, Motor Park have spent 2 minutes 20-ish longer in the pit lane, so actually about a lap and a half or so can be accounted for by pit stop time. So really, if Mansell were able to pull a gap, which clearly isn't going to happen, but if he were able to pull a gap of 20-30 seconds, then they would pretty much have equalised by that point. So it is quite important here that Christian Mansell keeps the McLaren at bay. It is still an advantage for Greystone GT, don't get me wrong, even on corrected time, so to speak, with the pit stop taken into account. Mansell all over the inside curb there to get past the SR GT2 Mercedes of Willi Kühne, who was doing everything he could to stay out of the way, but the extra downforce of the GT3 Mercedes was evident there, and he was able to close in rapidly. That has delayed Mansell, though. Louis Pret sees a chance nearly to get to the inside, but Mansell is defending this position, very much aware, I think, of how significant it could prove to be down the road.
Yeah, absolutely, this is a real treat. You'll forgive us 16 other cars for maybe not giving you as much camera time for the next few moments, because what a little scrap this is proving to be. We ride on board on dash effectively with the McLaren from Greystone GT. Great view there, and it is a stint that has been a consistent view for Louis Pret. All he's seen so far is a red and black Mercedes. Nothing else matters, and he won't get out of his way.
No, definitely won't get out of the way, and I'm sort of hoping that we can somehow end up with a situation where these two are battling for the win in 4 hours or so. That will be quite the thrilling finish. Not beyond the realms of possibility. We've seen how safety cars can give and take already in this race. Defensive line again by Mansell. Louis Pret not for the first time, looks to the outside. Louis definitely looks the quicker of the two, doesn't he, Pret, in the McLaren? Just can't buy himself that track position. Is there a lunge to be had here? No, not into turn 13. And instead looks to try and get the better exit, which he's had. Goes to the inside into 14. This might work. He gets to the apex first, drifts across in front. He hopes of Christian Mansell's Mercedes. We're taking the exit curb, which means we've taken the position, not really, track position anyway. And finally, he has clear air in front of him. That was an important move.
It was an important move, one that Christian loathes to allow Pret to make, but I think finally enough is enough. Something had to give there because Louis was getting increasingly aggressive in his pursuit of clean air, and now he is through and can lead that charge through the traffic for a while on his own accord. And very polite driving there from Luis Liberal in the NM Racing Team Mercedes, allowing them a clear line through on the inside. Liberal coming from the world of historic racing, and I think sometimes those that come from historics to modern, it doesn't happen that often in it really, that you start out in historics and move over to modern racing. It's not unheard of, but I think one of the things that instills in you is a bit more car respect, and indeed not just your car. Of course, if everyone around you is driving something quite historically significant and critically with a not forthcoming supply of spare parts, you're rather taught to give cars a wider berth. So Luis Liberal giving things a little bit of space on that occasion. Here we find the E2P racing car now running in 7th place post fuel stop. Oliver Campos still setting very fast laps, and in fact was quicker than either Pret or Mansell on the last lap, but of course Pret now in clear air setting green and purple sectors.
Crucially though, Campos 2.5 seconds quicker than Angelo Fontana ahead, who he is catching. So the AF Motorsport Porsche are potentially about to lose a position. That is for 6th place overall. Fontana ahead of Campos. So the Aston Martin driver has been really impressive actually in his pace. There is the green Porsche. Actually in between them is the Budweiser 2 Comu Racing Aston Martin. The two running a solid pace at the moment. He too was quicker than the leaders that time. Again, the battle helped that, but he was running in the mid-45s. That's not a bad pace at all for the two, who is, I think, relishing the drier conditions now. Really feels able, I suspect, to sort of push on a bit more, learn a bit more about the car. but he's about to find himself right in the middle of a battle for position. That is the third placed Aston Martin to 2, by the way, and so running very strongly in a podium place at the moment with 7.8 seconds in hand over Sergio Romaglio. So that gap is coming down quite swiftly. And here we go into the first corner. To the outside goes the Campos Aston Martin, and couldn't quite find a way past the ComTU example for the time being.
Absolutely, and now we're going to have a bit of well, not a driver change. We are going to change an Andy for a driver. Kenneth Heyer is about to install himself into the commentary box for a little while, having just hopped out of the GT2 Mercedes AMG. We continue to watch, though, Oliver Campos bearing down on the identical Aston Martin of Baudouin Detu, who's really having to watch through both the mirror and the windscreen all at once, with the Porsche ahead, with the other Aston behind. Kenneth, let's just get you a little bit closer to Mike there. Hello, my friend. Welcome along to the commentary box. Here we watch, though, as good driving, I would say, actually, from Angelo Fontana, realising he didn't really have a dog in a fight with either Aston Martin. Some really interesting intermingling among the GT3s. But, yeah, Kenneth, we're 2 hours in. You've had a stint. You've had a tricky stint, as you were telling Izzy about. But how are you enjoying this so far?
To be honest, first of all, hello to everybody. First of all, I had a tricky stint. It's nice to say. It was really a nightmare the first 20 minutes. It felt like on ice. The tires were warm, but it cooled down even in the formation lap. So from there on, I really struggled. The first 10 minutes was a nightmare. Then it going better and better each lap. At the end, I collect, let's say, half of the lost back again. So not enough. So it was a wrong decision to start on slick. But that is part of that gamble. When you're in the grid for half an hour, you have to fell a decision, and we saw it with the GT2. Nevertheless, normally you cannot go in the first 5 with the GT3s, but we saw that when we had the only car on slick and we had a good decision, then maybe we can be a bit there. But it did not work out so well.
No, and of course, with the conditions being what they are, and indeed given how little dry running we've had, I imagine there's been some compromise in terms of car setup as well. Where are you guys? Are you on a dry setup? Are you on something a bit softer?
With the GT2, the team is quite new. As you know, Günther is quite good in everything. He's so precise, and also there's a bit of a gamble. I think we had something in between, because for today it was not expected that it's so heavy rain like in the last days. We had a very good car in dry conditions, and the GT2 is really almost close to the GT3 cars on this circuit and this conditions. We will see. It's for us as a test. There are some guys in the team maybe want to do a little bit more with the GT2. I know the car very well from the beginning when we built it in AMG. So I think it's a very good choice for guys don't want to be the next cup car driver. So it's a very good car.
Of course, we've seen Ville Kuhne, who's at the wheel currently, kind of through his development as a driver. Some of his very earliest appearances came here in the Wind Series in the Porsche, then he moved into the GT4 Mercedes, which we're seeing him in at the moment in the ongoing GT4 Wind Series season. But now he's up in the GT2, a significantly more powerful car. I have to imagine after his first couple of goes there was a big smile.
Yeah, there was a very big smile. I think he didn't expect so much power on the rear, and it's a completely different style of driving a race car. So much more round through the corners, as fast as possible, straight steering that you can go on full throttle. Like here with the GT3 car, you are almost steering and on full throttle because you have so much error here. You have to wait a bit longer, go more wide, and put the car directly straight. Yeah, Willy is enjoying it in the team. Thomas Anger is doing a quite well decision to move him in several different cars to have a feeling what is his ambitions and what he wants and what he likes. So, but I think he enjoyed it, especially now for him. I'm very happy that it's not wet, because then the car is really a beast.
No, exactly right. Baudouin Detu into the pit lane. That will be Oliver Söderström getting behind the wheel then of the ComTU Racing Aston Martin. We already saw a TJ Muss at the wheel for the first phase of the race. So Söderström, the Swedish racer, former Swedish Touring Car Championship race winner, among many other things. Let's see as well if we head into the fuel bay. It'd be good to ride on board into the fuel bay, actually, so we can get a look at that and see quite how it works, because we haven't done that yet so far this weekend. Kenneth, if we do turn in, are we going to? Yes, talk us through the process.
Looks like. Yeah, from now on it's 20 kph. The first entry is not so tricky, but now we have not so much roundabout for the cars, so the steering don't let you go very inner circle driving. So as you will see now from him, he will go totally to the right. On next to the wall. Now it's very slow with 20 kph, so we have to talk slower. Now he's going to the wall. Now he's turning left. That's a bit of a gamble because, as you see, it's very, very close and thin for the car.
Yeah.
But he did it quite well.
Yeah.
And now we have to wait for a long time.
Yes, minimum 4 minutes, of course. So not the work of well, it's not the work of 5 minutes because it's the work of 4 minutes. English phrasing doesn't always work out well. But what's the tank on the GT2? Is there an endurance spec for the GT2 Mercedes?
Yeah. The car. It's not that the fuel, the tank is different to the car when you go to the GT2 European Championship, but it's just it's allowed to fuel 120 or 100 or 90.
Okay.
As in the 24-hour series for many years, they change a lot of the rules, for example. So you can do everything what you want with the tank from the GT2.
Absolutely, and of course there's a big difference from the GT2 to the GT3, or even GT4 to GT3, in that the GT3, at least for now, not for much longer, but is still a naturally aspirated car for now, the 6.2 V8 versus the turbo unit in the GT2, the GT4, and indeed the Aston GT3 running the same motor. Talk about the drivability difference between the two.
Yeah, let's say it a bit gentle in the way that the GT2 car is more or less a street legal beast.
Yeah.
So it's quite close to a street car from the balance of the car, the weight transfer when you brake, even when you drive piff-puff corners, left, right, or right, left. It's a lot of movement in the car. You have not so much aero, so nevertheless, the advantage is the power of the car. It's the same with the GT2 Maserati or all the other cars, or the Lamborghini is also a good example. So it's more to the Super Trofeo than to the GT3, the GT2 Lamborghini, for example. So the GT3 cars in general have a lot of more speed in the corners, quite a lot of more speed in the corners. So it's a really an endurance car. Our car is now in the 7th year, more or less. When you say the facelift on top, it's even more. So I think we built a very, very good GT3 car in the past. When you see still today, everywhere it's competitive. It's the biggest advantage of the GT3. It's more brake. You have better mid-corner speed. The exits are faster. But it's not that it's completely different in the driving style. When you drive a GT4, GT2 or GT3 Mercedes, you feel quite fast home because the buttons are more or less the same and so on and so on. Ah yeah, we have a good fight.
We have a good fight. This is for position. This is the Artura, I think, just coming into the pits, actually. That was the Greystone GT car of Hugo Back, yes, heading into pit lane, but actually just behind Dieter Swepes at the moment is Kari Schreiner. So while, of course, the pit lane system does its thing and shuffles up the deck a bit each and every time, Kari Schreiner actually needs to get past Dieter for position for 6th overall. And what are you pointing out there?
Yeah, we still have so many cars in the same lap, and it's just 3 little mistakes and you are close to it. So it's not that we have an endurance race where everything is split after 1 hour, after 2 hours already. So it's quite, I think everyone in the GT3 class can still win the race. So it's pretty good, and I think it's a very good competitive race today.
Yeah, Greystone GT definitely caught an advantage with the safety car, which effectively gifted them a lap versus the Motor Park team in the first of the GT3 Mercedes. So that was a big loss for really everybody else in the class. Just so happened that Greystone got themselves quite a lot of time at that juncture with the safety car period. Of course, initially a full course yellow that transitioned into a safety car. Interesting to see Iron Lynx here, of course, as the FIA World Endurance Championship representatives for the Mercedes AMG crew. So quite a significant team in the Mercedes arsenal, let's say, with you guys at SR, with Motor Park, with Iron Lynx. A lot of very, very potent Merc teams, and NM, of course, who are one of the leading GT4s.
Yeah. very, very good teams at the start. Was also when I saw the entry list before the weekend, I was very surprised. Nice competitive GT3 cars. When you see there are teams doing 24-hour races all over the planet, GT World, Endurance, so the really biggest GT races in the world, or even DTM with Comu Racing with the Aston Martin.
I think I've thought of something that you haven't done yet, Kenneth, which is hard to say in
DTM.
your career. No.
What?
Running a GT2, a GT3 and a GT4 in the same race?
No, I never did. No, that's true, yeah.
We've got the cars to do it here.
Yeah, that's true, it's true.
One of these days.
Yeah, we have to speak with Thomas from, I think the biggest chance there is with Schnitzelarm.
Yeah, for sure. The cars are all here. Let's make it happen one of these days. That would be very entertaining.
But to be honest, it feels a bit different with 47 driving a 24-hour race and the sprint race on the same weekend compared to being 25. So to be honest.
I'm sure I'm in my 50s.
It's not something I'm very looking for the next seasons.
Fair enough. Of course, you did do the double up of circuits, as we continue to watch, incidentally. We are keeping on this Swepes versus Shrine battle, but you did do the double up, we spoke about it during the week. The 24 Hours of Zolder, which you managed to win in a Porsche Cup car, and then you were also helicoptering back and forth to Spa-Francorchamps to do Specialtourenwagen Trophy. That was not the first time I think you've done that, but it was quite entertaining.
Yeah, we measured it before. I did it 14 times in my career, so it's quite. Normally, I have to say I'm used to it, but yeah, as you know, it's just a little mistake in the schedule, and then you are really in trouble. Now we're seeing Carrie closing the gap. I think now it's more or less everywhere completely dry. I don't know how long she's in the car. She's getting used to it now, better and better.
She's only been in for about 25 minutes at this stage. 21 minutes since she got in. But
here you can see the advantage of a GT3 car compared to the Cup car, for example, with corner speed and on the straight as well.
Exactly.
But the Cup cars are fast. The same on the Nordschleife. It's crazy, sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're in the pack with GT3s and fighting, and then on the straights you're really struggling to overtake another one.
Yeah, I was talking to WNS Motorsports Daniel a couple of nights ago, and he said much the same, that these Cup cars, it's crazy how close to a GT3 they are, and sometimes, of course, they've run Cup cars previously at the Nordschleife, so sometimes I really have to think, do I put this person in the car? Are we ready yet? Because it is such a big step from something like a GT4, which is their bread and butter. Sean Rashid is into the pits in the Iron Lynx car from 4th position, so that'll be a second stop, and I imagine a second driver change for them, which will be Sergio Sete Camara getting behind the wheel for the first time. Ex-Formula E driver, ex-junior single-seater competitor before that, FIA F2 race winner, and interesting to see him making that step into GT racing. I imagine, obviously you deal with a lot of the younger guys, you speak to Enrico, you speak to JMO, maybe by the time they're in contact with you, they've already picked that GT racing path, but do you ever find yourself talking maybe to a young driver, maybe even their parents, and say, maybe GT is the way rather than single-seaters?
Yeah, it depends. Let's say, and to be honest, in today's time, when you plan to be a Formula 1 driver, it is a plan of getting a lot of budget and to not lie to yourself. What is really the budget you need? So, and GT racing is a very, very good second chance of being a high-level professional race driver. When you see when Rattel starts GT3 in 2007 or 6, seven, then the European Championship and so on. So it's so long ago. The system works everywhere for endurance, for sprint. So he did something quite well, I think. As you know, I'm pretty old. I drive already the GT1s in his times, and the Prima Series and IMSA and so on. So I think when the GT3 was coming, everybody was a bit like, it's a street legal car, 9 and 7 Cup cars the base. But in today's time, it's just great to see how this developed and how many GT3 cars we have on the planet. So for sure, when you are a single-seater racer and you're not focused on being a prototype driver, because sometimes it's a bit strange. You speak to the young guys and they have that prototype stuff not so much on the list. Most time the step is really, like, say, from Formula 3 or Formula E, like you say, to the GT, because then you have so many races on the planet, so many possibilities. For example, when you decide to being a Porsche driver or a Mercedes, or in the past Audi driver, when you see how many cars are running over the planet, it's more or less the same like the guys riding 3-4 series with the Cup Porsche. So you have a lot of chances to be a paid race driver.
Exactly right. Louis Pret into the pits in the leading Greystone GT McLaren. While they are in a service, let's have a look back at hour 2 of the race. Some highlights of what we've seen so far in the 6 hours of Portimão in hour 2. Of course, some exchanges of position, at least on the track. Now that we're into the pit stop phase, it's not all for laps or all for positions. The number 27 Porsche lost its front splitter in contact with Carrie Schreiner, and unfortunately that caused not just a full course yellow but a safety car that grouped the field together. What it also did was give Greystone GT quite a leg up against Team Motorpark and Christian Mansell, who's currently at the wheel. Carrie Schreiner got into it with J-Mo Hartling as the race restarted. A lot of fighting for what was limited track position as the field got back under racing speeds, of course, with a jumble up of GT4s, GT3 and Cup classes. Space was at a premium. 86 into the pit lane for its second service of the race shortly thereafter, and then we had Christian Mansell going at it with Louis Pret post-safety car period. These two were having what I call an exhibition bout. It wasn't for position, they were 2 laps apart, but no one told them that. They had a brilliant battle. After about 10 or 15 minutes, Christian Mansell had to yield to Louis Pret, who is still the overall leader. The McLaren is currently in the fueling area, so that means it's going to be a stop that lasts a good 3.5 more minutes yet, and that could hand Christian Mansell, at least momentarily, the lead in the race, although he has just gone over 1 hour in his stint, so I suspect that Mansell won't be far behind. Of course, you got a view of a couple of things you didn't see there, and I think in particular the moment where they went either side of the Team Steiner Porsche caught you out by surprise.
Yeah, it was a good move from Manel on the right side, because on the inner side you have the view also to see what happens with the other 2 cars. So he felt the decision quite fast to go inside, so it was a good decision, good overtaking. Nice when they fight, even when it's not for position. That's why we're here. So enjoy the race and the fights in between. And the GT3 cars are very close together this weekend, so it's pretty nice to see.
Yeah, some really good competitive.
Pit stop finished from the 1:08.
Yeah, exactly right.
And how was it? It was a good stop.
Let's see, where were we? The Iron Lynx car with 5 minutes and 13 minutes and 15 seconds.
So something to repair, I guess.
No, 6:15.
No, 6:15. So it was
6:15. I was looking at the wrong column. Yeah. So that's about right for a fuel stop. So that's no cause for alarm. I am interested though to see that Amir Naran is at the wheel. Now, I understood Sergio Setikamara was to compete, so I don't know whether or not maybe he's been taken out of the driver rotation. If he was, I haven't been notified of it. But for now, Amir Naran is in the car for a second time. Of course, we saw Carrie Schreiner in the pit lane as well in the Attempto car. That will therefore be a changeover probably to Florian Schulze. We saw Florian.
Yeah, she jumped out the car. Yeah, I saw it.
She came out, but it's whether or not it's Florian in or Ariel Levy. I think actually Ariel, it wasn't an hour ago that he was in the car, so I think yes, it will be Florian Schulze. I imagine that's one of many names you've known for quite a long time. In fact, I saw Tom Coronel and Stefan Ortelli bump into each other.
I saw both.
Yeah, they bumped into each other in the hospitality.
Long-term enemies.
Yes, they were taught 20 years ago. They were both in Seats in the World Touring Car Championship. So
yeah, and Stefan did also a lot of GT1 and GT2 racing and the Fiat GT. Before it was GT World and before it was Bumper Endurance Series. So Stefan was one of the front runners, also driving Celine with Oreca and all that big bumper cars.
And of course, he did something that I doubt we'll ever really see again. If you think back to 2003, Spa 24 Hours, he won that race in an NGT or GT2 car against GT1s, and we're never going to see the equivalent of that again at one of the major events, are we?
Yeah, it was a very, very hard raining race. Some big accidents from the GT1s, and I guess all 4 Corvettes crashed in that race. So all GT1 Corvettes had a big crash. Yeah. And I remember Mike Hazeman in Eau Rouge was a very big one, big impact. Yeah, and then they did something I think for the history books to win with the GT2 class, or NGT was it called in that time, so today's GTE, for example. So very nice car. Was it not BMS Scuderia Italia Porsche? I think yes.
It's Freisinger.
Freisinger. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, with the green, white, yellow.
And
they were so loud, bro. Yeah. when they were next to your pit, it was like wow.
Yes. Quite right. Well, so Christian Mansell, as we somewhat anticipated, has taken over the lead of the race. Greystone GT have just got the car back out there with Zach Meakin. Fairly short fuel stop, actually, 5 minutes and 8 seconds. So that would have been a 27 car in a spin. That is
in the rubble, I think.
Yeah, it'll be in the gravel. Yeah. He'll have done well to have stayed out of the gravel trap, but I think the rear axle will be firmly embedded, unfortunately, in the car. And that was Daniel Neumann back out for a second stint. He was on his out lap as well, so only 4 corners into the lap. That's going to be cold tyres doing their thing.
I think yes.
And
even when they're warmed, you need to scrub them a little bit in the first lap. I want just to mention that Mansell is also doing since 5-6 minutes more or less the fastest lap times of the whole field. So before the pit stop, he really pushed. Now we have a safety car, or what is it? A full course yellow. On the left side we say safety car.
Yeah, full course yellow for the time being. We'll see if it goes to a safety car.
Would like to have that, because then we get the field together every time. So for the fighting, it would be nice when the race director is doing that. So maybe he can hear us. So I would be nice.
Race control. Kenneth wants a show. Kenneth wants a show. Yes, for Daniel as well. Daniel Neumann, who's now in the gravel trap.
That's also good.
It was a 6-minute stop, which means it would have been a fuel stop, which means the tyres would be ice cold. I imagine they lose. I mean, they don't have really any temperature to begin with, but if you then go into the fueling area, spend 4 minutes, they must be absolutely almost refrigerated by the time you get out onto the track.
I think that's true. There we see it. Yeah, but no, it's by his own. So
was it? Well,
no.
Was that not with the 28 cars held?
He didn't touch it. It was just by his own.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I think I saw it. He was on the throttle, full throttle, and then close, very close, but
I only caught the end of that, and you're a Mercedes man, so I had to make sure that you weren't lying.
Wasn't a mistake from Team Motor Park.
Excellent. Well, that is a real blow, I think, to their race for sure. The 2017, we kind of expected Cup 2 to be between the two LMR Motorsport cars, the two very strong lineups in that category.
And it's also quite important if you pit before such a full course yellow in that time, like Greystone did it. So you do it afterwards, then you have quite a problem. Huh? So
yeah. And for a Tempo Motorsport, this is useful as well, because Carrie Schreiner, or rather I think it will be Florian Scholzer once he comes out of the pits, that car is in the fueling bay and was in the fueling bay before the safety car, or before
that's
the full course yellow, so they're now profiting.
Yeah, very good for them. Very, very good, the pit stop then. We don't see it in the first 20 minutes, but when the next pit stop happens, then the advantage is there, because you don't have to get in and yeah, very good. But it's a bit of a gamble. It's luck, so you cannot calculate on that.
No, exactly right. Actually, during that full course yellow period that became the safety car earlier on, you had been out there for the entire race to that point. It was just at the end of your stint. How much more fuel did you have left? How dangerous was it at that point?
Let's say when the restart happens in the third corner, I had fuel level low, so it would be just one more lap. So it was good that the marshal runs to collect the parts. Well, it was quite close.
We had a feeling that it would probably be close to empty by that point.
Yeah, we were already on the radio speaking about it, if I had the fuel level low or not. So I know already. Okay, it would be just 2 or 3 laps, and then the full course yellow comes, and I was like, oh, it can be bad.
Yeah, absolutely right. If you're just joining us, welcome along to the Geedlick Racing 6 Hours of Portimão. Myself, Adam Weller, in the commentary box, kindly joined by Kenneth Heyer, who's driving 2 cars and doing a spot of commentary between the 2 stints as well. My esteemed colleague Andy McEwen will be back from his lunch break, I'm sure, fairly shortly. Full course yellow conditions at the moment, 2 hours and 12 minutes of the race in the books, and it is Team Motor Park's Christian Mansell, the car we see on screen, the 28 Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo that leads the race, currently with a lap over Zach Meakin, but the story is a bit more complicated than that. So far, in terms of total pit time, and they must do 35 minutes in the pits before the final half hour of the race begins. Christian Mansell and Team Motor Park, they have served 7.5 minutes of their time so far. Zach Meakin and Greystone GT, they've already done 10 minutes and 17 seconds in the pit lane. So that is a net lead still for Greystone GT as things pan out. It's an interesting strategy game, this, isn't it, with the pit system that we have here in the 6 Hours of Portimão, because you could rush your stops and then maybe have 10 or 15 minutes of buffer later on in case something happens to the car, or you can just try and very carefully place these longer stops in.
Yeah, but first of all, you thought it's just that you put out a bit of stress in the pit stops, but it's not like that, because you have, as you said, you cannot gamble on, then I have to stay with the last pit stop for 9 minutes, for example. So sometimes you have to calculate, for example, like we had it, you are less with 4 laps on the fuel, and then you can gain for a full course yellow or safety car, or you can not gain for it. So it's pretty intense how they have to measure and calculate everything every time.
Team Motorpark are bringing Christian Mansell in. Now, under full course yellow, that doesn't count towards the pit stop time. So that is either a misinterpretation of the regulations or simply running out of fuel. It has been how long that they've been out there? They had been out there for about an hour and 10 minutes, I think.
So this was also not from the driving, because you can do 2 hours?
Yeah, you can do 2 hours. Christian's been in there for only that stint, so that's not the...
Oh, they change it? Okay.
Yeah, they're changing.
No, safety car's coming out, so we'll be very good. So he listened to us that he has to put the safety car out.
Safety car is out, so full course yellow and safety car, the same applies. You cannot serve mandatory stops or stops against the total pit time during full course yellow and safety car. So I think maybe Motorpark either misinterpreted the regulations or they simply needed fuel in that car. I think it may be the latter. Motorpark is not a team that does things by half measures.
Yeah, that would be surprising.
Yeah, Timo's the kind of guy to sit there with the rule book and read it to the fullest degree.
And Alex Süßling as well, one of the best engineers on the planet with Mercedes, so they will have a plan for that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just seen the rare thing of a BMW estate car overtaking a GT3.
but nevertheless, they lose time, because when they refuel now, so you cannot add it to the 40 minutes you need in the total race. Interesting how they do that and why they do that. I'm thinking of it.
Yeah, well, I think it's mostly to try and avoid disproportionate amounts of cars trying to hit the fuel bay all at once. I'm not sure if quite would have capacity for 18 cars refueling at once. I think that's probably a big part of it.
At the end, Greystone, with the pit stop short before the full course yellow, did everything right. So and the same with the car from Kerry. So with the Kerry Schreiner, Audi was the same. Very good for them.
Yeah, that really boosts their chances of being in an overall podium position by the time the race ends. To your point, the Attempto car now with Florian Scholzer confirmed at the wheel. That is now out there on the circuit, of course, having made that pit stop. And they've already done 16 minutes and 10 seconds of their mandatory time. Now, what lap of the race are they on? They are on lap 59.
They are quite in good positions.
Yeah, 4 laps between this car of Meakin and the Attempto Racing.
They are somewhere around the Greystone GT.
Yeah, exactly. And with that taken into consideration, it's about 6 minutes that they'll gain at some point once Greystone makes these longer pit stops. Now, is there anyone out there on the circuit that I'm worried about from a fuel perspective? Oliver Campos has been in the car for an hour and 26 minutes, but they have also been into the fueling area, so that should be...
one Cup car is 1 hour 18. Having already 6 minutes 37 in the pits, so it's also somebody who has to calculate and measure in the moment.
And that's Andreas Heinegger, who's in the car now. An hour and 18 minutes on this stint, we are told on the timing and scoring. Peter Brunner started that car. I'm just thinking, have we seen Gunther Benninger? No, we haven't. So yeah, that car has legitimately been out there for an hour and 20 minutes. So it's going to be the same thing. I think stick it in 6th gear and hope for the best.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of downhill here, I suppose.
Yeah,
so you can.
I did the same. Put directly to map 1 and just let the car roll. And
how many fuel maps do you have to play with in the GT2?
3.
3?
3, yeah.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. So there's a party level on 3 and the rest is just boring.
A party level.
The The rest is just boring. That's not necessary. It's not mandatory. Makes no sense.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, that is one of my, as an old soul, one of my things that I don't really like about GT3 cars, as much as it's a very good formula. There's still a bit of my brain that says that a GT racing car should be more powerful and more extreme than the road car, but these days they're
I love today's time, and in my 16 years with Mercedes, I had so many advantages. I cannot speak any bad word about it. But to be honest, GT1 times was 850 horsepower. It was just great. We were so fast that in Le Mans and somewhere else, you're just on the same level like the small prototype class. So it was really awesome to drive the cars.
Yeah. No, it was a special time period. Christian Mansell, incidentally, is in for fuel. Kenneth Heyer, I think we'll now have a change back to Andy McEwen because...
Well feeded.
Yes, he's been fed, he's been watered, he's ready to go. And I imagine down at Schnitzelalm, I can guess what's on the menu, given the name Schnitzelalm, but they'll rest you up and get you ready for the stint in the GT4,
yeah,
right?
in the race they do for the drivers some more healthy foods.
Yes.
But on Sunday evening, for example, sometimes when she's doing it, it's really, really tasty. I can just say everybody joining the club and come to see when we do schnitzel. It's really good.
I've heard the praise for the SR catering before. Who is it? Who is the lady that's responsible for
Cornelia? It's a wife of Thomas Angerer.
Okay.
She's doing for the whole crew. She's just by her own, no help, nothing.
Right.
She's going to the kitchen for 2 hours and then she serves it. So it's like it's happening. It's just happening. Nobody understands how that works out, but it's just happening. And she's doing a really good job. So this is one of the biggest advantages of the team, next to having a lot of fun.
A big shout out there to Cornelia. We're going to swap out Kenneth. Kenneth, thank you so much for joining us on commentary.
Not for that.
And we are going to head down to Izzy. She's got Christian Mansell with her.
Yeah, I do indeed have Christian alongside me. I wanted to run and grab a chat because, of course, you pitted under the safety car, so it doesn't count towards your mandatory pit stop. Just tell us the thinking there.
The thinking is I'm unlucky. Well, we are unlucky as a team. Literally, the Porsche spun out right in front of me as he left the pit lane. So quite untimely on his behalf. Wish he didn't do that, but I can't control that. So we just got to crack on, do the best we can, and salvage what we can.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, you know, these things happen and you can't control what happens around you. You can only control your job. How physical is it out there? Because when you got out of the car, you're looking pretty tired.
Honestly, I have a bit of a snotty nose, so like I'm just really like blocked. So it's not too bad. It's quite warm, but yeah, I mean, it's hot.
And a bit of a break for you now. How do you kind of reset before you get back in later?
Music. Just listen to nice music, just like relaxing music.
Good answer, I love that. Right, go and listen to music, enjoy.
Yeah, so interesting situation at play here for Team Motor Park. They came in under full course yellow and then became a safety car, and as we know from discussing earlier on, they cannot do that. They are not allowed to make pit stops that count against the minimum pit stop time on the race of 35 minutes during a full course yellow or a safety car. They had to come in for fuel to keep the car going out there on circuit, but they did it all very quickly. They got Christian out of the car, put Marcelo Ramirez in, and then I think they did less than 4 minutes in the fueling area. So I wonder how that works, because we were discussing this earlier on, Andy. It is 4 minutes minimum once you visit the refueling area, but my question is, does that apply if it's not a quote-unquote mandatory stop, if it's not a legal stop anyway? I fear, from a procedural standpoint, they're still not allowed to skim time off of the visit to the fueling area, even if it's not counting against their minimum pit stop time.
Yeah, I can see both trains of thought there. I mean, I suppose if it's not counting, then maybe it's more like an emergency service type situation where you're allowed to put a bit in, but I don't really know is the honest answer, but someone will in race control. We'll see what decision is made there, but I did spot that as I was having my lunch, the Mercedes AMG GT3 coming into the pit lane, and wondered whether or not that might have repercussions a little bit later on. So safety car lights out, we're going to go racing again. Zach Meekin your leader by 5.9 seconds over Oliver Campos. Battle for the lead incoming, perhaps. We've seen how rapid Oliver Campos has been. The problem is there are 6 cars, a couple of them at least GT3 cars, in between those two. So whilst Meekin can accelerate away on this restart into clean air, Oliver Campos very much does not have the same luxury. And is that the 19 car going slowly? I think it is. Andreas Heinegger going very slowly out of the penultimate turn, and that further benefits Zach Meekin, who has already gone. So dramas for the 19, indicator on, pit lane bound, and of course they can't overtake him till he's into the pit lane properly, so that really delayed everyone behind and further bunched them up as they do now finally take the restart.
And look at this, it's like a rolling start effectively to the race, as everybody else who was behind the X-Racing car is now batched together as one. The GT4s, the Cups, the GT3s, all in amongst it. And once again, we see the GT3s bullying some of the Cup cars. That is a determined Florian Schulzer in his first flying laps of the race, steering around the Attempto Racing Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, and that was also him going around the Utah Racing car, now being driven by Tyler Sharon in the 71. So Utah Racing have switched away, at least finally, from the initial driver who took the start, Nicolas Michelin, who was really in it for the long haul. I think he did the full quota of the 2 hours that he can.
Yes, I think you're right. He was in the car for an awfully long time and finally hands over. Some of that circumstantial because of when they had to pit, made that extra stop for the tyres. But then, yes, I suppose maybe after that they made that the plan. So the usual shuffling going on immediately after the restart. Porsche's at play. With the number 17 car, always racy on a restart, this time in the hands of Rogerio Grota. Moves through on the inside. That was for position, actually, I think, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Different classes, of course, but that was for 12th position. Ahead of Neumann, and then around he goes, just as I was saying, a good move he made. Around goes the number 17 Porsche, the screeching of tyres, and he now has to wait and wait and wait and wait, and now finally can select first gear and continue on his way. There is Oliver Campos, so he, I thought, might have a chance at challenging Zach Meekin for the lead off that restart. He was 9 seconds back at the line. He's 12.5 seconds back now because of the way that that restart unfolded. But that E2P Racing car, they're on a slightly different strategy to some others, but actually they seem to have sort of normalised that now slightly, and they're still very much a contender.
Yeah, absolutely right. So 10 minutes and 17 seconds of Greystone's allocation is made so far, as we've alluded to. The E2P guys owe us 2 minutes worth of pit stop, so there is a lead battle now. We've got a lot more cars on the lead lap, excitingly, but of course it is with the asterisk of the pit time as this race continues to unfold. So we were rather treated to a lack of safety cars back in 2025. Oh, Marcelo Ramirez, I should say, trying to open the door on Oliver Söderström, who wasn't really willing to hold it for him. But we now see that he is through, so Ramirez did get by. Söderström, though, wasn't forthcoming in letting that happen.
No, not at all, and that was not the first time we've seen that Aston Martin certainly involved in a little bit of contact in this race, so has been at the centre of a lot of the action, and they're now being warned for the final time about infringing track limits. So snowball effect is the phrase that springs to mind here slightly. It's all starting to unravel a bit for the Comu Racing Aston Martin squad as Ramirez launches up the inside of the slightly walking wounded number 27 Porsche, which sits third now in Cup 2. Dieter Sweppers leading for LMR Motorsport. That car's hardly been out of the top 6 all race, and it runs 4th at the moment as we await for further pit stop shuffling. Already nearly halfway through the race, Adam, 3.5 hours or so to go, and still absolutely up for grabs this one. Greystone GT in a good position for sure, but not an insurmountable lead that they have.
By no means, no. I'd say they are firmly in the danger zone. We watch there as the 007 car hounding the rear of Marcelo Ramirez. So having been dispatched, Oliver Söderström says, actually, no, I don't think we're going to let that happen. This too shall not pass. In fact, you shall not pass me, as we got the Artura Trophy car just ahead as well, which of course will have a slight straight line speed advantage, I think, over the GT3s, but not as much aerodynamics to work with. That's Michael O'Brien at the wheel of the car, who's done a lot of miles in an Artura Trophy machine. Mats Kimby into the refueling bay, incidentally, in the Cup 2 Team Steiner Racing Porsche. That's their second visit there of the race. They've only done 6.5 minutes of their mandatory times. They've been owing us a pit stop for a while, and SR Motorsport seem to be taking the approach of getting the stops done when they need them and burning away some time for the mandatory 35 minutes later on. Both of their cars have served less than 6 minutes of 35 total that they have to serve in the next 3 hours and 2 minutes.
Indeed so. So the big question for me in this stint then is, what margin can Zach Meakin build over this car on screen now, the Team Motorpark Mercedes? You quite possibly have already covered this as I was venturing back to the commentary box, but that Mercedes has served 2 minutes more of its pit stop time and is not 2 minutes behind the race leader anymore. So this is game on, isn't it?
But yes, I think that time right now includes the illegal stop.
Yes,
so I think there's a complication there that needs to be taken into account. In fact, if you could write it down, 4 minutes and 34 seconds they spent in the pits. That shouldn't count against the total pit time, courtesy of the quote-unquote illegal stop under full course yellow and safety car. They're running low on fuel. They didn't really have much choice. They'd been in the Christian had been in the car for over an hour, and they needed petrol and had to make the pit stop and did a full service. There is still a question mark as to quite whether I've got my minions looking into this at the moment. Quite whether it's legal to trim from the 4 minutes that you're supposed to spend in the fueling area, if it's not a legal stop anyway. I think it's treated as two separate situations, but we'll have to confirm on that front. We're expecting that there might be a bit more to that pit stop in the postscript with Team Motorpark. For now, though, great on-track tandem running between the Motorpark entry and the ComTU Racing team. Of course, Motorpark getting more and more involved with endurance GT racing now. I think initially they did GT Open first, sprint racing, and making more and more of an impact, more and more of a footprint in GT racing. Historically, of course, very much a single-seater team, especially specialising in the former F3 class, what we used to know as Formula 3. It seems ever more that they're setting their sights on not just GT but endurance.
Indeed so, and that ComTU Racing Aston Martin, then the next one that my eye wanders to when it comes to pit stops. They've spent 5 minutes longer in the pit lane than the race leader. Just trying to work out exactly how far back they are. They are 3 laps down, so okay, that's touch and go, but they might still be in a decent position. I presume there are no question marks over there in pit stop visits, so they've played the strategy game well up to this point, but we're not even halfway through it. You can gain 5 minutes out of nowhere. You can quite easily lose that again through a mistimed safety car.
I think also still very much in podium contention is the car at the front of this queue. Florian Schulter in the Attempto car, which has served some 16 minutes of their mandatory stop time so far, of which some of it was under full course yellow and safety car, but they started the process before it came out. So they gained 3 or 4, not quite free minutes, but everyone else was dawdling around at 80 kilometers an hour while they were doing their pit and fueling service. So for Attempto, for Carrie Schreiner, who got out of the car, Florian Schulze, who got in, they benefited massively during that most recent set of yellow flags as well.
Yes, not free pit stop, but heavily discounted, definitely.
Yes, 80% off.
Yes, cracking deal. We're not even in the January sales anymore, but they have certainly got themselves a good deal there, haven't they? And are in a good position on corrected times, if you like, once as we see all this playing through. There is the Ramirez Mercedes, followed by the Söderström Aston Martin, which I think is in a good position, provided they don't lose too much time to the leading McLaren. What are the lap times like for Oliver Söderström? Last one of 45.6, so more than a couple of seconds slower than Zach Meekin. How much of that, though, Adam, is because he's boxed in behind the Motopart Mercedes. Marcelo Ramirez has not been massively off the pace, but he's not Christian Mansell's speed, and I think that's perhaps now starting to affect Söderström a little.
Yeah, Söderström, who has certainly got the experience advantage between these two in this battle. Vice champion in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe back in 2024, moved into GT3s last year. Meanwhile, Marcelo Ramirez did a season in GT3 last year, but in shorter races and not quite so many rounds either. So I think still the experience advantage with Söderström. The GT racing advantage certainly with Söderström. He's done several years. Ramirez moved into GTs last year point blank, having previously done stock car racing and truck racing in Mexico.
Indeed so. So 3 GT3 cars here in a little battle pack, but not for actual position. Laps between all of them at the moment. Contact between 007 and 28 under investigation. We saw that little tangle down at turn 5, and wasn't any massive harm that came from it, but that doesn't really matter. It's not a case of how much damage was done, but who was to blame, if anyone. So that will be investigated by the team, by Team and Race Control, I should say. Might not be the last incident between those two cars, because still they circulate absolutely together. And Oliver Söderström, to the point I was making earlier on, will be growing increasingly frustrated at the fact that he can't get past this Mercedes AMG. The full dry conditions now, in a way, mean that there's less pace differential between the various cars out there, and so making that overtake, or at least getting into a position to overtake, isn't always the easiest of things to do. Around the final corner they head. Zach Meekin leads by 22.8 seconds. Comfortably the fastest man on track, Zach Meekin. He's consistently in the low 1 minute 43s, or sorry, high 1 minute 43s, I should say. Next fastest cars are in the mid 44s. So Zach Meekin doing exactly what he needs to for Greystone GT. So far have been on the right side of the strategy calls every time up to this point, but as I said, not even halfway through the 6 hours yet as Söderström gets within inches now of that rear diffuser of the Mercedes AMG around turn 3. Wider line into 4, looking to maybe try and make something happen into 5. Is he close enough for a move? He might well be. He dives to the inside of the number 28 Mercedes. He's actually allowed through in the end by Marcelo Ramirez, and that is not the only car Ramirez will be allowing through, because he has a drive-through penalty to serve for refueling during the safety car, as we expected to be the case. He's actually fighting back now around the outside of Söderström, but hopefully the ComTU team are telling Oliver, listen, you don't actually need to make this pass on track, because car 28 is destined for the pit lane to serve that sort of expected drive-through. Yeah, exactly. That's a big shame, but certainly not an unexpected issue for the 28 team motor park entry, and just how the dice fall sometimes, how the cards fall for the teams, especially if they're on the limit of their tank. We heard from Kenneth while Andy was away that yes, they were very much nursing the fuel on the GT2 Mercedes, as we anticipated during that first safety car, and as we get a drive-through penalty or a time penalty added to the car 71, it spins out. Tyler Sharon spinning massively at turn 15. Has he got a puncture or something? No, it doesn't appear so. But that was a massive spin. Was that all on his own? It looked like there was no one around him. The number 27 car has again lost its splitter, but that is not at the same place. That is at turn 9, I believe, up the hill towards 10 and 11. Yes, it is. Again, that Porsche has had an issue, but not the same issue that caused Sharon to have his spin. But that looked really hairy, not somewhere you wanted to lose the rear of the car for Tyler Sharon. Now car 007 picks up a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits as well. So Race Control being kept very busy. No time for a lunch break for them. They have got lots of incidents to be dealing with. Yeah, that final corner, an incredibly quick corner. It is maybe not quite as quick as turn 9, but it's a much more challenging corner than turn 9, and so, yeah, that was not a nice place to be losing control for Sharim. And there, the 27 car, we saw no front splitter now on that car. They'd lost half of it earlier on the start-finish straight. They've lost more of it now at turn 9. Now, the last time they started shedding bits of bodywork, we had a full course yellow that became a safety car period, so logic would tell us that we might be headed for the same sort of thing now because of the bit of debris just on the road there through one of the fastest parts of the circuit. Yes, it's off the racing line, but in a race like this where you've got lots of lappery going on and so we're seeing quite a few good side-by-side battles for position, the cars don't always stick to that racing line, and so that will be of concern to race control.
They've been through 2 splitters down at the 27 team so far. It's once again without its splitter, although they did reinstall one, but it was still at an angle. So I do wonder if it maybe wasn't contact, it was just it wasn't holding strong in its position. Villicuna is into the pit lane in the GT2 Mercedes for their second stop of the race with 3 hours and 22 minutes left to go, so it does seem about 1 hour and 20 is the maximum you can get out of the GT2 spec Mercedes. So we get a replay here of Sharon losing it, and oh yeah, it was just that bounce point, that compression at turn 15, catching him out in the mid-engined Audi, and oh, that would have been a heart raiser.
Well, it looked like the car was very softly sprung there. Now, I wonder if that's a team that have gone for more of a wet setup, and now that it's dry, they just don't have the grip that they need. The car won't be generating as much downforce if it's riding further off the ground, and, as we saw, was quite bouncy, to use a technical term, as it went over the hill at the final turn. We've got E2P in then, so Oliver Campos, I believe that was 1 hour and 7 minutes, 1 hour and 6 minutes or so, that stint between stops, fuel stops anyway, which we anticipate that will become. And yeah, the SR Motorsport number 11 car also in the refueling station for the time being. Right on board with the 3rd placed car of Dieter Schweppes, the Cup 2 leader. And this car has been running pretty well so far. They haven't used as much pit stop time as some others, admittedly, but they are quite considerably ahead of the rest of the Cup 2 brigade. And as we can see here, taking the fight to some of the GT3s.
The race control saying that there's debris at turn 9, which we've seen, and that it's out of the racing line, which as a message somewhat implies to me that they don't intend to do anything about it. But given routinely one has to drive off the racing line in a GT3 with the GT4s and the Cup cars around, if it were me, I think as much as you maybe don't want to cause yet another safety car, yet another full course yellow, I think you have to take that decision. We need all of the track with an endurance race multi-class.
I tend to agree with you, and it's just as close to the racing line as the bit of debris on the start-finish straight was. But leave that to race control to discuss and debate upstairs. Yeah, denoting that it's out of the racing line is one thing, but there is no one definitive racing line. So big wobble there for the 911, and Dieter Schweppes battling away with the GT3 McLaren, having just bounced over the curb quite heavily, and under threat now from the GT3 example, which slips to the inside. So that is the 2nd placed car being unlapped essentially by the 11th placed car, such is the topsy-turvy nature of the fuel strategy, and the GT3 example, as you would expect, able to slip through quite quickly. Got a good lapping coming here for Oliver Söderström in the Comu Racing Aston Martin. Personal best first sector, outright best second sector. He's about 40 minutes into his stint, so we're getting to that point where the fuel load is burning off quite nicely, but the tyres are clearly still underneath him. And the 007 Aston Martin, it's got this penalty for track limits, but it's going rather quickly as we get another look there at the acrobatics of Dieter Schweppes at turn 1.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much curb there. Still just no movement as to whether we get a full course yellow or anything of that nature for the turn 9 debris. In for fuel at the moment is Marcelo Ramirez. Okay, so that's interesting to know. They didn't take on a lot of fuel. There was some debate ongoing as to whether or not they took 30 litres or more than 30 litres when they visited the pit lane. There is a ruling on that front. In the case that you're out of fuel in the car, you can pit to do 30 litres of fuel. You have to spend a minimum of 1 minute and 50 seconds in the refueling area in that circumstance. They did 3 minutes, so actually they spent longer, which made me think maybe they'd taken more fuel than they were supposed to. However, he's now back in the fueling bay, so I think everything is fine with Team Motor Park. They do, however, No, they do not have the drive-through anymore. They've served the drive-through as well, haven't they, by the looks of it?
Yes.
So all is well now with Team Motorpark, but all the same, 2 fuel stops. They're now going to have to do the full 4 minutes now. It's still a huge loss, all being told.
Yeah, they lost a fair amount of time before, and yes, another 4 minutes in there, so their total pit stop time is going to be a little bit different to everybody else's as they move forward in the race, approaching half race distance. We did get a new fastest lap, by the way, from Söderström. We're watching him now coming through the penultimate corner at 1:43.068, so getting properly quick now. And he, by the looks of it, has got himself ahead of the Attempto car in the relatively recent past. So the next car he's chasing for on-track position is actually the GT4 leader, Enrico Förderer, now at the wheel of the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum GT4 Mercedes. The next GT3 car, though, is even further up the road than that for Söderström. In fact, I think he's a lap behind anyone else at the moment. But they hope at Comu that will all come to them in the second half of the race as others start to serve more of the pit stop time.
Yeah, absolutely right. Come to you with a really interesting driver lineup here. Söderström, the third driver to get in the car. We suspect it will be AJ Muss back in for the next phase of the race. They've been splitting it pretty even, pretty much at the hour marker. Well, the first pit stop was made at 53 minutes, so by the time the car gets out, it is a fresh hour, basically, with a refuel in there. So I think that we'll probably see another just a bit twitchy there going through turn 7, but I think another 10 minutes or so for Söderström, and then they'll get Muss back into the car.
Yes, I suspect you are right. So the 007 car then, having cycled through its 3 drivers now, will go back probably around in a similar fashion, I would imagine, and have Söderström in to the end. He's been the quickest of the drivers in that car so far. Yes, he's had the best of the track conditions. Who knows what the conditions will be like next time he gets in, though. Track limits infringement warning flags for cars 86 and 911. You can tell it's getting drier now, because now more and more drivers are starting to flirt with track limits infringements, and yeah, they might well now have the grip levels to push on a bit, but they still need to be careful not to pick up a penalty.
Yeah, you mentioned that, although I must say I look out towards turn 8-ish region and see some very threatening clouds, so we did anticipate that maybe in the second half of the race it may get to that point where we start to see some showers again. Whether or not there is some more rain expected, we'll have to wait and see on that front, but while we are now just approaching that 1/2 distance in the race, and getting a look at those clouds, those aren't the most threatening ones, I don't think, but they're up there, and they are numerous around the circuit, so I do wonder how long we're going to get slick driving. I feel really bad for Tegan Poles down at Razoon. Hopefully they do get that car back out there. Firstly, it's now been the better part of 2 hours that the car's been stationary in the pit lane, so hope against hope they do get some track time. But Tegan's big thing has been, I'm going to finally get to drive the car on slicks, and that hasn't actually happened yet, so hopefully she does get the chance to drive the car on the proper tyres and get an experience of that before too long. The Greystone GT car comes across the line. This is our race leader, the number 44 McLaren, and now I do feel it's worth stressing again that the order on your timing tower really is not representative at this phase of the race, and will not be for quite some time. It will be Zach Meakin, I think, and the Greystone GT that right now probably are our net leaders as things stand, just with how the dice has fallen for them on a couple of occasions with the safety car, with a couple of other things. I believe they are legitimately our race leaders right now, with 10 minutes and 17 seconds of their pit stops served so far. They have to take 35 minutes worth of time in the pit lane before the final half hour of the race. And I believe that they will be leading right now. Not such a legitimate position is the second place car. Dieter Swepers not in actuality in second place once things shake out, but they've done a mere 7.5 minutes of their pit stops so far. I would suggest that in second and third place you're most likely looking at, and I'm not sure in which order, but Söderström, Ramirez and the Attempto car of Florian Schulze. So I think Comu Motor Park and Attempto are, while again not on track fighting for position, I think ultimately what they're doing out there on the circuit right now will eventually unfold into a battle for the podium positions towards the end of the race. I'm pretty convinced that Greystone has a buffer right now, but it remains to be seen quite how this all pans out. We've got a bit of a GT4 battle, not for position, but taking place on track here.
Indeed so. WNS Motorsport Porsche here trying to gain a bit of ground, and that's the GT3 Mercedes. I thought it was the GT2 example for a moment. The Iron Lynx car of Amir Naran coming through, and we've got the 17 car and also then the Artura trying to come through. So it's a busy section of racetrack this. 5 of the 17 cars currently circulating, all trying to occupy the same bit of the Portimão circuit, and that has rather separated those two GT4 cars. The WNS Motorsport Porsche, which is running second in GT4 at the moment, and that was the NM Racing Team Mercedes, which currently sits third. I agree with your Greystone GT point, by the way. They are, I think, 3 laps ahead of Comu Racing, who I reckon are the team that have GT3 team competitive one anyway, that have spent most time in the pit lane. And they are 3 laps ahead of them with 5 minutes more to serve. So I think that should be more than enough of a buffer for them to serve those extra 5 minutes and still come out in front of the Aston Martin. Car 86 now given a 5-second penalty for track limits infringements. And that list is growing rather rapidly, isn't it? Drivers definitely now relishing the opportunity to properly stretch the legs of their cars in the dry conditions, but stretching them maybe a touch too far.
And that gets added at the end of the race, so we do have to keep an eye on that as it progresses as well. If someone stacks up a nice minute or so worth of penalties, that could determine whether or not they win the race, whether or not they finish on the podium in their class et al. So we'll keep an eye on that one. The McLaren Artura of Michael O'Brien currently at the wheel. I was talking to Josh Mason earlier in the week, and he seemed to think that if the weather played in their favour, if there was some wet conditions and some slip-ups out there on the circuit, he wanted to try for an overall podium. Right now sitting in 11th place, unfortunately, so not quite stacking up to that potential. We were talking before, alluding to the fact that some cars are out of position because of the nature of the pit stop windows, and I think none more so than Enrico Ferderer, who currently runs 5th overall in the race. That is, of course, something of a misnomer. He is certainly legitimately the GT4 leader out there on the circuit right now in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau machine, but they have also only served 5 minutes worth of pit stop. Incidentally, they will probably be in within the next 5 to 10 minutes because that car's been out there for an hour and 12 with Enrico Ferderer at the wheel. One would imagine Cedric Fuchs is going to be the next to come out and play in that car.
Yes, I think you're right. They did 90 minutes, give or take, in the first stint, didn't they? In fact, 91 minutes to be precise. Jamer Hartling was in the car for, obviously aided by a safety car period, but then Enrico's had a safety car period in his stint too. So, yeah, I reckon they're going to go to about halfway through before they make their second pit stop. But that's a team that, rather than banking pit stop minutes in the first half of the race, they presumably are going to have an extended pit visit later on, where they'll suddenly start tumbling back down the order. It's one of the unique elements, I suppose, of this kind of pit stop format, where a car can disappear for 10 minutes sometimes,
yes,
and it's absolutely nothing to worry about.
Well, we had that last year with the winning car, the Razzoon Northern Racing GT3 entry. It parked up for a good 10 minutes. Simon Birch, I think, was doing that day's Wordle while he was waiting to get back out there on the circuit. And it was, yeah, I think over 10 minutes, if not very close to it, that final pit stop.
Yeah, exactly so. And there are several ways of thinking about this. I do think getting that out of the way early sometimes can be good, but then we've seen the peril, haven't we, of pitting early, losing laps, getting stuck laps down. And they don't want that to befall them if they can help it. A second time penalty in quick succession for car 86. That's now 10 seconds worth of track limit penalties they've picked up, and it's been Florian Schulze at the wheel I think, whilst both of those penalties were handed out. So Florian is really pushing on in the attempt to Audi, but sadly now starting to cost the team a fair amount of time.
Well, he got 2 final warnings in about a minute and a half, so I was wondering if there was to be a couple of penalties applied. And true enough, yes, 10 seconds worth of penalty hanging over now the Attempto Racing Audi. That is potentially important to the podium battle, of course, later on. Other cars in that overall podium contendership, of course, the 007 Aston also has a penalty hanging over its head, as we see the GT4 leading Enrico Ferder and Mercedes there get dispatched by Marcelo Ramirez. Ramirez continuing to press on in the AMG GT3 Evo from the Team Motor Park outfit. And we were talking with Kenneth a little while ago about just the quality of the Mercedes teams in the lineup this weekend. Of course, Motor Park have long since been considered a leading light in, well, single-seaters, and then more and more so in GTs, and SR have so many achievements at the Nürburgring, here with us in the GT4 Germany series, etc, etc. Iron Lynx, of course, represent Mercedes-AMG in WEC, and then NM Racing Team are serial championship winners at a GT4 and a GT2 level. Here is the 86 Attempto Racing Audi, in a class of its own, seemingly for track limits infringements right now, but in a very populated GT3 category. Yes, I think he's probably been informed in no uncertain terms by the team that, yes, keep it within the lines, please.
Yeah, did seem to back it off on that lap. A 146.7 is some way away from the best that car's done, so maybe just deciding to rein things in slightly. That being said, Zach Meakin, even our race leader, is now being given a final warning for track limits infringement. So if everyone starts picking up penalties and it all evens itself out, it matters slightly less, I suppose. Enrico Ferderer is in, as we suspected would be the case. The SR Motorsport GT4 Mercedes GT4 leader is in, and we are 6 minutes away from halfway point of the race, and the driver change ongoing, as we said. And yeah, that is their second pit stop only of the race. Be interesting to see how long they decide to leave the car in the refueling area, whether they get it gone as quickly as possible or do now elect to burn some of the time that they will need to over the next 2.5 hours.
Yeah, quite right, and Cedric Fuchs taking the wheel of that machine, so that is about what we expected, what we anticipated on that front. The 86 Audi running around with Florian Scholzer, now seemingly obeying the defined track limits that little bit more. We, of course, have seen the AF Motorsport car quite a lot in this race so far. The Porsche 901.2 GT3R, the older spec Porsche, now, concerningly, some 4 years after it was replaced, it's being replaced again. It's now superseded twice by the 992.2, which is debuting this season. But the AF team getting more and more involved now in European motorsport. I believe they do want to go international this year with a newly ordered car from Porsche, so that's an exciting development for them. But just to touch base on the driver, who we did admittedly see loop the car, Rogerio Grotta, maybe not the best start to his stint, but he is a recent convert to endurance racing. He was in Brazilian F4 for the last couple of years, actually winning races each season. At 24 years of age, a bit older than your average F4 driver. He then raced at the start of this year in the Milhas Brasileiras event, which is a 1,000-mile event at the Interlagos circuit, and that was in, I think, a touring car. Now it's his first time driving a GT3, and he's certainly learning on the fly, and interesting to see that combination of the AF team and Grotta. Maybe that could point towards their driver lineup for some of the future efforts that they want to put forward in international GT racing.
Yeah, indeed so. And as we continue to ride on board, we get a great view of the Audi driver at work here, and the rollercoaster nature of the Portimão circuit. Big armfuls of opposite lot there through the left-hander at 13. Interesting point I was noticing just as you were chatting there was that I think the fastest, or one of the fastest cars, maybe the second fastest car on track right now, is the number 11 SR Motorsport Mercedes of Moritz Fiskirchen. The GT2 Mercedes is suddenly now starting to really show us what it can do. A 1:46.1 last time by was quicker than everyone but the leader, Zach Meekin. Right, action continues on track, but down in the pit lane is Izzy Browning. Izzy, what have you got for us?
Well, I've got our GT4 class leader alongside me, Enrico Federer, who's just jumped out the car from a fairly lengthy stint, but a stint that you enjoyed nonetheless.
What did you say? I didn't hear.
A stint that you enjoyed nonetheless.
So yeah, it was a perfect stint for me. I was a long time in the car. Now Cedric is in the car. The car is super fast. We are leading the GT4 class, so it's perfect now.
And you're leading quite comfortably. We've just hit half distance on the race. So is it just, you know, rinse and repeat until the end of the race, and you should be on for a good result?
Yeah. So for now we have a very, very big gap. So for now it's just drive safe and bring it home.
Best of luck. Well done.
So good to hear from Enrico Federer, focusing forward to the next stint of the race. Cedric Fuchs now at the wheel of that car, currently in the refueling area. The pit stop has been ongoing for 4 minutes and 18 seconds, so I expect another minute or so before that car makes its way in. Also in is the number 90 machine. Pablo Muguera again was in the car after Oliver Campos took over. So that's another stint for Buguera. We are yet to see the third member of that lineup, Antonio Sonero, in the car. I wonder if Antonio is going to do a double a bit later in the race to make sure he gets himself the track time that I imagine he's owed.
Yes, I'm very keen to get out there, I would imagine. Maybe he saw the rain coming and said, right, come on, in you come, I want to have a go before the weather turns. Nearly halfway then, and they make what I believe is their 4th stop of the day, so they are starting to really rack up some pit stop time. As of course have 007, although I think with potentially one fewer stop, but the 007 car, which has sort of fell into 5th position, that will become 4th now, I suppose, if all goes to plan with the pit stop for number 90. And Oliver Söderström continuing to put good laps in, 1:43.6 last time around, comparable to most others, again, apart from Zach Meekin, who's on another level. He's a minute and a half clear of Dieter Schweppers at the moment, but as I said, has this 3 and a bit lap advantage over this car, which is emerging, I think, in the middle part of the race as one of the few who could still challenge Greystone GT. Aston Martin pitches into the left-hander at turn 13 and is continuing on for now. They're approaching an hour in this stint, near enough exactly an hour since they were last in the pit lane. So again, I would imagine a pit stop is coming within the next lap or so.
Yeah, and we saw one of the very fastest laps of the race so far from Zach Meekin a couple of moments ago, 1:43.097. So fuel load coming down on that car. They're 52 minutes deep in the stint, so I suspect lighter proceedings than they had before. Now we have Moritz Fiskirchen in the pits in the number 11 SR Motorsport Mercedes GT2, while they are servicing. Let's take a look at hour 3 of the race, some of the dramas on the circuit. So Carrie Schreiner at the top of the hour, handing the car over to Florian Scholzer. That would prove to be fortuitous as they were serving during this full course yellow and this safety car a lot of their pit stop time. That was very useful. We saw then Neumann, the cause of that spin. I must admit, I was looking down away from my screen at the point that that spin was shown on camera, and I had to take Kenneth Hyer's word that the Mercedes wasn't involved, which had me wondering if he was telling me the truth, because of course he would back the Merc, wouldn't he? But he was being truthful. It was a spin for Neumann all on his own. post-safety car, once the Porsche was recovered, once again it was a multi-class scramble. Everyone tried to find themselves some track space, some track position, and get back into the swing of things. And we have seen quite a lot of fighting so far in this race that hasn't been for position. They see a car in front of them and they go for it. This is riding on board with the Comu Aston Martin, which snapped firmly out of the hands of its driver. I think it would have been Söderström in the car at that point, and he did well, I think, to let go of the wheel momentarily there, lest he cause himself some damage to his wrists. A big moment for Tyler Scherin as well in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2 from Uta Racing, just on the compression at turn 15. Bouncing into a spin. Ditto the same almost for Dieter Swepes, who took way too much of the curb at the first corner and ended up bouncing around for his troubles. Some less than mechanically sympathetic driving has been exhibited so far in the 6 hours of Portimão. We are officially at half distance in the race, and again, with the way the pit stop window works, if you are just joining us, within the first 5.5 hours of the race, they must spend 35 minutes in the pit lane / in the refueling area, and that has to be done before the final half hour of the race. That does mean that here in this middle phase of the race, there's some jumbled up standings which don't fully reflect the story in the race, but the leader at the top of your timing screen is representative. Zach Meakin and Greystone GT are firmly in command of this race. They get caught a lucky break earlier on in the day with a safety car period that effectively granted them a lap over much of their competition, but all the same, they have been putting in a great performance, and one suspects that once all is said and done comes out in the wash, they will still be the leaders. The question is, of course, by how much, and that is going to be determined here in the next 2.5 hours or so before things really unfold for the final half hour and we get the truest of pictures of where everyone cycles out.
Indeed so, although for now that was actually the leading car putting another lap on the second place car, wasn't it? To your point, that 911 car probably won't be in second place at the checkered flag, although you never know if the weather has anything to do with it, but that was another lap being put on the car that is second in the running order right now. 71 and 007 both in, so again they were pit stops that we predicted would be incoming fairly soon. So the third and fourth place cars also now bail for the pit lane. Tyler Scherin to hand over the Uta Racing Audi, and Oliver Söderström, I presume, to get out of the Comu Racing Aston Martin. There is the tyre change being done and driver change being done on the Aston Martin, and they'll send it down to the refueling area, which is not seemingly something that SR Motorsport did with Moritz Fiskirchen, because he's back out on track now and never did venture into the refueling area. So it was a 2-minute tyre change stop only, it would seem, for the GT2 Mercedes.
Yes, well, they've only been into the fueling area about 20 minutes prior. Indeed, yes, it was 20 minutes that they've been in, Moritz has been in the car, so only 20 minutes ago did they refuel it. So interesting to split the service in that way, but obviously hasn't cost them too much. We have seen teams do that before, split it into two. We'll go into the fueling area, and we'll deal with the tyres and the driver change a bit later on. Speaking of driver changes, there's quite a lot of them going on around the circuit at the moment. Tyler Scherin, Uta Racing are in. Comu Racing is in as well. Oliver Söderström, I think, will be making way for AJ Muss. Marcelo Ramirez is still in the car, so that's not one of them. Amir Naran, though, is in. And I'm interested to see whether Sergio Sette Camara takes the car over now, because it's the second time that we've seen Amir in the car, and we're yet to see Sergio in the machine. So let's keep an eye out for him. Ditto WNS Motorsport, Daniel Nilsson is in the pit lane. I think he has now taken that car over. I think that just changed to Daniel Nilsson. He's currently running comfortably second. WNS Motorsport running P2 against the SR Motorsport by Schnitzlam car. Once they are back out on the circuit, it'll be interesting to spot quite how much difference there is, not just in terms of laps between SR and WNS, but also in terms of time served in the pit lane, to try and get a picture of quite how close WNS are. I believe the pace of SR Motorsport so far has been more than frenetic enough to give them the actual class lead once everything is corrected for pit times. But you can never rule out a team like WNS Motorsport, who has literally won everything there is to win in GT4 racing. In fact, I'll correct the record because I don't think they've ever ventured to the United States. But in Europe, yes, everything. They've went to China this past year and won the SRO GT Cup over there as well for GT4 cars. Very, very busy team, and if they're in a GT4 car at your motor race, you cannot rule them out for a victory.
No, indeed not, and I think they were a couple of laps behind SR and about a minute and a half more time served, so I think it was still advantage SR, but we'll see whether or not WNS can do anything about that in the next portion of the race. Got a great view here of the GT2 Mercedes, still in the hands, as I said, of the rapid Moritz Fiskirchen. Two personal best sectors on this lap, so they've been in for a tyre change recently, only a couple of laps ago, and now on fresh tyres, Moritz is really able to get the most out of this car, but you can really see the difference in behaviour between a GT2 Mercedes AMG and the GT3 example, of which we've got a few here today, and indeed the GT4 example there, which is the sister SR car. The way that GT2 car pitches and moves around and the nose dives to the ground when it hits the brakes. You'll see it here into turn 3. Look at that, bang, down it goes. Much more softly sprung, much more powerful, of course, and not a lot of aero. It's a challenging car to drive, but everyone I know who has driven a GT2 car says that they're an awful lot of fun.
I probably in all actuality shouldn't be telling this story, but it's something I've heard about. The car number 70, that is the Resoon Northern Racing car, there was a notification a while back for reporting to race control, the team manager, and given the car wasn't on circuit, there was some head scratching as to why. It turned out that the team manager was both the responsible party and the cause, because he was in shorts in the pit lane, and that is a no-no. So he was requested a wardrobe change. They are still diligently working on the car down there, I've found out. So hopefully they can get it back out there and give Gregor Schneider some time at the wheel in race conditions, Tagan Pulse some time at the wheel in race conditions, but unfortunately for Resoon Northern Racing, another team with a huge winning record in GT4 cars, such as the Cayman they're entering today, and of course our winners from last year overall here in the 6 Hours of Portimão. Not the race they'd have wanted, and certainly not a showcase of what they could normally do. We know that they can win, that they consistently are a front-running team in endurance racing, but sometimes things just don't work out, and especially, as we've already alluded to, when it's an electrical gremlin, well, yes, that is the diagnosis, but it could also be 10,000 different diagnoses.
Yes, exactly. So not a huge surprise they've been in the pit lane for so long, but a great shame nonetheless. This now becomes a glorified test session for them. But as you said, an opportunity to give the drivers a bit of chance, hopefully, to get out there on a dry racetrack. We do keep one eye to the increasingly grey skies up above us, in slight fear of some weather incoming. The latest forecast actually I saw, this is the one that told me 3 o'clock was when the rain could be expected, is now saying 2 o'clock. Well, it is just going up 2:10 here in Portugal, so any time now there is a chance that those clouds could burst over our heads and give the team something else to think about, because this strategy, which has been going along quite nicely for the last couple of hours, safety cars aside, might now get thrown out of the window if you have to make extra stops to change tyres.
Yeah, absolutely right. So the Comu Racing car with Muss at the wheel. AJ Muss is now on its out lap. A few cars coming out of the fueling bay onto the circuit at the moment. We ride on board with AJ on his out lap, immediately attacking the curbs, which is certainly very much in keeping with the driving we've seen from AJ so far. Very confident at the wheel and uncompromising at the wheel is how I would characterise AJ Muss, who I think has been called up into conversation several times this weekend about the Winter Olympics, given he did once compete in snowboarding for Team USA. Oh yeah, you keeping tabs with... Nope, haven't touched a snowboard since 2022. Not really sure what's going on. He is firmly focused on his second career as a racing driver, and it is now going continental. He's previously run in America in IMSA sports cars, in touring cars, in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and this marks a big step up for him here, coming in, collaborating with Comu Racing for the first of what is meant to be a season-long programme across some of Europe's biggest GT championships.
Indeed so, and yeah, he's taken to this quite well, I think, hasn't he? And certainly getting stuck in. He will, indeed, the whole Comu team will be rather fed up, I suspect, of watching their car following this car around the circuit. It seems like since the very start of the race, quite literally, when these two cars started second and fourth on the grid respectively, they have been nose to tail. And of course it was AJ Muss in the car at the start of the race who lined up behind Marcelo Ramirez in the wrong position, and that sort of, if he hadn't have been behind him at the start, then this car might not have got a penalty, the 6 cars behind them might not have done either, and it could have been a very different kind of race. So AJ Muss will be looking at the back of that Mercedes thinking, oh no, not again, got to find a way past this car once more. They've made contact, these two cars, on at least one occasion, maybe 2, and yet again they remain inseparable.
Race leader Zach Meakin pulls into the pit lane, so that is another stop for them. They've been, how long was that stint roughly, Andy? Do you have the data for that?
They last pitted 4 minutes, about an hour ago, just over an hour.
Okay.
Hour and 5 minutes or so.
That's about on schedule then, so no cause for concern there. Jaden Kelly, I suspect, will now be back behind the wheel because Louis Pret is the driver that was in prior to Zach Meakin. They could, with an hour and 5 minutes, put Louis Pret back in there. You have to be out of the car for an hour, but it remains to be seen quite whether that is the case.
Yes, hour and 8 minutes actually now. I've run the numbers, so it was a decent length stint that. Safety car will have helped that, of course, on a fuel mileage point of view. Dieter Sweppers in as well in the Cup 2 leading Porsche. That was a lengthy stint for him, an hour and 39 minutes into the race, I believe that car last stopped, but that car can go a little bit longer than a GT3 car on a tank of fuel. AJ Muss starting to warm to the challenge now in this particular stint of closing in on Marcelo Ramirez. Again, not for actual position at the moment. Muss is 9th, Ramirez is 3rd, but the Comu Aston Martin, as we've documented a few times, really is eating into that 35 minutes of pit stop time now. 21 minutes and 20 seconds used. That's actually 11 minutes more than the race leader now that they've spent in the pit lane. That last pit stop was a 6-minute affair. So, yeah, quite a different strategy between the leading Greystone GT McLaren, which is currently in the refuelling zone. We'll wait and see how long it stays there for. And the Aston Martin from Comu Racing, which closes right in now on the Team Motorpark Mercedes AMG as they round turn 5 and climb the hill.
Yeah. Great to ride on these onboard shots, especially when you see them following another car. It's really, you can see the carrot dangling in real time. And certainly AJ Muss has been so fiery so far in this race. If he sees an opportunity to get himself some clean air, he is going to take it. Approaching turn 10, turn 11 there, you can see Ramirez seesawing at the wheel to get the car turned in 50 minutes deep into the stint, while Muss is, 5 minutes in. Muss is going to have considerably fresher tyres, and we're seeing the effects of that as we speak.
Yeah, that Aston Martin looking much sharper, isn't it? It can change direction better than the Mercedes, and he's running rings around Ramirez slightly now, but where to make the move? You can't do anything in the final corner. Careful with track limits, AJ. That car's already picked up 10 seconds worth of track limits penalties the last time I checked, and they don't want to be picking up any more. He's in the slipstream now, though, as they head across the line. Headlights ablaze, that's worth an extra 20 brake horsepower at least. Now he's flashing them, so there's no hope for Ramirez here, surely. Is he going to step aside for AJ Muss? No, not into... Oh, yeah, well, he has no choice, maybe. AJ Muss with a very late decision to nip to the inside, and despite all of the headlight flashing, he cannot find a way past the Mercedes for now.
Such an impressive drive to this point from LMR Motorsports 911 crew. Sweppes in the pits right now, but 5 seconds clear of the next Cup 2 car. Yes, there is 5 minutes more pit stop that they need to serve compared to the second place Team Steiner racing car of Ulrich Forsberg, but still they've built a good 2, maybe 3 laps of advantage on corrected time. Incredible driving from the 911 crew. It is searingly impressive stuff, and certainly given the record that we've seen from the pairing away from our paddock and in our paddock, it's not a surprise. And AJ Muss there got so close to the rear of Ramirez coming out of turn 8. he really is not wasting time, or maybe he is. He feels he is wasting time, of course, behind Ramirez. That's the whole problem, but he wants to get through as quickly as possible. Of course, it's the most frustrating thing in the world, I'm sure, for a driver. You know, a driver's like a kid in the candy store. When you give them a new set of Pirellis, you're like, yes, grip, amazing. Oh, and he just went very sideways there coming out of turn 13. But my point was going to be, he's kind of using the best of the tyres in the wake of another car, and that scrubs, you know, you're scrubbing away the aero, you're leaning more on the tyres. He's kind of costing himself the best of his tyre chasing this Mercedes.
He is indeed, and he's not quite as close this time onto the main straight. Didn't get quite such a good run through the final turn, which is one of the harder corners, I would imagine, to follow another car closely through. These GT3 cars do generate a fair amount of downforce, and they therefore generate a little bit of turbulent air for the chasing car to follow through. And that just made AJ Must's job a little bit harder. Can he get a good exit through 4 and maybe do something into 5, where of course these two cars collided, what, an hour ago maybe now? It was the Mercedes the aggressor on that occasion. We rode on board in that highlights package with the Aston Martin as it got rudely moved to one side. This time they keep it clean, but AJ Must not able to get up alongside. You were right, Jaden Kelly has jumped into the Greystone GT McLaren, by the way. Leandro Martins into the Cup 2 leading Porsche. That was a 5 minute and 5 second pit stop for the Greystone GT car, so they're just not going through that pit stop time as quickly as some others, are they? Certainly the car we ride on board with now.
No, but that was the winning strategy last year, as we already alluded to. The resume car was parked up for a good 10 or 15 minutes, and I think, well, maybe 10 minutes. And I think the same applied as well to the second place car that weekend as well. So that is what worked last year. Results may vary. Of course, you always take a bit of a risk by trying to play a more complicated game with a system like this. And yeah, I can see the logic certainly in just trying to streak out ahead and give the car a bit of a reprieve later on.
Yep, absolutely so, and it does mean if we get stoppages, if we get safety cars and changeable weather and stuff like that through the middle part of the race, you're less likely to lose out, aren't you? AJ Must aggressively nips past the GT4 SR Motorsport Mercedes and tries once again to build an attack on this Mercedes, which is now into second position, by the way. Watching on nervously from the pit lane, I'm sure, is Oliver Söderström, as his car is getting in the thick of this battle. Izzy Browning joins him now.
Yeah, and in actual fact, Oliver and I just watched the car go past down the straight. There are a little bit of nerves down here. Oliver, I mean, you've just jumped out of your stint. It's been a bit of a tricky day for you guys, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the start we messed up a bit, so we got a drive-through, and then we had some contacts and so on, so the car is a bit damaged, but still okay to drive. Then I jump in the car, and we had some track limits from the first stint, and then I did some track limits, and yeah, it's just been a bit messy, but I think we're going to be okay in the end.
But still learning a lot, and that's also important for the season ahead. No more track limits when you get back in the car. How nervous are you watching this stint at the moment? Because he's in quite a battle.
I mean, I was fighting the same car, so yes, maybe I'm a bit nervous because I know how they drove against us. Maybe not the most fair battle, but yeah, it's fun. It's fun anyways.
And in terms of physicality, I mean, you came out the car and you were sweating, you were exhausted. How tough is it out there?
Yeah, I mean, I give it all. So yeah, I think this track is pretty hard. It's a lot of high-speed corners and it takes a lot on the neck. So yeah.
Certainly does. Go well for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Thanks, Izzy. So Oliver Söderström, yes, that car is a long way down the order, but we do think that they're in a pretty good position overall. Once all is said and done with the pit stops, they'd be in a better position that if they could get past the Mercedes, which they can't do yet, into the first corner. Getting reports now from camera ops around the circuit that it is spitting with rain, so the rain possibly now starting to creep in. I'm not sure from which part of the track that's being reported, but somewhere out there it's starting to get a bit sketchy. And is that now starting to be a distraction maybe for Marcelo Ramirez, who was quite slow through the uphill left-hander at turn 4 there, and in the end actually AJ Must, I think, had to lift off the throttle to avoid colliding with the back of the Mercedes, and did well to avoid that contact. So AJ Must is up into 8th position now. Adam actually spotted, just as we threw to Izzy there, that he'd overtaken Cedric Fuchs, not to put a lap on the SR Motorsport Mercedes, but to overtake it for position for 8th place, such as the topsy-turvy nature of this race. But then the GT4 Mercedes has spent more than 10 minutes less in the pit lane than the come to you Aston Martin has. Head up through the top part of the circuit. Drop back down the other side through the left-hander at turn 12. So still the Aston Martin trails the Mercedes on track. But how this works out once the pit stops have all been served, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to figure out. Car 17 in, by the way. I didn't spot that one coming in. I did spot a Tempto bringing their Audi in about 5 minutes or so ago. That car should be rejoining the circuit before too much longer. 17 in as well. Rogério Grotta brings the 4th place car, as it was at the time of pit stop, into the pit lane. 2 hours and 39 minutes, I suppose, he had left at the time he entered the pits.
Yeah, indeed. Got word, by the way, that we're not far away from having 18 cars back on the circuit again. The Razoon Porsche not far away from making it back out onto the circuit, although just as it's about to spit, I believe Tegan Bowles is going to get put in the car, so a streak of not getting a single dry lap may well continue. Let's hope the rain stays off so he at least gets a couple of laps in the slicks. We've been having a collective prayer circle for that all week long, that we get some dry laps in down at Razoon more than racing. So hopefully we'll get a full quota of cars back out there shortly. Greystone GT's Jaden Kelly then leading the way, both in terms of what we see on the screen and on net once the pit stop penalties are sorted, and we've had confirmation incidentally that no, the pit stop has not been corrected on Team Motorpark's car, so they owe us 4 minutes and 34 seconds more than we think in terms of total pit time, and rather conveniently it's 17 minutes and 34 seconds on the screen right now that they've served in total pit time. So 13 minutes then that they have served. So not only are they behind Greystone, they're also a long way behind in terms of the stuff they've, or the pit time that they've served. So to a discussion we were having earlier on just now, Andy, during the interview with Oliver Sudstrom, we think probably net second for the Aston Martin right now.
I think so, and I don't think they're a million miles behind Greystone once the extra time has been served by the McLaren, because it's been a really good stint from Oliver Söderström before, but AJ Muss, to his credit, is running a pretty rapid pace as well. Still can't get past this Mercedes, but could now. The arrival of the E2P Racing Aston Martin ahead of these two presents an opportunity for Muss. It's delaying Ramirez. It's giving Ramirez some dirty air of his own now to have to deal with, and AJ Muss will know that this is his opportunity to get through and try and get some clean air. He could go even quicker, you feel, if he did not have the Mercedes in front of him. He's had a good run through turn 4. This is surely his best chance, but is Ramirez going to try and go to the inside of the E2P car? He is, and that prevents AJ Muss from making the move. He sweeps out wide and really got rather blocked in behind the E2P Aston Martin. Didn't quite read that as well as Ramirez, you'd have to say, and that was an opportunity squandered there. The Mercedes stays ahead for now.
Yes, indeed. It's great scrapping then between them. Again, not for position, but it's a lot of fun to watch. Interesting that Pablo Beguera is still in this E2P Aston Martin, incidentally. Still not seen Sonero in the car as of yet. We ride on board then with AJ Muss as he works away at the wheel of that ComTU Aston and has a sneaky quarter look, shall we say, to the inside at the turn 11 apex. I'm of the opinion that Sergio Sette Camara isn't here because he's not appeared in the car at all as of yet. Now back at the helm of Sean Rashid is the 108 Iron Lynx car that Sergio Sette Camara was meant to be driving. He did qualify though.
Unless they're saving him for the last 2 hours, perhaps.
Maybe.
The car's not been short on pace up to this point, but Sergio, you would imagine, give him a double stint at the end, could do some damage, couldn't he?
Yeah, that's an interesting situation to keep tabs on as well. One cannot rule Iron Lynx out of the race, especially given they've done some 19 minutes of their stint so far, or 19 minutes of their pit stop time so far. Jaden Kelly goes and puts the Aston a lap down, but up ahead of that is that battle pack. And wouldn't it be interesting if the Greystone McLaren ends up on the back of this? If Jaden Kelly gets to play with Ramirez and AJ Muss, it could all get very entertaining very quickly.
It's a visual representation, though, isn't it, of how much time Muss is losing, because that McLaren's definitely getting closer, and that's the car he's chasing in reality. So, yeah, this is a nervy time for AJ as he tries to negotiate the Mercedes ahead. Speaking of Mercedes, there is the Iron Lynx car of Sean Rashid. Sean it's only 15 minutes into the stint. I noticed that bonnet's been sort of flapping around in a rather odd way since the start of the race. Hopefully that doesn't get too much worse. Won't be helping the aerodynamics then. In fact, there's quite a big panel gap as they get towards the end of the straight, the fastest point on the circuit. And hopefully the team have spotted that, and maybe they'll feel the need to attach a little bit of tape to it at the next stop.
They have been doing it, has been like that as far back as qualifying yesterday, but yeah, I do think it is actually getting worse. If we run down towards turn 5 with the car, we'll get a decent indication on the compression and the downhill. It doesn't look like it's gotten much worse, maybe slightly, but yeah, to your point, towards the end of the straight, it certainly looks a little bit shaky for sure. So we were keeping tabs before with that Marcelo Ramirez situation, and they're coming down the main straight again now. AJ Muss most likely still on the bumper, and I'm just waiting to see how long it's going to take Jaden Kelly to get in on this, because it is absolutely going to happen, isn't it? If all things are well and good with the world, of course, although it must be said, Ramirez, an hour and 3 minutes into his stint, he may not be far away from handing back over to Christian Mansell.
Thank goodness, says AJ Muss, and then he realises it's Christian Mansell getting in the car and thinks, actually that's not great for us, is it? Because Christian's going to be rapid, we know he is. 100 laps completed now, by the way, by Greystone GT, your race leaders. We're 100 laps into the 6 hours of Portimão, with 2.5 hours still to go. And back on the track at long last, Razun More Than Racing, the team that won overall last year with the GT3 Porsche, and they have now sent Tegan Poles out onto the track. And Tegan will be just shaking down the car initially, trying not to get in anyone's way, but hopefully gets a good period of time behind the wheel now, trouble-free.
Yeah, exactly right, and I think they will have to bring that back in to refuel shortly, because I don't think they tanked the car after Drexel's first stint at the wheel, so I wouldn't mind betting that it heads back in after a lap or two either way to get some more fuel in the car. But we are continuing to battle this, or continue to watch this battle, informal battle between the 2nd and 6th place cars on the circuit. Not only them, of course, but also the Jaden Kelly Greystone car, which is, yes, firmly in amongst it now. I think T-minus 1 or 2 laps at the maximum, though, before Ramirez's stint time comes to an end. So we'll keep an eye on that. But regardless, it may well become, if Ramirez pulls in, Muss is going to go from hunter to hunted very quickly. It actually looks like Muss's car is starting to get a bit unsettled there.
Yeah, struggling in that dirty air, isn't he? To your point earlier on, using the best of his front tyres in the turbulent air, and now has the Greystone GT McLaren behind. So I reckon exactly now 4 laps separate these two cars, which is about 400 and something seconds or so, but 4 laps and 6 minutes or so difference in pit stop time. So I think it is still advantage Greystone, but by less than a lap on the corrected pit stop times. Flashing of the lights there for Jaden Kelly. Is AJ Muss going to make this easy for the Greystone driver, or is he very aware of the fact that actually it would serve Comu Racing quite well if they could keep the McLaren pegged back for a little while longer? We'll have to wait and see exactly how elbows out this little battle becomes, Adam.
Yeah, exactly. Jaden Kelly will be, I think, not the kind of driver that likes a straightforward lights to flag. No driver, actually, I think, really likes a straightforward lights to flag. Yes, that's the right answer. That's arguably the answer the team wants you to give. But I think a lot of them prefer the one where they have to really slog it out for a full stint and have some fun out there on the circuit, doing what they ultimately crave to do out there on the track. There is the Greystone GT car then right on the back of Muss now, and it's interesting, isn't it, that it really has fallen away from AJ, and I do wonder if kind of what we were positing earlier on, that he has now taken the best out of the Pirelli, is hanging around the back of another GT3 car for, well, about bordering on half an hour at this stage, or no, 21 minutes only. But again, has he taken the best out of the tyres? Is he now falling away from Ramirez for that reason?
And perhaps a bit distracted with the arrival of Jaden Kelly behind. I mean, AJ didn't use anything like all of the road through the final turn there. Now gets hampered slightly by the number 15 Mercedes there, the NM Racing Team GT4 car, and that will delay him ever further. But yeah, it does look like there's a little mistake or two creeping in now for AJ, as he possibly tries to ask a bit too much of the Pirelli rubber, knowing that he's got to push on with the race leader directly behind him. They drop down the hill into 5. There is Ramirez, destined for the pit lane soon, one would imagine. An hour and 7 minutes as he is into the stint. But what's going on behind him? Is Jaden Kelly ahead yet of the Come To You Aston Martin? Answer, oh,
Nearly.
Not quite, but very nearly.
It's coming. Jaden Kelly then on the back of AJ Muss. And again, I'm glad in a way that we don't seem to strictly enforce the blue flags here, because with the way the format is, yes, all of this is very, very important. Let's go back down to Izzy Browning. She's got some reporting from the pits.
I do. I'm delighted to say I've come back down to the Razoon garage, and as you will have seen, the car is not in the garage because it is back out on track. And we know the culprit, don't we?
So the problem right now is in my left hand. It was a starter, so it's not so easy to fix like in the KTM or in BMW. So thanks to the team, and now it's very good for Taken to get some experience on the track. So looking forward, we have around 2 hours to have fun, not for the podium, but to have fun. So that's the important thing for us.
Well, what a team effort as well to get the car back out. You must be pleased about that.
Yes. So the team is incredible. So they've done a really good job, and for us it's so important to get more experience on the track, to get the track time on the race conditions, and that's why we are here in Portugal, and we will have fun right now.
Yeah, 100%. Have fun out there. The culprit.
Yeah, so the starter motor, the problem there, where we just saw Tegan Poles getting overtaken by not just the overall race leader, but also the AJ Muss car, so the GT3s firing past, and that will be an almighty voyage of discovery for Tegan Poles, having exclusively had the worst of the conditions pretty much all weekend long. Wait a minute, we have grip now and everything? It's a little bit of a learning curve for Tegan, and we'll see how that progresses. Hopefully, the starter motor now being replaced, that's going to be a nice run to the flag for the Razoon Northern Racing team. Gregor Schneider, I suspect, will take the checkered flag after the final stint of the race, and I will say, I don't think I've ever seen an interview before where one of the drivers is holding the culprit of a pit stop.
No, that was quite comical in a way.
Yes.
I feel very bad for the team, but yeah, that was at least they know what the issue was, and there was a sense of pride, I think, that they not only knew what it was, and they could prove that they knew what it was, because that's the part that they replaced. So Tegan slowly getting up to speed then. We'll watch her lap times with interest over this stint. There is the number 17 Porsche. That's driven by Andre Fernandez. Now, Andre's been in the car for 7 minutes and 44 seconds, but just came out of the pit lane. That was an out lap he was completing.
Yeah.
Came back in for 1 minute and 14 seconds, only a lap or two into his stint. So that, we don't believe, will count towards the overall pit stop time, because it's under a 90-second pit stop. Why they came in, we don't know though, so one has to suspect there was some sort of an issue that they picked up on pretty much straight after the initial stop. Car 90 now given a 5-second penalty. That is, that's 90, that's the fourth place car, the E2P Aston Martin, Pablo Buguera. Replay here, meanwhile, shows us the moment that Jaden Kelly finally got past AJ Muss, and I don't think in the end AJ put up too much of a fight. He had been putting up a fight, and then eventually decided to give way.
There may have been a polite request from somewhere in the annals of the Comu Racing garage, I suspect, that we'll live to fight another day on this particular one. Here's our GT4 leader then, Cedric Fuchs at the SR Motorsport Mercedes. In fact, it's formation flying for SR Motorsport at the moment. In fact, not just in terms of the shot we just had on screen, but also in the overall contendership, because the GT4 and the GT2 are running 8th and 9th overall, albeit with a lap between them, and the GT4 rather bizarrely is a lap ahead. That's not normally how that's meant to work with GT4s and GT2s, but again, the SR Motorsport GT4 lineup have been very much maximising, or rather minimising, their minutes in the pit lane. They've still only done 10 minutes and 56 in the pits, and that's after 2 full pit stops and a third driver in the car. They've gone sub 6 minutes with both of their visits to the pit so far.
Yep, they've got a very clear strategy in mind then, and they are sticking to it. And wait to see whether that is fully successful at the end of the race, but I think the pace advantage they've got over the rest of the class should be sufficient to carry them forward. Jaden Kelly, having negotiated one quick GT3 car, now negotiates another quick one. Marcelo Ramirez steps out of the way through turn 4 and allows the race leader through. Kelly then with a 1 minute and 45 second lead in hand over Ramirez. Well, a lap essentially is the gap between the two of them, and we know that the Motorpark Mercedes has not actually served as much legal pit stop time as the Greystone GT McLaren. So that penalty at the start and then that sort of unscheduled stop, or a scheduled stop but at the wrong time, have taken Motorpark out of the fight at the moment, it would seem, which is a shame, because actually Marcelo's really impressed me. We know how quick Christian Mansell is, but Marcelo has impressed me with his pace as well. Had it not been for those issues, I think that overtake that Jaden Kelly just made would have been a little bit more significant.
Yeah, I agree. I think podium is now kind of the best case scenario, I feel, for Motorpark. Between the fact, again, they lost that lap to, effectively a lap to Greystone during the first safety car period, and how that fell kind of in the middle of the first set of pit stops, and then adding to that the having to pit under a safety car to refuel. They've really just kind of had the rough run of it with safety car periods, and yeah, I think it is now a matter of trying to salvage a podium for Ramirez and Mansell. No such issues though so far for Greystone. It has been a by-the-book motor race for the number 44 crew, the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. Again, feels like one of the new GT3 cars in my brain, but no, it has been around now for this entire decade, isn't it? 2020, I think, was the first year of the 720. It's been around for quite some time and has developed into a really good package. Of course, that's in no small part, as is the case with all of these GT3 cars, down to the factory drivers who have such a hands-on role in developing it. I know that the likes of course, Joe Osborne, your buddy, he will have had a big role to play in the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo's development, and it's a fine balance with developing a GT3 car, because it's all well and good making something aggressive, attacking and brilliant in the hands of a platinum or a gold rated driver, but that's then going to scare away the bronze competitors, who more often than not are the competitors that make this whole GT racing nonsense solvent.
Yes, that's something Joe told me. Actually, we had a lengthy discussion around that time about the development of that car, and he said, yeah, there are times where you just have to dial back from what you really want to do with the car, because you've got to make sure that it's user-friendly enough for the less experienced drivers. But they got it right, I think, didn't they? The McLaren is a very popular car, and popular not only with the pros, but AMS as well. There's the 71 car, which is in 5th position, Utah Racing's Audi, of Mark Sharin, and Mark is nearly half an hour into this stint. Car 28, by the way, which we saw, by the way, has been reeled back in by AJ Buss's Aston Martin. Team manager has been summoned to race control, and then subsequently they received another track limits warning. So car 28 might be second place at the moment, but they could have more trouble on the horizon. That could benefit the likes of Utah, who, again, have served a fair amount more time in the pit lane.
Exactly right, and just back to that driver development or developing the car story as we watch her go down a lap on the AF Motorsport machine. In fact, no, that's unlapping, of course, because the AF car is further back. But I think also sometimes it's a good thing with the customer racing programs that the pro drivers have to kind of input their development with the bronze drivers in mind. I think in some ways the pros end up saving themselves from themselves in a way. If you balance on a knife edge too often, you will end up stabbing yourself, and they do have to put some considerations into how the car is set up, how the car is balanced, etc, etc. I know that with these Audis, we just saw the Uta car, we now see the Attempto car. The Evo 2 kit did a lot for that car's usability. I think the first Evo was quite an aggressive development of the car, and it was pretty finely balanced, albeit quite difficult if the balance was out. And now we see that the Evo 2 has become one of the most venerable cars in terms of age. Yes, the Audi has been around a while now, but also just as it pertains to the usability, it's now one of the best packages. I think it's a shame, really, that the Audi R8 lineage is winding down with Audi Customer Racing a thing of the past, effectively.
Yeah, shame. It's a great car. Good to have variety on the grid, and yeah, we still have a few of those cars hanging around for a while. AJ Muss is ahead of Marcelo Ramirez on track. Marcelo is not happy about that and tries to get back to the inside at turn 1, but AJ Muss has made the move. Not sure where or how he did it. I did notice a few laps ago there's a bit more trim hanging off the left front corner now of the Aston Martin. I don't think that particular corner of the car have been involved in contact yet, so it has obviously now had contact with something, but hopefully that wasn't the Mercedes. Through then goes Muss, and he will now try and make a bit of forward progress. He actually got past Mark Sharon on the previous lap for position, so the Aston Martin back into the top 5 now, but is a lap, I believe, more or less behind Pablo Baguera in the E2P Aston, which is the next car up the road. So AJ then with the Aston Martin ahead of the Mercedes. Can he now pull away? It's interesting that he was all over the back of Marcelo for quite a long time, and then with the arrival of Jaden Kelly on their tail, AJ dropped back, not sure whether that was on purpose or not, but then all of a sudden appeared right back on the tail of Mercedes. And we get confirmation there at the top of the screen of another 5-second penalty for that aforementioned E2P Racing Aston Martin. 10 seconds now of track limits penalties applied to that car. That's one of, I believe, 3 GT3 cars now to have picked up 10 seconds. Of course, AJ Muss is the other one, or one of the other ones, and the Attempto Audi now back in the hands of Carrie Schreiner, also with 10 seconds extra that will be added at the end of the race. So we're still 2¼ hours from the checkered flag, and those track limits penalties starting to really rack up. As in the case of Attempto, actually, is their pit stop time. 25 minutes and 40 seconds served by Attempto's 86 Audi. So that, Adam, is the most of any team out there. That's why they're down in 13th place, but that car should now only start to climb the order between now and the checkered flag.
Yeah, at this point, they can effectively do in reverse what SR have been doing with their cars. From here on out, they can just do the minimum, absolute minimum time they need in the pits on the refueling, on the driver changing. They've kind of cleared their deck, as it were. Incidentally, I heard some reports of still some light spitting around turns 1, 2 and 3 out there on the circuit. I thought it was looking a bit murkier around that first sector, particularly looking at this shot at the start of the shot around the entry to turn 5. It is looking a bit suspicious around there. This is Muss then getting past Ramirez, finally, after such a long time, and not the first time we've seen that Aston lay down some 11s. A great wheel-to-wheel exchange here between the two of them. And, another instance of touching between Muss and I think Ramirez previously as well. Yeah, they've touched a couple of times. They don't live too far apart from each other, I suspect. Marcelo Ramirez in Mexico and Muss is based in Texas, and well, they're neighbouring in the cars as well.
Yes, interesting stuff. Those two getting very touchy-feely out on circuit, but Muss got through anyway. That's all that really matters, and he will argue there that Marcelo lent on him slightly as they came out of turn 14, and therefore was not really to blame for that particular trading of paint. There's the E2P car. That is the car driven by Pablo Baguera, and that is, again, a car that's been handed 10 seconds worth of track limits penalties now. They sit 4th at the moment, 16.5 minutes of pit stop time served by that car. Now, is it me, or is AJ Muss now starting to go quicker than Jaden Kelly? He certainly seems a bit closer to that Greystone McLaren than he was a couple of laps ago. Kelly on the previous lap, 48.4, and this might be why. We've got rain definitely starting to fall now. Well, one report said 2 o'clock, one said 3. It is 2:45 now, and the rain arriving, and perhaps that caught Jaden Kelly out, because that last lap was a 1:48.4. That was quite slow. Everyone's pace has dropped by several seconds all of a sudden.
Drizzling in the paddock as well, we're being told by Izzy. For the likes of Gunther Benninger, who's just about to get into the X-Racing car, is in the X-Racing car for the first time today. For Tegan Poles, for a few of the others who've only just got in the car, I feel for them, because it will mean net zero slick driving time, really. Well, Tegan's got a few laps in now, I grant you, but yeah, in general, a bit of a painful one, really, that the slick running is gone. Possibly, if it continues to spit like this, if it continues to worsen like this, it's definitely still slick weather for a few more laps, but it's going to go the other way if this rain continues.
This is potentially good news for Motorpark, because Marcelo Ramirez is 1 hour and 22 minutes into his stint. If he can eke it out a lap or so more, and it turns out they need wet tyres, then they could save back a pit stop potentially by doing that, although whether they, other teams, when they come in for tyres, would then choose to also refuel and eat up more of that time awaits to be seen. Another 5-second penalty now for AJ Muss for doing what I fear he nearly did coming out of the final corner there, exceeding track limits. That's 15 seconds now that he, specifically, I believe, has racked up in that car. And yeah, this car is still a contender, but if they keep now giving away these 5 seconds at a time, then they will very soon find themselves on the outside looking in.
You ever worked in a bar, Andy?
Can't say I have,
no. Because you are quite good at keeping tabs, I feel like.
Yeah, very good.
You wouldn't let anyone escape without paying. So, the 911 car, Leandro Martins at the wheel, still having only served 13 minutes of the stint, or of the required pit time. In third overall. I feel like we do have to prepare ourselves for the eventuality that this is going to be a top 5 finish for this car, potentially, with the rate that they've been going at, the consistency that they've been exhibiting. Leandro Martins and Dita Sweppes, I think Cup 2 is looking very, very much in their favour, and I think it might go further than that.
Yeah, they've just not dropped down the order. Yes, they haven't served as much pit stop time as others, but it's not a massive difference compared to some, and especially if they can get the right side of a safety car or a weather change, then they could find themselves fighting for a top 5 overall. It's been a really, really solid run. They had some good battles early on with the 27 car in the opening stint, but since then they 27 got involved in a couple of skirmishes. 911 has had a clean race so far, touch wood, and they are really going well in third position. Competitive lap time as well, 1:49s at the moment is a pretty decent lap really for a Cup 2 car. Closing in on some traffic now, including the GT4 leader, SR Motorsport Cedric Fuchs, who is going to go a lap down, and far ahead Marcelo Ramirez, whose pace is okay, 1:47, so we're not losing the track yet, are we? If there is some drizzle around, it's not yet been enough to massively affect the track conditions. A bit of psychological rain on the windscreen maybe, but actually so far the track remains largely dry.
No, exactly right. It's difficult, this one. They'll be hoping it's remained psychological once they've figured out it's not really doing much underneath them. You often do see that when the rain starts to spit a little bit. It takes them a lap or two to realise, oh wait, no, I'm being tricked by the sky right now. There is, and incidentally, Andreas Heiniger now at the wheel of the X-Racing car. Okay, so Benning has done his stint, so Heiniger in for the second time in this race, which is interesting. I think that will mean that Peter Brunner will do the final stint in that X-Racing car. They were openly aware, shall we say, of the fact that a class win was going to be a long shot down at X-Racing. Peter Brunner told me that himself, but podium was the goal. They've currently served 20 minutes of their stop, and well, the other Cup 2 cars have done pretty well on that front as well, LMR notwithstanding in the 911. So I think right now they would need some things to fall in their favour to make it happen. I don't think it's been a trouble-free run. they've lost a few laps in the middle portion of this race. I do wonder if there was a long stop in there somewhere.
Yes, possibly. I hadn't noticed it, but there's been a lot going on in the pit strategy element of this race so far. There is Leandro Martins, who is only about half an hour or so into the stint, so he'll be out there for a fair while longer. Well into the 4th hour of the race, he will take that car. Marcelo Ramirez, an hour and 26 now since that car was last in the pit lane. And yeah, just under a 5-minute pit stop for them when they last came in. So, oh, mind you, no, I'm not quite correct in that. Of course, his stint time is an hour and 26, but he made that extra stop for fuel, didn't he? So actually, probably an hour and 10 minutes or so into his fuel load, if that makes sense. And so, yeah. Maybe not such a surprise that he's going so far. The E2P car, though, has done over an hour on a tank of fuel. As the Cup 2 Porsches, it's a deceptive camera angle, that slightly, yes. But it did look for a moment there as if Andreas Heiniger was not fully aware that Leandro Martins was coming through. How you can miss Leandro Martins in your mirrors, I'm not so sure. It is brighter than the sun, that car, but yeah, saw him just at the last second.
Yeah, the fluorescent livery is certainly a benefit when in an endurance race situation. Josh Mason, incidentally, back at the wheel of that McLaren Artura Trophy Evo. And this is actually quite an interesting comparison then between the two cars, the 992 Cup and the Artura. In a like-for-like race, you would expect Josh to maybe have the slight advantage over Leandro, who's a very talented amateur. But yeah, it is interesting to see. What were their last lap times last time by? 149.5 for Josh Mason last time, and for Martins at 148.2, sorry. So yeah, they are lapping at about the same pace. One would expect them to be fairly even, although the Artura, of course, being an evolved GT4, it's a little bit different again from what the Cup car is, but relatively similar pace.
Indeed so. Marcelo Ramirez is in, by the way, so from second place. I said he'd be getting towards the end of the stint, and he did. He was in the car for nearly an hour and a half, but had that extra little pit stop in the middle, of course, just to top up the fuel. So, yeah, that's scheduled stop for him. They'll come out with about 2 hours to go. And so, in theory, one more stop would do it for them. Remember, they've got that extra 4.5 minutes or so, 4 minutes 34 to be precise, to serve, and they're putting on a new set, of course, of the slick tyres because that rain just hasn't materialised, really. So, driver and tyre change going on first. Christian Mansell will now get into the car. And we'll wait and see how long they elect to spend in that refuelling bay. Jaden Kelly then already with more than a 2-minute advantage on track. The gap, of course, will go up and up and up now, and in fact Leandro Martins will re-inherit second position, not for the first time in this race in the Cup 2 Porsche. He's not being caught at the moment, Leandro, by the likes of Pablo Baguera in the GT3 Aston Martin, who's 2 and a bit minutes behind him, but actually was fractionally slower than Leandro on the previous lap. Kelly 36 minutes or so into his stint, so he's no intention of coming in anytime soon, and indeed blasts through to complete lap 115 of the race.
Yeah, I've been so consistently impressed by Jaden Kelly on his appearances in the Winter Series. Of course, we saw him last year in the GT Winter Series in an Artura Trophy car, not unlike the sister Greystone car from this weekend, and he was searingly impressive there, putting in a great stint. And then, of course, we saw him win a race in the GT4s here at Portimão a few weeks ago. Every time I've seen him in a McLaren, it always is a different McLaren, at least in this paddock. I am very impressed. Of course, he's done a good amount of racing in recent times in GT3s. I think he did some GT Open, yes he did, and a little bit of World Challenge last year as well in GT3 machines. Another final warning for track limits infringements. That falls the way of the number 15 car, so that's Mario Pignazzo at the wheel of the NM Racing Team machine. And his is an interesting story as well, a direct karting to GT4 graduate, to the best of the information that I could find. Won the Spanish CET GT4 Championship last year upon graduating from karts with NM Motorsport. So another one of those youngsters that's foregoing this whole whole single-seater racing, Lark, and going, you know what, GT car, it's got a roof. If it rains, that'll be helpful. And I get the feeling, based on some of the feedback we're getting around the circuit, Andy, that the rain is very much making itself known.
Yes, a few more sprinkles, I think, perhaps being reported now, but yeah, difficult, isn't it? You don't want to blink too quickly and come in to change the tyres, and equally you don't want to make a mistake out there. It's these changeable conditions that can very easily catch the very best of drivers out. The good news is there's not a huge amount of wind around today, unlike yesterday when it was very blustery. That was bringing the weather in very quickly. So when it started raining, it got very wet within a minute or so of it starting. This is much more of a gradual transition, I think, that we'll go into here. So we shouldn't hopefully get that situation where they arrive at a corner and suddenly it's like an ice rink, which is when disaster really can strike.
Well, with apologies to Tegan Poles, who I've known for a number of years, I do have to report that she is responsible for the first penalty on the Resume car, a 5-second time penalty for track limits infringements, although a lot of that is from Drexel's stint earlier on, of course. I think the first 4 infringements were from Daniel, but Tegan's pushed it over the edge there with the 5th track limits infringement, and thus a 5-second penalty to apply at the end of the race, but that's inconsequential really, of course, for that team, given how long they've spent in the pit lane. This will be about enjoying oneself and getting some miles under the belt for both Tegan and Gregor Schneider in the remainder of this motor race. We catch up once again with AJ Muss, the US racer. I hadn't seen AJ before. I'd read AJ's rap sheet, but I hadn't seen him. I will confess that I saw the cowboy hat on him, and when I reckon that might be AJ. When I was in the ComTU carriage for the first time, I was like, if I'm going off the headwear, I think that's the man who lives in Texas. And I wasn't wrong.
Well, yes, they're, as Brits working in European Motor Racing Championship, we're used to the British stereotypes being fired at us. So AJ very much living up to the Texan one, I suppose. And yes, standing out in the paddock wherever he goes.
Yes, someone from a North American country that isn't America told me not to bring any baked beans, Tegan, coming into this weekend. In the pits now, or in the refueling bay now, is Christian Mansell, who will be doing what should be his final stint of the race. And that will be, I'm sure, as electric as ever. He will be hoping, I'm sure, that the weather remains at least somewhat slick tyre ready out there, because well, he will be heading out onto fresh slicks. He won't want to be switching to that wet compound in 10 minutes time if it does start to really come down again. It's light rain that's been threatened on every forecast that I've seen, so if we're lucky here and if the winds work in our favour for once around the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, we might be able to hold on to the slicks.
Yes, fingers crossed. Certainly Christian Mansell will be hoping that the rain doesn't arrive for at least another half an hour, because by then Jaden Kelly will have pitted again, and he won't be a pit stop behind the McLaren, so to speak. AJ Muss here continues on. This car, remember, still holds the fastest lap of the race from the Oliver Söderström stint. Most spectacular drive of the race, though, in this car, definitely AJ. Every time we look at him, this car is pitching around all over the place. He's extracting the most that he can from the Aston Martin. The Vantage is running well in 5th position, but as we keep labouring the point, in a good position as far as pit stop time served, we believe. It will be ruining that time that he lost up behind the Motorpar Mercedes there.
But I still think this Attempto is a really interesting situation. The Attempto Audi, 25 minutes served already, the most of any car out there, Resume notwithstanding. So that is just a clear run now. They can fully focus on the racing at hand. Of course, they will have to go back to the refueling bay yet. And of course, we haven't seen Ariel Levy in for a little while. He was the man that really brought the car alive in qualifying, and with effectively the whole pit stop strategy situation in the rear view mirror, I'm very much looking forward to seeing that last stint of the race from Levy, which I think could be quite fiery.
Yes, he was certainly not pulling any punches in his stint earlier on in the day, was he? Christian Mansell, by the way, back out on track now in the Team Motor Park Mercedes. 7 minutes added to their pit stop time that time around, so they're now at 24 minutes and 30 seconds, except they're not really, they're at about 20 minutes or so, I reckon, well, 20 minutes give or take a second or so, when we take into account the extra 4.5 minutes or so that they need to add, because they pitted behind the safety car and fueled crucially behind the safety car earlier on in the race. Pablo Baguera is in the E2P Aston Martin, and that is scheduled as well. I think it was at about an hour and 10 minutes or so his stint. So Baguera then, with 2 hours and 58 minutes in, he pitted. We are now 4 hours and 1 minute into, hour and 3 minutes or so spent in the car.
Jaden Kelly with a 1:43.023. So fastest lap of the race. It wasn't even purple in the first two sectors, but he had a wonderful sector 3 and is setting an electric pace out there in that Greystone GT McLaren. 45 minutes into the stint, incidentally, so the tyres have been through a fair hunk of time already, and Jaden pressing on. Carrie Schreiner there just ahead of Andre Fernandez, who's back at the wheel of his car for the second time today. We've got yellow flags down at turn 8 briefly, that I think have now been withdrawn. I'm not quite sure. Oh no, we've got yellow flags at turn 7, turn 8, so we really do need to have a look at what's going on there. That seems to be a recurring problem down at turn 7, turn 8.
Yes, what is that problem, I wonder? There is a definite problem for car 70, because Tegan's now picked up another 5-second penalty. That one all of her own doing, I'm afraid. So that's 10 seconds added onto their time, for what it's worth. We're heading towards turn 7 and 8, where there are no longer yellow flags, but will there be any evidence of what happened up here? No bodywork on the circuit. No, there's no sign of significant contact, at least, so hopefully just a harmless spin for someone up at the top of the track.
And as we now get to the end of hour 4, into hour 5 of the 6 hours of Portimão, let's take a look at some highlights from the previous hour of racing. So it has once again been Greystone GT at the fore of this race, just having a brilliant drive in actually both cars, to be fair. The Artura Trophy Evo, yes, and the 720S GT3 Evo that leads the race overall. We had some brilliant onboards and some brilliant action once again from AJ Muss, who has been rather heroic in the entertainment department throughout this race. He was once again on the back of Marcelo Ramirez in the Motor Park Mercedes for a lot of the last hour or so of racing. Jaden Kelly managed to end up on the back of both the Aston and eventually the Mercedes as well, and both parties elected to allow the McLaren through. Right on board here with the Utah Racing Audi as well, which had a little bit of a scare as the X-Racing Porsche went into the pit lane, brake lights on, and I don't know if that was fully anticipated, but finally, after about 40 minutes or so of trying, AJ Muss found his way around the Mercedes, albeit with a hip check or two on the way. In fact, that wasn't the moment where he got the position, I don't think, the on-track position. Oh, it was. He went all the way around the outside. I didn't see that last context clue clip. But yes, the conditions starting to worsen. There has been some spitting rain around the circuit, but it's still slick tyre weather. And in fact, the track is proving very quick right now in the hands of the fastest GT3 drivers. Christian Mansell at 1:43.084 last time by, and he's on another very quick lap right now in the Team Motor Park number 28 Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. He'll come across the line now to complete the lap, and what was the time eventually? A 43.5, so I think he maybe found some traffic towards the end of the lap. But Mansell is on the move. Jaden Kelly is still setting a very quick pace, so while we did see those spots of rain in the last 15 to 20 minutes, it certainly doesn't seem to be doing anything to the pace on the circuit. If anything, it feels like it may have rejuvenated the circuit with some of the lap times that we're seeing out there around the course. So Jaden Kelly on a lap 122 of the motor race right now out there, just getting past, taking poles on the run down to T8 turn 9. So careful there on that crest of the hill. If you're fighting the car coming out of turn 8, you can often find yourself in a spin. But both parties there keeping the cars straight and true as you need to over the crest of that hill. The 111 car, the SR Motorsport Mercedes, the GT4 leading car of Cedric Fuchs, still only 10 minutes and 56 seconds of their pit stop time served to this point. Some 15 minutes less of the mandatory pit time than, for instance, the Attempto Audi, but more importantly, 10 minutes less than the second place car in the class, Edwin Hellstein in the W&S Motorsport Porsche Cayman, as we get notification there of a track limit penalty for X Racing's Cup 2 entry. But what is the gap in terms of laps between them? 5 laps between Fuchs and Hellstein at the moment, Helston, sorry, 1 and 2 in the GT4 class, and 9 minutes between them. That's not enough. The GT4 lead is certainly still with SR regardless of what's going on with the pit stops, but they can't afford to do anything silly when they've got that much pit stop penalty still hanging over their heads.
No, I think they're about a lap ahead on once the pit stop time has all been applied, give or take. So yeah, they're in a pretty good position, has to be said. New fastest lap of the race, Christian Mansell, 1:42.766. That didn't take him too long. That, to put into perspective, was about 1 3/4 seconds quicker than race leader Jaden Kelly did a lap ago. There is the sister Greystone GT McLaren, the Cup 3 entry, the Artura Trophy spec car, closing in on Leandro Martins, who once more finds himself in second position at the moment. 4 minutes and 20 odd seconds off the race lead, but more than comfortable in the lead of Cup 2. Although just drifting a little bit wide and allowing the McLaren to close in. Well, you were pondering earlier on about the relative performance between these two specs of car, and they're still just as close now as they were 10 or 15 minutes ago, so not a lot in it.
No, that's always interesting to see. I suspect like for like, the Porsche is a little bit quicker, but you know, all the same, very interesting to see that comparison direct wheel to wheel on the track, especially without any attempt at balancing between them. They're in their own classes, so we're getting to see the raw performance of each car. Christian Mansell, having set that fastest lap of the race, continuing to thunder around the circuit. For him, I suspect he's gone into this stint now with the mission of trying to salvage a podium for he and Marcelo Ramirez, because of course they look like they might be losing out on that with the various maladies they've had in the race. And while Mansell powers past, we see in the pits the number 44 Greystone GT car, Jaden Kelly, hopping out once again.
Yes, slightly shorter stint that. It was under an hour, I think, that one for Jaden Kelly, but they have time to be served in the pit lane, so they needed to get on with that, I suppose. And you don't want to be having to pit after the 5.5 hour mark, do you? Because that won't then count. Egan Poles has picked up another 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. 15 seconds now applied to car 70. Don't think they care all that much really in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, it would be good if she could keep it within track limits. Lap times are getting steadily better. In fact, that car's best of 1:58.9 from earlier on is still in damp conditions, I think, but she's certainly exploring the limits, which I suppose is kind of the point.
I suppose so. The number 28 car then powering through 9, 10 and 11 at the moment. I think that's just such an awesome section of circuit. I still haven't done it, and I've just realised now that I've run out of opportunity to do it this year. Yeah. I wanted to do a lap of the service roads with other photographers and get to see the track up close and personal. It's only just hit me in this moment that I've once again gone through our Portimão events without doing that, and very frustrated with myself all of a sudden. But there we go. That's reality of sometimes having a bit too much to do in the paddock running around. You forget some of the leisure activities you'd like to do. So I still find this so funny that Cedric Fuchs currently 5th overall out there on the circuit. Of course, not representative, ahead of half the GT3 field, more than half the GT3 field. Interested to see that Sergio Seta Camara is now out on the circuit, so the Iron Lynx car is out there, and indeed he can now run through till the end of the race. Of course, yes, they will have to refuel the car over the course of the next hour and 50 minutes, but I suspect he'll be in for the rest of the race if all things are fair and just, unless he's feeling particularly charitable and wants to give him in around the honour of crossing the line at the end of the race.
Which is possible, I suppose, but I suspect the most sensible thing to do is to leave him in until the end of the race. Just noticed as we follow Christian Mansell's progress here. Well, Christian actually is only 8.1 seconds adrift of Mark Sharon for in what would be a battle for third position. It's not that genuine because the Mercedes has spent more time in the pits, but I feel like we've had to quantify every on-track battle with that context over the course of the race. But he is catching the Audi nonetheless, and is catching by a couple of seconds a lap. In fact, 2.5 seconds quicker on the previous lap, and looks to have gained even more time this time by the next car ahead of Christian is for position, and that's to get him into a third position on the road. And looking further back, finally, Badwander 2 has rejoined the circuit in the Comu Racing Aston Martin. That was an 8-minute 18 pit stop, so Comu really burning through that pit stop time now. They've got only 5 minutes and 21 seconds of it remaining to serve.
Yeah, exactly right. They've done a brilliant job of sorting that one out, and that's actually put them in a better position, if you want to call it that, in terms of that than Attempto, even, who seem to have been the gold standard so far of making the pit time elapse quickly. But no, now Badwander 2 joins the race with just one more pit stop effectively to do. They've got, 5 minutes and 20 seconds effectively left of stop, which is actually quite a hurried fuel and driver change, so they might go slightly over 35 minutes once all is said and done. Sergio Sete Camara is setting the track on fire. He's done a green followed by a purple sector, personal best followed by an ultimate best. He's just coming across the line now. Let's see what the Iron Lynx 108 car can do. It's a 1:42.089. He's got into the car for the first time after 4 hours of hanging around, and would you believe it, Sergio Sete Camara having his fun.
It's only about 7/10 quicker than anyone else has been all race. That's remarkable pace from Sergio there. He is, look, through turn number 3 and immediately proving the point that we all know anyway, which is how talented a driver he is. He's 17 seconds behind Kari Schreiner in the Attempto Racing Audi, which has served only 38 seconds more in the pit lane. And yes, look, there is an addition now of some black tape onto the front of the car. Well spotted, Adam. I did suspect they might have to do that, especially the speed that Sergio's going. They want to make sure everything is as aerodynamically sound as possible.
This one's put your mind at ease, Andy. They saw you sweating over it in the lunch hall earlier on. So 5 minutes and 21 seconds, the most recent pit stop for Louis Pret, who now takes over the Greystone GT leading car. Is this a brake pad change that we've got going on down here at yes, it is at the Greystone McLaren Artura. So the Cup 3 entry is needing a pad change, which in an endurance race you'd see, in a 24-hour race, you'd see once. So either they didn't give it a fresh set of pads for the race, or simply the car's been a bit thirsty from that perspective in terms of just needing the brake stopping power that's now starting to fade under the foot of Josh Mason. But Louis Pret, I was saying before, now taking the car over with 20 minutes and 44 seconds of their total pit time elapsed. So again, they only need to spend 15 minutes in the pit lane in the next hour and 15 minutes. So there's going to be a long stop in there somewhere.
Yes, so don't panic if that car suddenly disappears for quite an extended period of time. It needs to, in order to be legal as far as its pit stop time is concerned. Leandro Martins leads the race is something that we didn't necessarily expect to be saying. Certainly not 4 hours and 14 minutes into the race. He has leapfrogged ahead of the Greystone GT McLaren as it made that not that lengthy pit stop in fairness, 5 minutes and 21 second pit stop. And so the Cup 2 leader is the overall race leader now. I think we had a similar situation at one point or another last year, but of course there were significantly fewer GT3 cars here a year ago. It is all the more remarkable that the car that just disappeared out of shot, the bright yellow Porsche, there is your overall race leader. He is coming up on an hour into the stint as well, so I don't think he's going to relinquish this lead for a few minutes yet, because we know this car gets pretty good fuel mileage. He's driving like he's the leader of the race as well, isn't he? He's driving like he's in the overall fight for a podium finish, and he's not a million miles away from that, is he really, given how strong the race has been for this squad.
Yeah, I think top 5 is potentially on the cards once it all shakes out, maybe. But yeah, podium would be a stretch, but it is, as you say, could be a possibility depending on how it unfolds for some of the leading GT3 teams the next hour and 45 minutes. So the number 911 car coming out of turn 14 continues on its way. Yes, we did see that graphic on top of the screen, incidentally. 9th track limit infringement. Tegan Poles exploring the outer limits of the circuit, it seems. And of course, this could be a matter of her trying to steer clear of other cars, rather than trying to gain an active advantage, trying to steer clear of other cars. But a track limit infringement is sometimes a track limit infringement regardless of the nuance. And yes, racking those up, unfortunately. There's the P1 then on the light panel on the front of that, or on the windscreen of this 911 car. To your point, I absolutely did not expect to see this car in the race lead at any point today, or at least not this far in, but we are now seeing it, and I am intrigued actually to see if we do get a top 5 finish for a Cup 2 car. Given we have 8 GT3s on the grid this weekend, and given the quality of those lineups, it would be a stellar achievement for the Martins and Swepes team to achieve something like that. Top 5 or top half dozen would be a really good effort, and it does feel as though they've rather sewn up Cup 2 already. It's now looking for bigger scalps to take.
Well, new fastest lap, by the way, Louis Pret, yes, just spotted that, a 1:41.998, so Leandro Martin's stint as the race leader might be relatively short-lived, given he was 9 seconds nearly slower than Louis Pret on fresh tyres that time by. But yes, the Porsche driver enjoying his moment, but Louis Pret enjoying himself perhaps even more. Cedric Fuchs has decided to stop by the pit lane, and the GT4 leading Mercedes AMG for SR Motorsport makes its 4th pit stop, fourth pit stop, but they were in... third pit stop, I beg your pardon. They were in no hurry to get that car in, were they? Getting great fuel mileage out of the GT4 car that was running up in 4th position overall. To the question about LMR then, can they get a top 5? Well, they are 5 laps ahead of the current 6th place car, which is the Attempto Audi of Kari Schreiner. And they are lapping a couple of seconds a lap slower than that car, but they are 5 laps ahead. However, they've got 22 minutes of pit stop time to serve, so I think that might be a struggle, and we know that that particular car, the 6th place car, has only 9.5 minutes or so to serve, so we'll see. We might need a few people to fall by the wayside. It's been an incredibly low attrition rate actually. Only the Resume More Than Racing Porsche has had costly mechanical issues so far, and that, as we said, is now back up and running, so all 18 starters are once again going. Louis Pret is going particularly quickly. A 1:42.7 that time was a bit of a cool-off lap to then start pushing again. A purple first sector for the McLaren driver this time by. And Louis Pret is in the zone. He was massively impressive in his stint yesterday. And Louis, having taken over now from Jaden Kelly, driving for the day is likely done. We would imagine Louis to cycle through to Zach Meakin somewhere towards the end of this hour, and so he'll be watching on as Louis starts to put in this incredible performance. Down into the pit lane we will head. Izzy Browning, who have you got?
Well, no one. I'm actually on my own, but I wanted to come down and give you an update anyway, just outside the Greystone garage, to let you know that that brake pad change was actually pre-planned before coming into this race. Of course, the McLaren Trophy car is a sprint car, and so the brake pads wear out a lot quicker than on the GT3 car, which is made for the endurance racing. So it was pre-planned by the team, and no issues there. They've, of course, sent the car back out.
Good news. Yes, I did wonder whether that was the case. The Artura Trophy don't generally run 6-hour races, and so yeah, that was just a car that was burning its brakes up at the expected rate, I suppose, and so a schedule changed there 2/3 of the way into the race.
Yeah, exactly, and they could get something else on the car to make it endurance friendly, but then that would kind of change the data points a bit for their summer season, and they're here in part to log miles for that summer season. So I completely understand why they would stick with the quote-unquote sprint spec, as it were. So understandable stuff there from the team down at Greystone GT. They're certainly doing a brilliant job with the car that I was going to say leads the race. Currently not, 20 seconds off Leandro Martins, but it has been a pretty exemplary by-the-book race from Pret, Meakin and Jaden Kelly. Coming across the line in the GT2 car now is David Felinius. I think he's due a stint in the GT4 before we're done here. Oh, drive-through penalty as rain is starting to just lightly spit again. But we are getting a drive-through penalty for taking poles for track limits infringement. So on a step too far there. The good news is once you get to that point, you've wiped out the penalties that were being added to the race time. So that will now clear the deck, the drive-through. But still, a little bit of a slap on the wrist there from race control.
Yes, okay, so into the pits she'll be coming soon. 48 minutes, though, she's been in the car, which is at least a fair amount of running. Lap times we're getting down towards the sort of pace being set by the NM Mercedes before it made its most recent pit stop, which it made only a couple of moments ago. Car 44, 5-second penalty. So Louis Pret's been setting fastest lap after fastest lap, but has now just gone a little bit too far as track limits are concerned. 5-second penalty shouldn't matter, but the way that the race could still pan out, especially if the rain starts to make a real appearance, that could really start to matter a little bit more. 5 seconds, I've seen 6-hour races won by less than that in the past. But Louis Pret continues to push on. Louis, someone with enough experience now to surely be able to respond to that and just rein it back in by 5% maybe. He's 13.5 seconds behind race leader Leandro Martins, lapping about 6 seconds a lap quicker, so give him 2 laps, he should be back in the lead, and no need then to take too many liberties with track limits.
Exactly right, and just looking at some of these stint times to see who we should expect in next. Edwin Helston's been out there for an hour and 12 minutes now in the W&S Motorsport Cayman, so that's going to be a sooner pit stop for them. And SR, of course, just exiting the pits now with Kenneth Hire at the wheel. So Kenneth has made a stop. 16 minutes 31 is still all they've done. So again, they need 20 minutes of stop in the next hour and 7. So that's going to be a fairly lengthy stop at some point for Kenneth Hire. But our co-commentator there for a period of the lunch break, or the lunch time, he is now back at the wheel of a second car for the day. Tough task that, isn't it, being Kenneth? 16 years as a Mercedes AMG driver, gets to drive multiple cars in the same race. Actually, you missed this, so I should tell you. A lot of the audience that's been watching on the whole race will know this one because we heard it on the stream. But he was telling us about his 24 hours older experience, which he won for the 5th time last year, while also jettisoning back and forth to Spa on a helicopter to do the Special Tourenwagen Trophy races over there, in which he was fighting for the championship and ultimately won the championship. And I said, that wasn't the first time you did that, though, was it? He goes, no, I think it was about the 14th. So, and he said it, I mean, Kenneth can be deadpan, but he said it with utmost sincerity, I felt. So it would make sense as well, of course, VLN, NLS, he'd often do that at the same time as like a GT Masters weekend or something like that. Wouldn't be a surprise if he was being completely accurate there, and yeah, goodness me. What a life.
It's not bad, is it? I think he enjoys himself, does Kenneth. And we enjoyed having him here in the commentary box to give his insights on the race earlier on. We'll watch with interest to see how he goes in his final stint behind the wheel with an hour and a half or so to go. Just had a change for 5th position. Sergio Sette Camara getting himself ahead of Kari Schreiner. That Attempto Audi might be doing well as far as pit stop time is concerned, but struggling a little for pace at this stage of the race. The pace has dropped again now. We're back into, well, Louis Pret just did a 1:44.5, which is a good 3 or so seconds slower than he was doing a few laps ago. I can see a little bit of mist in the air now, so I do think it's starting to get a little bit more slippery.
Worth noting there, we did just see a lead change, as it were, with Louis Pret getting back past Leandro Martin, so a couple of on-track position changes there going on. And of course, that's really a fairly organic battle now between the Iron Lynx and Attempto teams, because there's only 38 seconds between the amount of time they've spent in the pits. So Camara getting past Schreiner, who should be in the back of shot. Yes, just in the back of shot, losing time to Sergio Sette Camara, though. Those two are on about a level pegging, and I do think the Iron Lynx team kind of not said much about them in this race, but if Sergio's in the car till the end, which he might well be, this could be a podium run.
Yes, most definitely. 10 minutes more pit stop time to be served for this squad. They'll do that at their next and final stop, one would imagine. Well, I say next and final stop, that is as long as the rain doesn't get any worse, but this is proper rain and Sergio is sideways at turn 1. That came all of a sudden. He wasn't expecting that, and he might not be the last person that we see slipping and sliding in the ever worsening conditions. Raining that heavily at our end of the pit lane. We're up towards the final corner, but down at turn 1 it's getting quite slippery now, it would seem. And yeah, the Iron Lynx Mercedes driver, even someone of his experience, getting a little bit caught out by that. So is this the point at which the wet tyres start to be prepared in the garages? Will we get to a point where you need a wet tyre? And who does that benefit? Who is coming up ready for a pit stop? Well, Leandro Martins is one who will be doing a bit of a rain dance at the moment, I'd imagine. He's due a stop fairly shortly, as is Kari Schreiner in the Attempto Audi. So a bit of a weather change now would not be bad for them.
Yeah, I think we're going to see quite a few stops coming up here. To be fair, Leandro Martin's just pitted, but we were expecting him to pit around this time, weren't we? He's been out there for a while. But an hour and 10, I think, roughly, isn't it? An hour and 15 even, potentially. That's a fairly long stint from Leandro. For those who do need to pit around this time anyway, they're presented with a conundrum. Seeing those conditions get worse at turn 1 through 3, seeing Sergio Sette Camara almost lose it there a moment ago. There's yellow flags at turn 2 and 3 right now, so we should probably, it's X Racing, and they're not yet beached in the gravel. If Gunther Benninger is gentle, good job, sir, he can get himself out of there without digging his heels in, as it were, but I would be tempted right now, if I were down at LMR Motorsport, to scramble for wet tyres. It'd be interesting to see what's going on there, whether there is a tyre change in progress and what compound is being put on the car. But yeah, I feel like in a few minutes we might need wets, but we're not there for most of the circuit yet. Clearly at 1 through 3 we are.
Yeah, but how long is it going to stick around? How wet will it get? I mean, to your point about LMR, they've got the gap in Cup 2 that they could roll the dice a little bit, and if they do then have to come back in and stick slicks on, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, that could be the move that gets them properly into top 5 contention, couldn't it? So interesting to see what they choose to do. They haven't yet made it into the fueling area, so we might have half a chance of seeing what that car's doing in the pit lane. And wait and see if anybody else decides to come in. Sergio Sette Camara certainly is pushing hard, ran beyond track limits, and then had a bit of a slide as he rejoined the track as well. Getting some wonderful technical analysis from a member of our team, Kieran Mogg, who says there's a bit of rain at turn 1 and 2. Cars are a little bit wiggly. Thanks, Kieran.
He loves an adjective, does Kieran Mogg. Yes, so the 5th place car we follow at the moment. Leandro Martins is now in the fueling area, although grant you it may actually now be Dieter Swepers. We'll have to wait and see whether or not there is a driver change once it's out of the pit lane. But yeah, this is not the time to be on the verge of a pit stop. For example, Kari Schreiner, who's now done an hour and 3 minutes in the car. They didn't just pit, did they? No, they didn't.
No.
An hour and 3 minutes in the car for Kari Schreiner. They're going to be sat there going, please just do one thing or the other now, like from a weather perspective. Look at the lap times, a 1:52 last time for Louis Pret, a 1:48 for Christian Mansell, some 9 and 6 seconds off their best respectively. Even Sergio Sette Camara, who we follow now, is down to a 48.3. Clearly, at least half of this circuit is pretty slippery now, and the question mark is over that other half of the circuit. Perhaps the final few camera ops around turn 10, turn 12 can give us some insight that we can feed back. But Attempto Racing are in, and they're in for what will be a tyre change. But right now, will they go slicks to slicks? Will they go slicks to wets?
Well, let's see. I can't actually see any tyres at all at the moment. Kari Schreiner then getting out. So Kari Schreiner, who pitted 4 hours and 5 minutes into the race. That's a short stint. I know they've got pit stop time to burn, but is this going to be, well, no, that's fresh slicks waiting, I think, is it? Or did those slicks come off the other side of the car? I think maybe the latter. So they're hedging their bets at the moment. Of course, whilst the driver change is going on and they know they've got time to burn in the pit lane, they can wait and see to some extent.
Yes and no, because this won't be their final stop of the race. There's 90 minutes left to go, and they've only got 10 minutes left to use. So, I don't know. And just getting confirmation as well from our director that the rain is now blanketing across the circuit. So it's not just the first sector that is in these greasy limbo conditions, but it's so tricky for everyone out there right now. And again, the timing screen tells the story on that front, although Christian Mansell is braving it more than most. A 45.6 last time, which is not a bad time in the fully dry conditions, and he's making it work in the slippery conditions.
Well, 2.8 seconds quicker than the leader that time. It's not an insignificant gain, is it, for the Team Moto Park Mercedes? Still trying to bounce back from their delays within the first hour of the race, of course, but yeah, doing a good job is Christian Mansell, and we'll see whether he is able to continue that through the rest of his stint. He's about halfway through the stint. There is Christian Mansell, turns in very early to turn 14 there, the penultimate turn. Gets the nose of the Mercedes hooked into the corner, front-engined car, lots of front grip once you get the car into the corner, so different driving styles required depending on what car it is you're behind the wheel of. He continues on, and yeah, I think so far his pace at least would suggest that he's quite happy in these conditions on these tyres. Let's see as he heads into turn 1, the rain not coming down as heavily now as it was 5 minutes ago, I'd say. Have we dodged the worst of the weather? Is there more to come? Well, who knows? The teams will be looking at every weather app and weather radar they've got available to them, and they'll be hoping, some of them, for the rain, others hoping that it steers clear. But Christian Mansell, one driver who seems quite comfortable right now.
Yeah, exactly right, and I think there is something of a virtual battle to be had between Mansell and Sergio Sette Camara. Once you factor the 4 minutes and 34 seconds extra that they served at Team Motor Park with kind of a safety car pit stop that they were forced to make to refuel the car. So they're 24 minutes and 39 of the 35 minutes that they're supposed to serve before 5 hours 30. They need to do 15 minutes worth of stopping effectively, whereas Sergio Sette Camara and the Iron Lynx team have another almost exactly 10 minutes. There's 2 laps between them. They're both flying around the circuit. I think that certainly Iron Lynx will be ahead of the Motor Park Mercedes, but they'll be on the same lap, and depending on who's in the car towards the end of the race on both counts, both teams, we may yet see something interesting there.
Yes, we may well do. Dieter Swepers, by the way, did jump into that LMR Porsche, which was sort of expected, I guess. Yeah, they've just been Oh, well, yes, so Leandro had a sort of extended stint at the start, didn't he? But then they've been alternating ever since then. Barwanda 2 there being overtaken by Christian Mansell, and there is the race leader, very tentative through the final corner, was Louis Pret. Is that a sign that the rain? Yes, it has moved down to this end of the paddock, looking at the commentary box window. Lap time now suggesting exactly that, a 1:52.8 for Pret. Mansell a 49.6 though, 3 seconds quicker.
And Pret's previous lap was a 46, so 6 seconds slower. That time by. Here is Christian Mansell just coming up on the 71, the Utah Racing Audi and the NM Racing Team Mercedes. Track space at a premium there at turn 3, but yeah, before long he's going to be on the back of Pret and putting the Team Motorpark car just 1 lap behind the Greystone GT machine for the first time in 3 hours, I think. We saw there Anders Steiner recovering from a brief spin. He's back underway without any issues, and another spin for the 71. Nicolas Michelin. The conditions are getting to a point now where I think some of the teams may have to start thinking about their next move.
So difficult though, isn't it? Because yes, a wet tyre might be quicker now. If it stops raining in 5 minutes or even in 10 minutes though, might that still be the case? Look how much Pret is struggling though. The Mercedes looks so much more balanced in these conditions, doesn't it? The front engine cars often are a little more stable, and Pret's got no grip at all. Ran through the debris field there through turn 9 and does now have to face the fact that the Mercedes is quicker and sweeps through. So Christian Mansell unlaps himself, and some serious gains now being made by this Motorpark Mercedes.
And I think this really couldn't be worse for Attempto Racing. Carrie Schreiner's sat there on fresh slicks in the refueling area right now. How long has she been in refuel? I'm not quite sure, but I think she'll be back out on the circuit within the next 60 seconds on stone cold tyres that are no longer suited for the track conditions. And if they'd been able to make that pit stop 10 minutes or so later, they could have been able to make the kind of winning change onto the wet tyres. Maybe not race winning, but you get my point, a beneficial change to wet tyres. It's a head scratcher that we have here then. Christian Mansell doing a brilliant job in the conditions, 2:03 last time, 2:09 for Louis Pret. It is firmly, I would say, past slick conditions, but I think everyone reluctant to make the change before they absolutely have to.
This is perfect for Motorpark, isn't it? Christian Mansell have got the right driver in the car at the time. He's confident in the conditions. He's taking chunks out of not only Louis Pret, but lots of the other cars that they are genuinely battling for position. And yeah, this is good news for him. Good news for Motorpark. How much of that damage can they undo then from earlier in the race? Louis Pret looks as though he's barely hanging on to control of the car at the moment, as the rain now really comes down heavily on the approach to turn 5. It's now definitely at a point where the wet weather tyre is the one to have. Mansell wide at 5. It's just a waiting game though, isn't it? Is this rain going to persist? That's what this decision hinges on.
Yeah, it's time. I think you have to at this point. You can see how hard they're finding it. Sergio Sette Camara, I wonder if he may pit. Yes, he's in this time. Sergio Sette Camara, who's only been in the car for what, 25, 30 minutes, I think, back in the pit lane, and that is going to be a tyre change. Of course, they need to hang around for 90 seconds in order for it to count against their minimum time. And the other spectre I'll raise here, as we saw there, Mansell dodging his way around that debris. The racing line at turn 9 is now where that debris is. It wasn't on the racing line a while ago. It is now on the racing line. Kind of think something might need to be done about that.
Well, it might not be there for long, I suspect, if people keep drifting wide. Speaking of drifting, that was the moment for Nicolas Michelin. Nearly ran into the back of the Motorpark Mercedes there, had no control of the car and the braking, and it's got even worse since then. Now, does Mansell bail for the pit lane? The majority of cars are currently in the pit lane. One has to suspect making a tyre change to wets. Is Mansell going to roll the dice and stay out? He's crawling around the final corner. Is he bearing right? Yes, he is. So Motorpark bring him in, and I suspect that Louis Pret will be in not that much longer after him, with almost everyone now making the same decision. I think it's a fairly easy call for people to make. There's no point now taking the risk of staying out. You might as well do what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Pret does indeed follow into the pit lane. So look at the sheets of rain coming down now. Yeah, absolutely no merit to staying out there on those tyres. Now, even if you do have to switch back to slicks before the end of the race, if the rain stops right now and it dries out again, it's a liability to be out there on the wrong tyres in these kind of conditions. It's not worth the lack of faff of sticking on the slicks.
No, I agree. We're going to lose the track now if we haven't already. So yeah, wet tyres then the way to go. Yellow flag at turn 14. Right, who's still on slicks? Because they're
Gregor
probably
Schneider.
Gregor Schneider, possibly the culprit for that one. And still yellow flags at turn 14. Hopefully that car has not got stuck completely. No, Gregor is actually in the pit lane. There is the reason. It's the GT2 Mercedes of David Telenius, and he reverses rather dramatically back into the racing line. Don't stall the car, whatever you do. He's struggling to get it into first gear, I think. Oh, this is painful as he sits just thankfully off the racing line now and finally gets the GT2 Mercedes underway. A bit of grass in the grille. I suspect he was destined for the pit lane anyway after that moment.
I get the impression he went off the side of the hill on the exit turn 13 and somehow missed turn 14 altogether. I doubt that'll be a track limits infringement, just for those wondering. But yes, Thelinius will certainly be onto the wet. Carrie Schreiner, I think she's going around on slicks, of course, isn't she?
Yes.
Because she's still on her outlap. So Carrie is running around, Florian Scholzer, sorry, as it now is, the car's changed hands. He should surely still be on the slick tyres, although if we can get a look at the sidewall at turn 15, if we can get a nice tight shot, I'm not convinced that's a car running around on slick tyres. Let's have a look at the side of the Audi. Yeah, those are wet. Okay, so it was an anticipatory move from Attempto Racing. So they rolled the dice about 5 minutes before everybody else, really, because they've been in the pits for several minutes. And how much of their time have they now served as well?
Well, not quite enough. They're 33.5 seconds short, so they're going to have to come back in at some point.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, though, because, again, the car won't go this long, I don't think. I don't think it can quite do it.
No, that would be pushing it. I think an hour and 10 has been the absolute upper limit for a GT3 car.
Yeah.
You'll burn less fuel in the rain, I suppose, but I'm not sure you can save that much.
With some short shifting and a dream, maybe. But yes, of course, the other catch here is they have to serve at least 90 seconds in the pits to make it part of the mandatory time. So they kind of cost themselves a minute here either way with how it's all shaken out. But I imagine there was some lively discussion as to whether they send Florian out on wets or slicks. That may have contributed, but clearly someone made the right call.
Yes, absolutely. So that's good news for them. There is the Comu Aston Martin. It was this part of the race where we expected that car to start climbing the order. I tell you what, even on wet tyres, it's getting pretty treacherous out there now, isn't it? Yeah, we expected the Aston Martin to be climbing back up the order now, but they've had to make another extra stop that they hadn't factored in, and we're just outside of that fuel window for a GT3 car, possibly to make it to the end. It's probably worth, if you're in the pit lane now anyway, it's probably worth just using all of your time up anyway in the hope that you can stretch it. If we get a safety car, which is possible in these conditions, then you might just be able to stretch it to the end. If you're sort of down the order somewhere, it might not be a gamble that's, might not be too much of a gamble to take. We've got a lot of cars currently in the refueling area, and perhaps a lot of them just waiting out the clock.
Yeah, no, this is a really compelling section of this race. That podium battle that we've been trying to suss out between Iron Lynx, Com2U, this car, the Attempto Racing 86, and indeed Team Motor Park, that now feels like it is in the ultimate limbo. It's very hard to know what we're going to see next. With the factor, well, of course, of the pit times, of which many still have a lot to serve. Of course, we'll get a read on where Motor Park stand on that after their visit to the pits is concluded. Christian Mansell currently in the fueling area, which is pit stop is almost 5 minutes old, so he shouldn't be in there for too much longer. But yeah, this is really another spanner in the wrench of what is already quite complex, with the pit scenarios being what they are, the pit regulations being what they are. A lot of people's game, a lot of people's idea in the garage will have been shifted, of course, by an extra stop. A lot of them had to make out of sync stops now, and it changes everything.
Yeah, no one has used all of the 35 minutes up yet, that much I can tell you, apart from Razzoon, obviously, so everyone will have to stop again, but you're absolutely right, that the length of that final stop is now going to be of interest. There's the NM Mercedes going through. They've been third in GT4 pretty much all race, that's where they remain, as they climb up through the right-handers at the top of the hill. Descend once again towards the end of another lap. We've got the Team Motor Park Mercedes still in the refueling area, so is the LMR Porsche and the E2P Aston Martin. David Telenius' GT2 Mercedes is in there now as well. The LMR Daniel Neumann driven car, also number 27. Greystone's Artura Trophy car and the X-Racing Porsche. They're all in the refueling area right now. And some of them have been there for a while. Certainly looking at Team Motor Park, 6 minutes and 20 seconds this pit stop has been. So they're definitely eating into some of that time they've got to serve. There's the 108 of Sergio Sette Camara coming out of the final corner. Third position then at the moment. They've got about 8 and a bit minutes of pit stop time remaining. They will have to stop again. But this car continues to go well. That was a 2:0. Yeah, by some margin, the fastest car on track, continuing actually to lap quicker than Louis Pret, who is struggling in these conditions. 4 seconds quicker than Louis Pret last time. Does that tell us maybe that the Greystone team went for a more aggressive, dry weather setup? The second that the heavens opened, Louis Pret seemed to struggle.
It looked like that before, of course, yeah, on the slicks as well. I tend to agree with you. That's what I'm seeing from all of that information, and this could be open house then for a lot of these parties that we've been kind of relegating to second place back. Chief among them, Sergio Sette Camara, who's been on the move, or rather at least the car of Sergio Sette Camara, because yes, he is still in the car, but with 10 minutes left of his time to serve versus 14 for Louis Pret. That is a lively possibility all of a sudden, with Sette spamming fast laps. Yes, he's 4 laps back from Louis Pret, but an hour and 14 minutes of lapping that much faster, and of course with that time being taken back, it's possible.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes more the McLaren will have to spend in the pit lane at the final stop. So that's, well, a lap is in these conditions in excess of 2 minutes, I suppose. So it's 2.5 laps or so. That is the difference. There is more than that between them right now. But you're right, the rate that Camara is going, that margin is coming down quite rapidly, so we'll keep an eye on that. Motor Park are back out now. Christian Mansell staying in the Mercedes, and they also still owe us another pit stop. They have 3.25 minutes that they still need to serve, so they'll be back in again. 7 minutes they spent in the pit lane that time. We're right on board with Camara, and then through the last corner, right out to the edge of the road, that wet racing line, arguably with more rubber on it now than the traditional racing line, given how much wet running we've had over the course of the last few days, but still plenty of grip out there for the Iron Lynx driver, who's up to second now, interestingly, ahead of Mansell. And when you add those 4.5 minutes extra on for Motor Park, that's not a massive difference between the two of them.
No, exactly. Well, I think if anything, it's indicative of the fact that I think Camara and Iron Lynx have gone past at this point fairly definitively the Team Motor Park entries. So again, just sneaking into play here, Iron Lynx, courtesy of the efforts of all 3 of their drivers. But Sergio Sette Camara, with certainly the short straw in terms of the stint that he's had in the car so far. He only got in, 40-ish minutes ago, and he's had the rough run of the weather and a rough run of the circumstances to work in, but he's doing a fabulous job and bringing the team right into podium contention. And depending on what's going on down there at Greystone GT and what that car does for Louis Pret, and indeed I think Jaden Kelly, who should probably take the flag. No, Zach Meakin, of course, has only had 1 stint. So yeah, Zach Meakin will probably take the flag, depending on how both of those drivers adapt to the car. It does seem quite aggressive in these conditions. it's still anything up for grabs. Let's have a look at some of the other GT3s in terms of time. We know, of course, we have a yellow flag at turn 2. So that's, again, Anders Steiner. In fact, no, Mats Kimby now in the Team Steiner racing car. So just losing out of turn 1 there, and now regaining the car that runs 12th overall and second in Cup 2, a couple of laps clear of LMR Motorsports' 27 entry, which interestingly has now served all of its time, as has the Greystone GT Artura. They've both gone over 35 minutes now, so that's compelling. I think those cars could now go to the flag in theory, especially the 27 and the 27-33, both on their out lap. I think they've tanked to the flag now.
Yeah, I think you're right, and they should be able to stretch it. An hour and 11, I would imagine they can get there, can't they? We're probably getting quite close to the fuel window now for even a GT3 car, so I think...
We are there,
we're there, aren't we, basically? Well, certainly by the time you've served the pit stop, yes, because that's not going to be a quick pit stop, is it? So, yeah, we are in the window now where you could make that final stop. But when do you want to make it? What you don't want is make it early, lose several laps, then there's a safety car, and, you know, it all gets a bit complicated. So I suspect we'll see them hanging out for a little bit longer.
Obviously, in GT3, with the broad array of different engines and thirst that comes along with it, results may vary, but certainly with the McLaren, we had Ollie Webb, of course, in commentary with us for a bit in 2025 here at this event, and he implied 70, maybe 75 at a very, very strong push is about where you get out of the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. So yeah, I think we're well within time for the final pit stops now. It's just a matter of whether it lines up with things like driver times in a 2-car lineup like Mansell and Ramirez, and whether it lines up with the plans of the teams, which I'm sure again have been thrown up in the air by everyone needing to switch over to the wets.
Yeah, absolutely right. So there goes Sete Kamara, about to put a lap on Oliver Söderström, who's back into the Comu Aston Martin. That's 4th place now, and on a similar sort of strategy, no, not on a similar sort of strategy to Motor Park ahead. They've got an advantage on Motor Park because, again, I keep forgetting about this 4.5 minutes. So, yeah, Comu could still very much be a contender for a podium. The E2P car has slipped back slightly now. Antonio Sonero is behind the wheel. Their 5th position still, though, ahead of Uta's number 71, and then the Cup 2 leader, Tita Suepes, who is in 7th place for LMR. Kamara across the line. What's the lap time? It's a 2:0 again. He's consistently in the low to mid 2:0s, consistently 4 seconds a lap quicker than Louis Pret right now, and continuing to charge towards the leader as quickly as he can, with an hour and 10 minutes still to go.
5 seconds faster than Söderström, who put a lap on as well, and a second quicker than Christian Mansell, who's in the same car. So really impressive stuff, albeit let's see what Christian does this time by coming across the line in 3rd place. He did 2:01.7, so he's losing a second a lap to Sergio Sete Kamara as well.
Yes, he is. So Kamara, the man on form, and again, does that tell us that maybe Iron Lynx gambled on the weather? They knew the race was starting wet, they knew there was a chance it would end wet, and are they going to have enough time to reap the benefits of that? 8 minutes and 52 seconds between the top 2 cars.
And of course, that may also come down to the composition of the driver lineups, because in the case of Mansell and the Motor Park team, it is a pro lineup, a silver lineup. So I'm sure that Mansell and Ramirez will have both wanted a fairly stiff car, whereas someone like Amir Naran, for example, who is a bronze-rated driver in that Iron Lynx car, he may have been lobbying for a bit more give and a bit more softness, forgiveness in the car, which a pro driver will go, oh, okay, fine. But now in these conditions, Sergio might be thanking his lucky stars that he's got a softer car, to your point.
It definitely looks more compliant, doesn't it, than this Mercedes, I'd say, that Christian Mansell's behind the wheel of. This car looks a little bit stiffer, just not quite able to turn in with the level of confidence he would like, and that's not because Christian Mansell's decided to take it easy. He's had no choice but to take it easy because the car is not quite underneath him, perhaps. Down the hill in the Team Motor Park Mercedes, 31.6 seconds adrift of Sete Kamara. That was a big slide again, this time into turn 13, and And just to illustrate the point, when he turns into the corner, the car does not want to play ball.
No, exactly right. But I mean, we saw him do this in qualifying, of course, in slightly drier conditions, but it was still wet tyres on a damp track where he was really slinging the car into corners. It seems to be how he operates at the wheel of this thing. But of course, the setup may have also been changed since yesterday as well, so we can't use that as a like-for-like comparison. Kamara's pace was down at 201.2 last time by, as was Mansell's at 202.2, so both of them about a second off. It looks as though that Louis Pret, though, is getting his head around the Greystone GT car in these conditions, slowly but surely. The race leader at 203.7, and they were up in the 04s, weren't they? So they've slightly found something.
Yeah, he had a 0.39, I think, a couple of laps ago, so that's probably the best lap he's had since the weather became properly wet. But yeah, still a little bit slower than Kamara, not quite as much as it had been. There is Michael O'Brien, Greystone GT car. I don't think we've seen much of Michael in this race so far. He's done a stint or two, but hasn't found our cameras just yet. He's about to find a charging Christian Mansell coming up behind him fairly rapidly. Hopefully through all of the spray, which is very much now emanating from the back of the cars, we'll see the Mercedes coming and step out of the way. Louis Pret in the pits. Louis Pret, the race leader, is in to serve that car's final pit stop. So to your point, they're in the window now to make it on fuel. They're obviously able to get their third driver back in again now for the final stint. Zach Meekin, we expect that to be. And so for the final time, we hope Greystone's McLaren is in the pits.
And I think critically as well, they're now at a point where if it stopped raining now, are they really going to have slicks again before the end of the race? No, this is a final stop in all regards. They don't have to worry about whether or not they'll be on the right tyres with 10 minutes left. It's going to stay slippery at this point. So, yes, it is very much time for the final stops, I think, and they will come in abundance over the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes, I think, among some of the GT3s. Mansell's been out there for 49 minutes. Kamara's been in the car 45, Sonero for E2P 42 minutes. Yeah, so I think that a lot of the drivers that we expect to compose the top 5 by the end of this race, in about 20 minutes they will be flooding for the pits, or even sooner than that, of course, just to split it down the middle.
Yeah, it depends, I suppose, who they've got waiting for them, doesn't it?
True.
Some drivers like Christian Mansell, for example, it might make more sense to leave him out to the end of his stint and maximise his driver time, whereas Louis Pret clearly wasn't that happy in the conditions, so time to let someone else have a go. We'll see whether Zach Meekin is able to rise to the challenge. The visibility becoming worse and worse now as the spray continues to be thrown up. Christian Mansell negotiates the Cup 3 McLaren Artura of Michael O'Brien. But yeah, this is a pivotal moment in the race now. Final pit stop time being served, and also important that the teams don't miscalculate this now, because we've seen that happen before. It's easily done. Greystone, for example, have got to spend some nearly 13 minutes in the pit lane.
And the question is, of course, do they do that now or do they do that later? I suppose part of the question is, do we think this weather's going to improve or not? If it's as bad as it's going to get right now, then burn it away while everyone's limping around. If it's going to get slightly better later on, then, yeah, obviously, hang on, do it now. Of course, they would also have to do it before 30 minutes to go. That's the other thing we should be reminding you of now as we come towards the final hour. So we've got 33 minutes in which you can serve that time. Now, as you might be already thinking, can they start it and then continue on through the 30-minute mark? Yes, so as long as you're in the pits to start your final stop before half an hour to go, you're safe. So you can do it with 30 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Even if you've got 10 minutes to sit there, you'll be fine.
Indeed so, and Oliver Söderström has brought the 007 Aston Martin in, so not choosing to wait right until the end of the stint, at least for the pit stop. I think the temptation for me would be to serve all of the time now, but then you are running the risk of a safety car coming out and scuppering that, so maybe better to wait until that final 30 minutes. We'll see. We'll get an answer in a few minutes' time when we see the Greystone car re-emerge onto the circuit.
I think we have an answer already. I mean, it's been in the pits for 3.5 minutes and they've not even approached the refueling bay yet. So it's just hanging around outside the garage right now.
Yeah, good point. So they are just counting down the time then, aren't they? And although they didn't have a lot of time to burn,
that is true,
13
yes.
minutes or so, they could split it 50-50 maybe, hedge their bets. They've got time to do that. They've somehow ended up on the short end of the pit stop time, haven't they, Greystone GT? They were somewhere in the middle for much of the race, but now they do have a fair amount of catching up to do. Speaking of which, every second that they spend in the pit lane, this car gets a little bit closer to them. And Sergio Sette Camara in the Iron Lynx Mercedes, which is now becoming seemingly the car most likely to challenge Greystone GT for the win. This is time for Sergio to set some good lap times if he can and do as much damage to the lead gap as possible.
Yes, I still think that Com2U are equally as threatening in this, despite Kamara's obvious pace advantage right now, because they've only got effectively one pretty swift pit stop left, 3 minutes and 45 seconds there or thereabouts. And in fact, that's ongoing. So Söderström or whoever is in for the final stint, I think it probably will be Söderström out in favour of maybe Baudouin Detu. Detu is going to come out for the final stint, I think, having served everything they need to serve, and that's going to be hugely important for them. I also think it's going to bring them to about where Sergio eventually comes back out once the final stop is served. So I think that's the battle for second between the two Mercedes. The question is how close they are to the leading McLaren.
Yes, indeed so. I suspect they might leave Söderström in, actually. He's only been in the car for 20 minutes, give or take, because Detu handed over to him just as the rain started, didn't he? They were one of the teams that couldn't quite hang on long enough for the change of tyres, so Söderström has been their quickest driver. If they can use him, I'm sure they will.
Possibly so, although Söderström's only had 1 hour total, so roughly an hour in the car. So we'll see whether Detu or Söderström gets the nod for the final stint, or indeed AJ Muss if he really wants to hang it out for the final stint. Cup 2 leader in a slide, Dieter Schweppes, who incidentally, or Dieter Schweppes I should say, sorry, the LMR Motorsport car, which incidentally now only has one more proper stop left to do, 29 minutes and 28 seconds. So they've done, what, a good 15 minutes of hanging around, I think, there in the last half hour or so. Incidentally, we are now into the final hour of this motor race, which has somewhat flown by. Sergio Sette Camara is the one flying more than just about anybody out there on the circuit right now, but what a twist in the tail the weather has once again provided us here at the 6 Hours of Portimão. Let's take a look at hour 5 of the 6 Hours of Portimão. So then it was dry at the top of the hour. The conditions were gloomy overhead. The pessimists among us thought that we might soon see tyre changes. We saw brake changes on the Greystone McLaren Artura being in sprint specification, meaning that it would need a fairly swift change to the brakes. Last pit stops ongoing for quite a few drivers, but it was as the rain started to sprinkle around the circuit. So it became a question of, do we pit now? Do we put the car on slicks, or do we wait it out and see what happens? And very quickly we started to see moments like this for drivers like Sergio Sette Camara, and indeed this one for the driver of the 19, which at the time I think was Gunther Benninger. Increasingly slippery conditions, self-evident not just by looking at the skies but by looking at the body language of the cars. Attempto Racing pulling a blinder by putting wet tyres onto their Audi while it was still just about slick conditions. By the time the car was back out on the circuit, it was firmly wet conditions, as displayed by the other Audi, the 71 Uta car, losing control on the wets. And certainly it was looking pretty dangerous out there on the track for everybody, so it was time. No one was going to hang around, no one was going to be the last of them on the slicks, and I wanted to be the last of them on the slicks because it was clear that the weather was calling out for wet tyres. Christian Mansell taking over the number 28 Mercedes. He was on wets, and just at the end of the hour there, seeing that even the wet tyres can be caught out. Dieter Schweppes there asking too much of the wet compound. Pirelli's we're into what is going to be a very treacherous final hour of this race, and we've got a very interesting situation unfolding before us right now. Iron Lynx have just gone on to the lead lap and now past the Greystone GT McLaren. So, with the pit stop still to serve, of course, for Sergio Sette Camara and the Iron Lynx team, they have just taken the lead of this motor race.
Yes, and still no sign of movement from the Greystone McLaren. Well, it's moved to the fueling bay, but still continuing to use up as much of the nearly 13 minutes, 12 3/4 minutes or so of pit stop time that they had to use. So it could still be there for another 3 or 4 minutes maybe, and that's enough for Sergio Sette Camara to put a couple of laps on the McLaren. Of course, as we said, this car does still have 8 and a bit minutes worth of pit stop time to serve as well, but a race that truly keeps us guessing. A lead change inside the final hour, and with the pace that Camara has had, they could still be contenders. It all depends on how quickly and how effectively Zach Meekin, who we think is getting into that Greystone McLaren, can get to grips with the conditions in a McLaren 720S that doesn't seem to like these conditions.
No, exactly right. Really compelling situation then ongoing, and a long pit stop for Greystone GT. Zach Meekin is going to be getting a feed of information through his helmet over the course of the next 20 minutes of where they've come out ultimately. I suspect once all is said and done, they will still be the leaders. But one critical thing here, of course, is that they cannot send him out of that fuel bay any earlier. If you end up at 34.58, it's still 90 seconds that you have to serve in the pits in order for it to count to your time. So that would be a huge loss in terms of effectively granting yourself an 88-second penalty in that specific scenario. So they cannot take the liberty of, oh, okay, one more stop at the end, we'll just do a stop-go or something. No, it has to be 90 seconds minimum. So yeah, they have to be very careful here.
Well, that tells me I think they're going to use it all up now, because once you get within 90 seconds of the 35 minutes served, you might as well stay there, because to come out and pit again is going to cost you more than 90 anyway. So I think they're now going to use it all. They're 11 minutes into this pit stop, and they had to serve 12 3/4 or so. So I'm fairly certain they're going to stay there to the end. We will watch that number intently when they do come out to make sure it goes over 35. They've lost second place now to Christian Mansell's team Motorpark Mercedes, but again, that car owes us a fair amount of time, actually getting on for 8 minutes or so, that they will have to serve eventually when they do come in.
But I mean, that's the interesting thing. These two Mercedes now running 1-2 on the track. In adjusted terms, it's 26 minutes and 50 seconds for Sergio Sette Camara so far, so they need to do 8 minutes and 10 seconds worth of pit stop yet, and it's 8 minutes and 14 seconds worth of pit stop for Christian Mansell and the guys. In fact, no, not quite, sorry, 4 minutes and 34, isn't it? So it's about 9 minutes, I think, left to serve for Christian Mansell and co at Team Motorpark. So I think that, at the very least, again, is going to be the battle for second place once this pit stop situation is in the rear-view mirror. The biggest question of the day at this point is, where will the McLaren be relative to them, as we've already said? And I'm not quite sure of the answer.
No, me neither. Come to you, by the way, did leave Oliver Söderström aboard the Aston Martin. 35 minutes and 48 seconds served, so they've gone well over the minimum 35 minutes. Not the only ones, actually. Attempto Racing's Ariel Levy is back out there. They've served 25 minutes and 54 seconds, so they've gone nearly a minute. 35 minutes and 54. Let me read the right line of the timing screen. 36 minutes and 2 seconds served in the pit lane. Apologies. A lot of numbers on our timing screen. You're getting the simplified version on the side of your screen, but the actual timing screen is very information heavy, which is great. It's giving us all the information we need to follow the race. Right, Greystone are back out. 35 minutes, 16.999 seconds. There is the McLaren. It is Zach Meekin at the wheel. They do not need to pit again. And at the end of this lap, we'll get a proper read on how far behind the race leaders they are, but they're still in a strong position, that's for sure.
Still in a very strong position. And in actuality, what, 10 minutes worth or 8 minutes and change worth of stop for Kamara and Mansell, and only 2 laps that they are now ahead of this McLaren. So I do think, in spite of what's been a fairly tetchy looking car and this question mark over the maths, I think ultimately, yes, this is still going to be the leading car once all is said and done. I think 2 to 3 laps may end up being the margin. We really just needed to see the car out after its pit time had been elapsed. And now we can see a picture that looks very positive indeed for Greystone GT, in my opinion.
Yeah, let's see what the body language of the car is like, though. Is Zach Meekin a little more comfortable maybe than Louis Pret had been? Pret, of course, took the car from the dry to the wet conditions. That can be tricky, can't it? Because you become used to the dry conditions, and then all of a sudden the track just isn't giving you the grip you were expecting. Whereas Meekin, I suppose, knew exactly what he was in for, didn't he, when he was going to be plugged into the car. Start getting lap times for him fairly soon, but McLaren pitches into the 13th turn. And, looks absolutely immaculate. It's avoided drama, it's avoided contact as far as we've seen so far. Just needs to do the same now for the remaining 51 minutes, and the victory could well be theirs.
Exactly right. So we take a look here at the 86 machine powering through the final corner. That's the Attempter machine now in the hands of Ariel Levy. So good to see him back at the wheel for the final stint of the race, having now served plus a minute on top of the 35-minute minimum, so 36 minutes and 2 seconds. They've done all they need to do from that perspective, and a little bit more with just how everything fell into place with the wet tyres. And Zach Meekin getting caught out there on the run to turn 1, understeering wildly underneath him, but the runoff saving his skin.
Yeah, but a sign maybe that the McLaren still isn't the most comfortable of cars to have in these conditions. I know he's quite early in his stint and still finding his feet, but one would suggest maybe he's not yet pushing at 100%, and yet still the car moving around a lot underneath him. Down into 5 he comes. Can he get the car stopped here? No, not even close to getting it stopped in time for the corner, and that is slightly concerning. 2 off-track excursions in 5 corners.
I'm interested to see what happens at the next braking zone, because my brain is starting to say, well, is this just wet, or is this maybe the brakes a little bit as well? Because 2 kind of straight-on moments in a row, I mean, it's less likely, but all the same, no matter what, it's clear that Zach Meekin does not have the car he wants underneath him right now, and it's looking almighty treacherous.
Indeed so. Attempter Racing's team manager, by the way, being told to report to race control. Not sure what that's all about. They did just make a 96-second pit stop. That was a pit stop out of necessity, I think, because remember, they had 30 seconds or so more to serve, and we knew that that meant it had to be a 90-second pit stop, which it was. Whether they did something in that pit stop they weren't supposed to do, we'll find out momentarily. Yeah, Zach Meekin, this has not been a brilliant first flying lap in this stint. In the sectors, the first sector he was 2.2 seconds slower than Kamara. Second sector, 4 seconds slower than Sergio Sette Kamara. That is concerning.
That's very concerning, absolutely right. Although it's worth noting, of course, that those 2 sectors both had an off-track moment in them, so it may not be fully representative. What will be interesting is now this run down to the first corner. Let's see how Zach handles it now.
7 seconds dropped. I know he lost a bit of time with those off-track excursions. I'm not convinced it was 7 seconds.
No.
Does he make turn 1 this time? He will learn quickly, I'm sure. And yes, that looked a lot more stable. So I think he was just exploring the limits on that outlap. And at least we are at Portimão, not Estoril, for example, where doing that can easily lead to your car becoming beached in a gravel trap. Here, the drivers do have that safety net of sorts.
Yeah, exactly, although you also don't want to utilise the track limits too often, as we found out from a couple of drivers during this race. Now, what's the first sector split this time for Meekin? It's much more on the money, only 4/10 off of Sergio Sette Kamara, so I think it was, to your point, Andy McEwen, the scientific method from Zach Meekin seeing how it all pans out and using the data to progress forward from there.
The easiest way to find the limit is to exceed it, isn't it? And then you can sort of rein it back from there. So
I feel like that's always dangerous advice, especially on motorcycles. To quickly veer into that, Marc Marquez has always scared me for that very reason. A bit less risky to do, I suppose, at a circuit like this with 4 wheels and various body panels surrounding you. But yes, I guess I take your point, although the concerned uncle in me maybe goes, no, don't do that, guys. But yes, indeed, especially with this much runoff, you can kind of go to 110% and work your way down.
I've spoken to enough young up-and-coming racing drivers to know that that is absolutely the mindset that they have when it comes to wet conditions. Sergio Sette Camara in the pit lane now, by the way. Not the only one, actually. We've got the E2P Aston Martin. Dieter Schweppes is in the LMR Porsche. Still Cup 2 leader, remember. And for only about the 4th time all race, the SR Motorsport GT4 Mercedes is in for what should be its final pit stop. 5th time of the race. Still significantly fewer pit visits than most other cars out there. And for that reason, they've got quite a bit of time now to spend in the pit lane. They've only served 18 minutes and 38 of the 35 minutes minimum pit stop time.
Yes, so they'll actually go beyond the half hour to go while kicked up with their feet on the dashboard, but that's okay, that's allowed. That's fully within the rules. As long as you start your final pit stop before we get to half an hour to go, you're okay, much like a pit window in a typical hour-long GT race. So that is a-okay. But yes, it is going to be a rather long break. Kenneth may come and commentate with us again during that break. Who knows? It's a fairly long one. Well, here we see an illustration of just how treacherous it is out there. You can see the confidence gap, quite frankly, there with some of the others taking it very carefully. You can't blame Matt Skimby. He was also wanting to find some track to get back into the pit lane, actually. He was just on an in-lap and obviously didn't want a GT3 car plundering up his inside while he was trying to get to the pit entry.
No, definitely did not. Oliver Söderström here in the Aston Martin battling on. He is in 7th spot at the moment, but a lot of the cars ahead of him are in the pit lane currently. I still think they've got an outside shot at a podium here.
Oh, for sure.
They're definitely in that conversation for 3rd. I don't think they'll do better than 3rd, but looking at the time to be served by cars ahead, I think they should still be on the podium, all things being well. And we ride on board with the Aston Martin briefly, heading over the hill behind the paddock area and into the hairpin at turn 5, into the spray of the now 10th placed Greystone GT McLaren Artura, which has no more pit stops to serve. And they've done a really good job, actually, of managing that pit stop time. 35 minutes and 13 seconds. Not a lot of wastage there.
No, exactly right. Just about on the money, and that's an impressive calculation given the hurdles in the way. Getting to a total of 35 across, minimum really 5 pit stops. And bearing in mind you've got that 90-second minimum to contend with as well, getting it down to a science is not easy in the slightest.
No, definitely not. And we're seeing that with plenty of teams going well over the 35 minutes, well over track limits there, with Michael O'Brien up at turn 7 and 8, I think, isn't it? No, sorry, the
10
other.
11.
They do look very similar, those sequences of corners. 10 and 11 up at the top of the other hill, the other side of the valley at turn 9. Oliver Söderström will have spotted that and thought, well, you can do that again if you want, because that's one less car that I have to physically overtake on the racetrack.
So Sergio Sette Camara's car, perhaps not with Sergio Sette Camara in it, of course, would maybe get some information from the pits as to whether or not Sergio stayed in or not. Would be interesting, because he's already in the pit road. Oh, sorry, he's already in the fueling area. With about 5 minutes worth of pit stop left to do. So I think they're going to do what Razoon did last year and just park the thing, quite frankly.
Difficult for the driver that gets in, though, isn't it? Because you're all full of... Oh, in fact, who's that coming out?
I think that was E2P, actually, just leaving.
It looked Aston Martin-esque, didn't it?
Yes.
And we know it's not the Comp2U car because
there it
it's
is.
There, going through turn 1. We're on board with it now. Yeah, difficult situation for the driver getting in here, because you get yourself all pumped up and ready to go. The adrenaline's flowing, and I suspect it's flowing inside the Aston Martin we ride on board with now as well after that wobble.
Something is, yeah.
Moving on. And then you get in the car, you get plugged in, you go, and then you stop. and then you wait for 7, 8 minutes, perhaps more, depending on what strategy your team have put you on, and quite easy, I'd imagine, to lose focus in that situation. Maybe not a huge surprise that Zach Meakin had a mistake or two in him on that first flying lap, because it takes a minute or two. I know they're very good at doing this, don't get me wrong. They get into the zone far quicker than you or I would, but it is a challenging, challenging situation for them.
Yeah, exactly, and it's getting worse, isn't it, as well? The weather is certainly doubled down on the direction in which it was going, and there goes the NM Racing team car straight into the fueling area. Will that be their final pit stop? Yes, it will. It's going to be a long one. They've actually been in front of their garage for 6.5 minutes. So yeah, now time to fuel the car up and wait it out, as it were. They've still got well, about 4 minutes and 15 left to burn as of this moment, as the last pit stop continues to tick away. So the NM Racing team car will be probably hanging around the pumps for just a few seconds after the fueling is actually completed. I think it will be Luis Liberal in the car for the final stint, if I have the pattern correct on that machine, and we'll see whether they can salvage maybe second place. That's what they did here last year, second place in the GT4 class. I think they'd rather hope to have gone one better. They certainly would not want to go one worse in the third place that they're currently in.
Indeed so. Back into the race goes Dieter Schweppes, by the way, the Cup 2 leader. Into the refueling zone will go the Motor Park Mercedes, just in behind. Whoa. 77, who's that off? It's the 19, isn't it? Yeah. I was about to mention X Racing, actually, because they are currently 14 seconds short, give or take, of the 35 minutes. So they're going to have to come back in, and they'll have to come in, as we've said, for a minimum of 90 seconds.
And it's clearly a miscalculation, because they just did a 12-minute pit stop. So they just short of what it was going to be. Now, I think you can take it as a penalty, as it were, but it would be a fairly, I think, hefty penalty. I think it'd be a stop-go at the very least if they were to try and do something like that.
And of course, they still have to do it in the next 10.5 minutes. They have to do it before the 5.5-hour mark. So hopefully they get the message across to Peter Brunner, who is busy catching his breath after that spin, and they now have more bad news to deliver, unfortunately, that he'll have to make his way back into the pits.
Yeah, but all the same, it's been a great thing to see the 992 GT3 Cup with X Racing after they were with us last year in the club class. At Barcelona, in fact, they were kind of a informal GT4 car. They are in a CS spec Cayman, but they are able to match and for much of the race surpass the actual full-fat GT4s. So it's not a bad showing from them, and hopefully we get to see more of this 992 Cup car with the team in the future. They've purely done the endurance events with us so far, and no 6 Hour of Barcelona for this year. We couldn't quite extend to 2 weekends at Barcelona from a calendar perspective at the ever popular home of the Spanish Grand Prix. Yes, so we do hope to have that event back next year. It would also be interesting to see how X Racing stack up in a sprint race environment. They've realised it too. The car now comes into pit lane, and they've also, of course, hopefully figured out that, yes, it's going to have to be a minimum 90-second stop, which means effectively they've cost themselves 75 seconds since they only have 14 mandatory seconds left to go.
Indeed so. There goes the Greystone GT Cup 3 McLaren. Their GT3 McLaren leads the race again now. There it is in the hands of Zach Meakin. So they've gone back ahead of the Iron Lynx Mercedes and the Team Motorwork Mercedes, who are both in the refueling zone at the moment. And so this McLaren leads the race once more, and Zach Meakin's pace similar, to be honest, to Louis Pret's, although I suspect the conditions are slightly worse now than they were when Louis was in the car. 2:04s or so for them. There is Sergio Sette Camara, Iron Lynx, yes, 4.1 seconds over the 35 minutes. That was, well, very Iron Lynx-esque, really, wasn't it? Yes. Perfectly judged, and they send Sergio Sette Camara, who stays in the car, back on his way. So he's, what, a lap and 2/3 or so, I think, behind Zach Meakin, give or take. We'll get the precise number shortly. Crucially, though, their second place is looking pretty secure, because we know that Christian Mansell has to spend longer in the pit lane in the Team Motor Park car, and they were a lap or so ahead of the Comu Racing Aston Martin. So second as a minimum for Iron Lynx, barring any drama in the last 38 minutes, should be secure.
Yes, although I don't think Christian Mansell is far away now from exiting the pit lane after that last pit stop for Team Motor Park. Where would they be? 27 or so minutes on correction once everything was dealt with. 27:14, I think it would have been. Well, 27:12, actually, to be completely correct. Goodness me. But a pit stop of around 9 minutes is effectively what they needed. And where are they? They're at 8:47. So it won't be far away, I don't think, the Christian Mansell exiting of the pits for the final time. Will it be on the same lap as Sergio Sette Camara? Of course, at this stage, it's very important that it is, and it is, because if there is a late safety car, hey, they're on the same lap, they will bunch together. So yes, Mansell is now back out on the circuit, and I suspect it'll be about a minute and 10 seconds, minute and 20 maybe, between Camara and Mansell once all is said and done.
Yes, but from what we've seen so far in this portion of the race, the pace advantage lies with this car, doesn't it? The Iron Lynx Mercedes has seemingly been more at home in these conditions. So, around the final turn comes Sergio. And, sets off onto his final 36.5 minutes of racing this afternoon. Keeping one eye on the cars that have been emerging from the pit lane. I think they're all okay as far as 35 minutes are concerned, with the exception of the X-Racing car, which served a 99-second pit stop, so that should be fine for them. They are fourth in Cup 2, though, and not really that likely to improve upon that. Cup 2 still led by LMR's 911 car. SR Motorsport still lead GT4. We haven't seen them on track for 11 minutes because they're still serving their pit stop time, but they should emerge still comfortably in the lead of that class. And of course, Greystone GT out in front overall and within GT3 by about 3 3/4 minutes.
Exactly right. So Zach Meakin in the race lead with that buffer you just alluded to, and the 108 car of Sergio Sette Camara will, based on what we've seen recently, more than likely be outpacing the McLaren, but it's almost certainly not going to be enough unless there is a major twist in the tail of this race, and it is endurance racing, so let's not rule that one out. There is the 007 Aston Martin of Söderström. Where has he come out then relative to Christian Mansell? I think the answer is they're not going to be very far apart at all, actually. I think that's going to be the battle for third place, and it will be quite a close battle for third place. In fact, I'm wondering if Söderström has emerged ahead of Mansell, which is what we're going to find out when this car crosses the line. No, Mansell has just crossed the line. Wow. There is Mansell going through shot at the bottom of the screen, third overall. Here comes Söderström. The gap between them is 14 seconds. Now, prior to the most recent cycle of pit stops, Söderström was not at the same level of pace as Christian Mansell. But if he could find something, some measure of confidence, some measure of improvement in time in the Comte Aston Martin, the podium might still be on.
Yes, or if Christian Mansell makes a mistake or gets tangled up in traffic, then it could all bunch back together again, couldn't it? We'll watch their times over the next few laps, see what their relative pace is. But yes, at least Comte Racing are back in the conversation for a podium finish. We thought it would be close between those two teams, and indeed it was. Motor Park have more than served, I think, the extra 4 minutes 34, haven't they? Yes, because they've nearly 41 minutes worth of time in the pit lane they have spent. Yellow flag in the final sector, somewhere around between turns 13 and 14. We have a car seemingly stationary. Who is it, and how serious is it? Well, not very, because the green flags are back out again. Whoever it was has got back underway.
Indeed, and just coming into the pits, I think last time by, I think may have been one of the, no, not one of the SR Mercs. I was trying to identify who it might be, but no, I'm not sure, so I won't speculate. The Aston Martin heads around turns 10 and 11. Looking at the sector splits, certainly the Mercedes so much quicker in sector 2, a 39.8 for Christian Mansell, a 41.8 for Oliver Söderström, and 208s versus 205s, 206s, I suspect it will be for Mansell. Unfortunately for Söderström, the pace just isn't there in the car.
So Oliver Söderström then through the penultimate corner. Let's see what the pace has been like in the sectors. Well, comparable in the first sector to Christian Mansell, slower in the second by a couple of seconds though. So yeah, Christian's got this in hand for now. Sergio Sette Camara, by the way, only half a second quicker than Zach Meakin last time, so I think it was more of a Louis Pret issue than a McLaren 720S issue necessarily in that previous stint for Greystone.
I think the GT4 battle may end up rather interesting after all. We haven't really spoken much about GT4 beyond remarking quite how far up the order the SR car was, owing to its unique, shall we say, rear-heavy approach to the pit stop window. Edvin Helston has just exited the course on lap 143, or with 143 laps in the book. He's now out on the circuit on his out lap. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum car is stationary, has been stationary for 15 minutes, needs to be stationary for about 16 and a half all told. It's going to be tight as to whether Helston is on the lead lap within GT4 in that battle once things are panning out. And another interesting factor is, of course, who is driving. Edvin Helston is extremely quick in that W&S Motorsport Cayman. We've seen that consistently through the weekend. He's definitely the pro of that lineup. It's still showing J-Mo Hartling in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum car. Kenneth Heyer seemed to believe he'd be in the car for the final stint of the race. So let's see what happens. What will the gap be and who will the participants be? I think maybe there's a chance GT4 isn't quite as cut and dry as we thought. At least an outside shot, particularly if there's a safety car, of something happening.
Yeah, you might be right, actually. That's going to be a lot tighter than I expected, which is odd because I really thought that leaving all of your pit stops towards the end of the race was the safer way to go. But, yeah, perhaps SR Motorsport are going to be feeling the pressure from W&S, and I certainly wouldn't say no to an SR versus W&S battle for the class victory in the closing stages, and that may well be what we're treated to. Edvin Helston in that Porsche Cayman will be pushing on. He just did a 2-minute 19.3. And, well, we'll see when that SR car comes back out just how strong that pace is. There is the Porsche, I should say, as it makes its way over the hill. There is the Mercedes, but a lap between them, question mark?
Still a lap between them, yes. So I thought it might just be on the lead lap, but no, it is not. Kenneth Heyer, it is confirmed in the car. He rejoins the race just over a lap clear of Edvin Helston. But for the security's sake, of course, especially in conditions this treacherous, the team will be willing Kenneth to get the elbows out and keep the car a lap clear, just in case a safety car needs to be deployed.
Yes, I mean, we have had 2 safety cars in much drier conditions than these. Now it's fully wet. We've had a few people slipping off the road, but nothing of too much significance.
The window is now closed. We're into the final half hour of the race, and I'm pleased to report that everyone has done at least 35 minutes in the pit lane. So big round of applause to the pit wall, unless there are some short pit stops in there that we can't take account for here. It looks like everyone has followed the rules to the T.
Yep, I think you're right. We currently have the Resume More Than Racing Porsche in the pit, serving its final stop, but well, they don't really have to worry too much, do they, about the 35-minute minimum. As long as this is a 90-second pit stop, they should be fine. Gregor Schneider perhaps getting out of the car then for the final part of the race.
I mean, it could be a 30-second pit stop. They've been in the pits for 2 hours and 41 minutes, so I think you're okay, actually.
I suppose so, yes. Although they've been racking up the track limits penalties, they'd rather not pick themselves another penalty up, just as a matter of pride, I suppose, in the closing stages. But once they get back on circuit, which hopefully they will soon, we will have all 18 cars running again. It is remarkable. Over 6 hours, multiple classes, multiple different weather conditions, and not a single retirement from the race. That is really, really positive to see. A touch wood, obviously Adam's glaring at me in the commentary box. I should know better by now to say things like that. So far, the attrition rate, though, remarkably low, and driving standards on the whole, very impressive.
I should admire your optimism. I should aspire to your optimism, as a matter of fact. So let's take stock of where we are in the overall order. It is pretty much stable, at least in terms of any future visits to pit lane or anything of that nature. It is Greystone GT Zach Meakin that leads the way by the better part of 2 laps over Sergio Sette Camara. It's about a lap and 2/3, maybe even a lap and 3/4. In fact, it is a lap and 3/4 between Zach Meakin, the race leader for Greystone GT, and Sergio Sette Camara for the Iron Lynx Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo T. Christian Mansell is 1 minute and 22 seconds back from Sergio Sette Camara on the same lap as the fellow Mercedes driver. So Mansell looking fairly comfortable in 3rd place. Söderström in the Comu Racing Aston Martin in 4th position. He is only 24 seconds back as of last time across the line. He is also lapping, though, 4 seconds per lap slower, and that is not insignificant. If anything, there could be an opportunity for Attempto Racing to maybe move up before the end of the race. There is 46 seconds between Levy and no, 1:09, sorry. No, I'm right. Sorry, 46 seconds between Söderström and Levy, and there's a 3-second pace deficit between them. So 3 seconds a lap, maybe more, when Levy's fully figured the car out in these conditions. That's doable, I think. 4th position could be on if Attempto and Ariel Levy have a solid run here to the finish. It will depend on Söderström and if he can find something in the Aston, I suspect. Sonero fairly secure in 6th place, of course, in E2P Racing GT3 Aston Martin. Ditto within the Cup 2 class, the sister car to the 927 that we see on screen, the 911 LMR motorsport car with Dieter Schweppes at the wheel, running 7th overall, also running several laps clear, 4 laps clear of any other Cup 2 class entry. So Schweppes, Alejandro Martins well on the way to what should be a Cup 2 win. Cup 3, of course, we know that the Greystone GT car's running solo. Ditto the Moritz Viskirchen driven SR Motorsport number 11 Mercedes-AMG GT2, and it is a little over a lap and about 10 seconds between Kenneth Heyer in the GT4 leading SR Mercedes and the WNS Motorsport machine of Edvin Helston, second in the class. So in terms of class battles, I think the actual overall battles at the sharp end of GT3 are arguably the closest and most compelling. But still, there is room within the next 25 minutes of the race, particularly in conditions this hairy, for the picture to shift a little bit.
Absolutely, so easy to put a foot wrong and make a little mistake that could prove extremely costly. And given some of the gaps that are reasonably close still, it is very likely that could happen. Speaking of gaps that are close, this gap I was monitoring a lap or so ago, Sergio Ramalho catching Tyler Sharin. This is for position, it's for 10th place overall. They're running in different classes, of course. The Uta Racing Audi, which has had its issues today, is a GT3 car. The Cup 2 Porsche behind, which has had arguably even more issues today, certainly of a front splitter variety, is in a different class, but going quicker. Debris there possibly on the main straight as well, I think, just opposite the pit lane. Hopefully nothing too much to worry about that. But yes, in the latter stages, still positions to be decided. And Sergio Ramalho here for LMR Motorsport wanting to get a position inside the top 10, which I'm sure he would not say no to if the opportunity presented itself.
No, Ramalho, who has won championships in his native Brazil in the series that was kind of the precursor to what is now known as NASCAR Brazil, closing in. He's been racing for a good number of years. I don't think that Tyler Sharin has quite the same amount of experience in his arsenal, certainly not in a GT3 car. To my best understanding, it is his first weekend in a GT3, Tyler Sharin, so he's very much learning on the fly. Not that they've lacked for wet weather running on Friday and Saturday here this weekend, but all the same, Ramalho with the experience advantage in terms of the car as well, because he's done well over a season of racing in this Porsche 992 GT3 Cup. And again, I'd wager in the wet conditions, the gap between the two specs of car isn't quite as significant. So Sharin is going to have to work, I think, quite hard and find a step of extra pace to keep Ramalho at bay. And it does seem they're quite evenly matched. A second between them, 1.1 seconds between them last time across the line, and I think it may just be under a second as they come across the line, but not far under a second, if at all.
Well, Ramalho, I think, is struggling now in the spray because he was 1.1 seconds quicker a lap ago than Shirin, but now that he's in the spray, visibility limited. You can see that. We can hardly see the Porsche through the spray kicked up behind the Audi approaching turn 1. Yeah, I think that's just slowing him down slightly, but if he wants clean air on his windscreen and clear visibility, he's going to have to get past the Audi. Whether, of course, these two drivers are aware this is for overall position is another matter. You would imagine teams are on the radio to try and fill them in on the situation, but it can be difficult sometimes to keep up at this stage of the race with exactly who you're battling for on-track position. They're the closest pair of cars out there, though, and this is maybe the first opportunity in traffic for Ramalho. No, not quite close enough into turn 5. But on the run up the hill, he will attempt to close in, and the slightest slip up here from Shirin, and Ramalho will be through.
Yeah, you can hear the tentativeness even at the kink at turn 6 in these wet conditions. It's certainly not easy for anybody out there. There goes Ramalho to the inside at turn 8. He's not going to get the power down, though, on the outside line. All of that time that he made up there, just cutting to the inside at turn 8, was lost and then some on corner exit, as the favourable traction was with Tyler Sharon. A time penalty of 5 seconds added to Gregor Schneider's race in the number 70 Resoon Morgan Racing Porsche, so he's got his first track limits of the race, I should say, because all the other track limits came from Daniel Drexel and then Tegan Poles. So for Gregor's benefit, I will say that's his first instance of a track limits violation. But all the same, the marshals and indeed the stewards still keeping a sharp eye on that. The balance in this lap then falling slightly in favour of Shirin as Ramalho tried to find a way past the Audi, but then ended up on quite the wrong part of the track doing so.
Indeed, sir. I've been monitoring, by the way, the gap further up the road between Söderström and Levy. Remember, that's the battle for 4th place, and Levy was 3 seconds quicker than Oliver on the previous lap. It's a 38.8 second gap, though, with 21 minutes to go. I'm not going to attempt to do any more maths live on air. It's never a good idea, but I don't think he's got time.
2-minute laps, 20 minutes of the race left to go. 3 seconds per lap means it'll be about 30-second gain if things stay as they are, which means they should be within about 5 seconds before the end of the race. It may even come down to where they are relative to Zach Meakin on the track, whether they do one fewer or one extra lap.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take your word for that. So they might be closer maybe than I was thinking. That was close for Christian Mansell as he slips up the inside of one of the slower Cup 2 cars. I think that was at turn 3. Christian's 3rd place reasonably secure. Well, yes, 6 seconds a lap quicker than Söderström, or 6 seconds quicker the last lap. In fact, Christian Mansell's the fastest man on the track right now. 2:0.8 was a couple of seconds, in fact 2.7 seconds quicker than the race leader last time by. But Zach Meakin, of course, probably very much driving within his own capabilities right now just to bring that McLaren home.
Very impressed by the SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum crew, as we see both of them there running in a rather nice tandem scenario, but the GT4 car was 1.6 seconds over the 35 minutes. Mandatory pit time 2.2 seconds over for the AMG GT2, so really quite impressive race management from SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum. I think though on that lap the SR cars may have slightly disrupted Ariel Levy. Yes, 2:04.7, and to the maths we had earlier on, as it stands he could get close to the back of Söderström. Every time he's dealing with this in his windscreen, though, it's rather more tricky, and the maths goes ever more against Ariel Levy.
Yeah, not being helped by the fact the 2 cars ahead of him are in different classes. So you've got Moritz Fiskirchen in the GT2 Mercedes trying to lap Gregor Schneider in the GT4 Porsche, and nowhere left then for the Audi to go.
And to that point, Moritz Fiskirchen is a very, very fast driver in a more powerful car. So I think now Ariel Levy may get the opportunity, cuts the inside and will block past Moritz Fiskirchen as if to say, please, I know you've got the pace, but please don't bomb back past me on the run up to turn 7. I think he's far enough ahead that he's now out of range. Yes, he is, so Levy has some clear track to work with again, but can't afford those messy sectors that turn into messy laps, and not a loss of time to Söderström, but not making up as much time on him as he needs.
Yes, quite right. Meanwhile, that scrap we were following before between Uta Racing and LMR Motorsports, Tyler Scharin and Sergio Ramalho, 3.5 seconds now between them in the favour of the Audi. So Tyler Scharin now starting to up his game a little bit, responding to the pressure perhaps from the Cup 2 Porsche. Currently is on course for second place in class at this point. Nice excursion there, a slightly odd line into turn 13. Whistles the GT2 Mercedes through the corner though. Sees the Audi disappearing ever further up the road. So inside the last 18 minutes, and Zach Meakin continues to lead. In fact, Zach Meakin's not far ahead of this group either. He's just about to come across the line now to complete his 161st lap.
Same number of laps, incidentally, that the Bathurst 1000 takes in
of course.
over in Australia. So they'll on lap 162 now, having completed 161 laps. So Zach Meakin making good headway. We were well over 200 laps last year, so that's certainly not going to be beaten from a distance record perspective. With the number of safety cars and indeed the conditions that we've had, it was near enough dry all the way through the race. There were a couple of reports of spitting rain in some sections, but we were never deviated from the slick tyres at last year's event. This season has been a little bit more tricky, and that applies not just to this race but also to the actual season of winter. Unseasonal, yes, even by January and February standards, an unseasonable amount of water has been dropped on the Portuguese region in January and February. We do sometimes expect the odd wet day here in the winter series, but unfortunately the dry days have been the exception this year. I think some of the most harsh rainfall that we've seen in a decade, maybe two, in the region. So let's hope the umbrellas are less useful in 2027.
Yes, indeed so. And we are definitely expecting slightly more favourable conditions in a week's time when we arrive at Valencia for the next round of GT Winter Series and Formula Winter Series. In fact, all of our championships together, I think, aren't they, next time? Pretty much at Valencia. Big crowd expected, nice weather. Maybe the last of the wet running is behind us now, which to the joy, I'm sure, and elation of the teams who have entered. Many of them have entered for next week's GT Winter Series event in particular. For now, though, a little bit more wet running to be done. Just over a quarter of an hour still to go, and Sergio Sette Camara's pace is now pretty comparable to the race leader. In fact, as I said before, Christian Mansell now is the fastest man on track. 1 minute and 13 seconds adrift of Sette Camara, but now nearly a minute ahead is Mansell of Oliver Söderström. That was 14 seconds or so when they came out of the pit stops. So big advantage for Christian Mansell in these conditions. Had it not been for the penalty that they had earlier on, that car would definitely have been in the conversation for second place, and we might have been talking about a particularly entertaining scrap between Sergio and Christian for that second step of the podium.
It's officially a bridge too far now. I think fourth position for Attempto Racing's Ariel Levy, 32.5 seconds, so still critically over that 30-second marker. Would need to be doing something like 4 to 5 seconds a lap over Söderström to challenge, and well, it was 3.5 last time, and it's not quite enough. I think it would need to be 5 plus a lap actually for Ariel Levy over Oliver Söderström. So I think fourth place, all being well, should now be secure for Söderström as long as he keeps it on the straight and narrow. Interestingly, Tyler Scharin has kind of built his lead back out for 10th overall as well. We were having a look at that battle between the Uta Racing Audi and the Cup class LMR Motorsport Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car, and yes, it's out to 4.3 seconds. It was actually 5 seconds on the previous tour, so what was within a second has gone outwards as well, as I think Tyler Scharin has found a little bit more confidence in what's going on underneath him in the car.
Indeed so. Speaking of confidence, Zach Meakin has shown plenty of that in this stint. He's been consistently among the quickest cars on track, which we weren't convinced was going to be the case, to be honest, given the way this car was behaving when the rain first came down. But I think now in fully wet conditions, Zach Meakin, let's face it, has done a lap or two in the wet throughout his career so far. He's well and truly felt at home, and brilliant performance this from Greystone GT. the biggest problem, if you like, they've had was when the rain came and Louis Pret seemed to be struggling a little bit for grip. But if that's the biggest problem they've had over 6 hours, then I think they can count themselves fairly lucky compared to the trials and tribulations certain other teams have had to face. It's been a spotless performance, this, from Greystone, and not only from Zach Meakin, but from Jaden Kelly and Louis Pret, his teammates. Well-deserved win this would be if they can bring it home. And that was a little bit closer to the E2P Racing Aston Martin than they would have liked. Yeah, really, really strong performance this from Greystone GT. They were the pre-event favourites. They've delivered upon that promise, in fairness, and there's been a fair amount of talk about the penalties that befell some of the front-running cars earlier on in the race, but even without those penalties, they wouldn't really have been able to touch Greystone, would they?
No, that entrapment of several cars a lap down during the first pit cycle when the safety car came out certainly did play into the hands of Greystone. I think potentially Iron Lynx, if all had been completely organic, no safety cars, no anything, I think they would have probably still been on the same lap as Greystone. I don't think anyone would be ahead of Greystone. I think the team from the UK have certainly proven themselves to be the favourites we thought they would be with their on-track performance. I think they'd have a bit less of a buffer to play with had things stacked up slightly differently for them. But no, you can't deny the performance that they put forward. Of course, I think one of the big what-ifs of this race at the moment, now looking at it all, with what, 4 minutes and 50 seconds between Zach Meakin in first and Christian Mansell in third, is what could have been without that safety car trapping Team Motorpark 2 laps down, with a pit stop that they had to make under safety car that didn't count towards their actual mandatory pit stop time because it was under safety car. You're not allowed to serve that time under safety car conditions. I think if things had played out differently for Ramirez and Mansell, it could have been pretty grandstand stuff between Greystone and Motorpark. If they'd both had perfect races, they would have been very close together, I think, right now.
Good point, actually. I'd factored in the drive-through at the start of the race for Motorpark. I'd forgotten that extra 90-second stop they had to make later on. So,
well,
yeah.
It was a 3-minute
stop. Sorry, 3-minute stop,
beg your
pardon. Yeah, that they had to make later on because of the timing of the safety car and the fuel mileage. So, yeah, that cost them actually quite a lot of time, didn't it? They're 4.25 minutes back from Greystone, and that combined accounts for most of it, doesn't it? So, yeah, they would have been a lot closer than they are now. Certainly second place would have been a possibility for them, but still a solid performance this. Christian Mansell has certainly showered himself in glory, always looked very competitive whenever he was on the track, and Marcelo Ramirez, very impressed with him as well over the course of his stints. Did not show himself up at all, often against much more experienced drivers on track.
No, exactly. I didn't think he quite had the same venom as Christian coming out of qualifying in what were very tricky halfway house conditions, but certainly in the dry and then in the wet later on, we have seen that it is not a maybe fully balanced lineup. I think Christian has the slight edge, but also Christian not the type of person to try and keep the secret recipe to himself. He's not Colonel Sanders. It's not in a vault. He is going to impart what he's getting out of the car to Ramirez, and since these two, as I understand it, will be sharing throughout the year, I wouldn't mind betting that this becomes a very balanced and very potent lineup as the year goes on.
Yeah, certainly a driver pairing to be feared, I think, aren't they? Because they're both capable of operating well against drivers of similar ability to each other. It's all about your AM driver, isn't it, generally, in Pro-Am racing. If your AM driver is getting closer and closer to your pace, then there's a good chance they'll be quicker than the rest of the AMs. So, yeah, that's a really, really positive lineup, I think, these two. Christian Mansell hopefully will be satisfied with the result that they're likely to take home here. I'm sure he would have liked to have been one step further at the podium, but podium beckons nonetheless in just over 9 minutes.
Just to quickly cover it, the gap is coming back down for 10th overall. Tyler Sharon dropping time again to Sergio Romalo. It's out to within 3 seconds now, so there could be a late charge from the LMR car in the final 10 minutes of the race here for what would be 10th overall. Again, on the assumption that we are in fact aware that we're fighting for position in either car, 10th and 11th overall. Also worth noting that WNS Motorsport are now on the lead lap. They have gotten themselves past Kenneth Heyer, or rather I should say Edwin Helston has got himself past Kenneth Heyer on track. Actually no, Helston's further forward than that even. But Heyer has allowed Helston through a few laps ago, and Helston is now about 1 minute and 50 seconds away from the back of Heyer. So again, no imminent danger there, but again, I think we both kind of thought it'd be 2 to 3 laps that the SR team would have over the rest of the GT4 pack, and W&S quietly have put on quite a good race, and may have been that little bit closer if things had panned out better for them as well.
Yep, good point. And yeah, W&S, again, that was a class that really many people were saying, well, it's our motorsports to lose, isn't it, really? And yet, actually, it ended up being quite a bit closer at the end with the W&S Porsche closing in, and within a lap now of the lead Mercedes. But not quite going to have time, seemingly, to take that lead away. Interesting, we caught a glimpse there of the Resume More Than Racing Porsche, which is, on the previous lap at least, was the second quickest of the GT4 cars. So Gregor Schneider finding some good pace in his Cayman GT4. And Gregor may be an awfully long way behind after their dramas earlier on, but the Resume car at least running well at this point. 7 car comes through, that's Sergio Romaglio, so 4.1 seconds now the margin to Tyler Sherrin, and lost a second last time by. Difficult though to find any sort of consistency in these conditions, isn't it, because a mistake is just that little bit easier to make, and whether he made a mistake or caught traffic I'm not sure, but the gap up to 4.1 seconds, if it stays like that for another lap or so, I suspect Romaglio might then be too far back from Tyler to catch him before the flag.
And I'm led to believe that it's actually Daniel Drexel in the Resume More Than Racing car to reach the flag. I think they didn't switch out the driver ID, but it has been mentioned that Daniel got one last track limit violation for the memes down at Resume, so that strongly implies that he's in the car right now rather than Gregor Schneider. Here then is that Sherrin Romaglio battle, although it has gone out in favour of Sherrin last time by. Let's see about this lap then. The Audi comes across the line, and it's 4.4 seconds between Sherrin and Romaglio. So it is not, I think, going to go the way of the LMR car unless there's a mistake from the UTA Racing driver, the American Tyler Sherrin. But Romaglio has certainly, I think, had a bit of fun giving chase to what should theoretically be the quicker car over this stint.
Yes, indeed. Zach Meekin there puts another lap on Oliver Söderström, who is now only 14.5 seconds clear of Ariel Levy, so that gap's come down quite significantly. He said 5 seconds a lap he needed, but on the previous lap he was 4.3 seconds quicker, was the Audi driver, and have to assume that Oliver's lost a little bit of time there in allowing Zach Meekin through on this lap. We'll see what the lap times are. Zach Meekin, of course, this matters very little to him. He's over 3.5 minutes clear of Sergio Sette Camara in the battle for the win, but what's going on with the cars immediately behind him on track? Söderström crosses the line, 2:09.1. Ariel Levy will be here fairly shortly, I'd imagine. And what is that gap going to be? What's the lap time for him? 2:04.1. So look at that, that was 5 seconds, almost bang on 5 seconds. 9.5 seconds in it with 5 minutes to go now. That is doable.
That is doable. It certainly isn't over yet. There is the Audi. There is Ariel Levy putting in a great showing here in the late stages of this race. And lest we forget, his first time racing a GT3 car, and he's really taken to it very well indeed. I will say duck takes to water, even though it feels very trite in these particular conditions. Yeah, he could be on for 4th position. Söderström through the first sector of 40.3 and a second even in that first sector. So Ariel Levy is doing some very heroic things in the Audi. It's just a matter of whether he has time, and I think it will depend on where they are relative to Meekin. They're actually just behind Meekin on the road, so I think it's only going to be 2 laps to go though. So Levy not, I think, going to get quite there, but he will be close, as Meekin will start what should be his penultimate lap in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, Söderström was lapped by Meekin last time by, which I suspect is the reason for his 2:09 lap time. He's been in the 7s to 8s for much of the stint, really, but We'll see whether he can now get back down to a reasonable time. He loses another 2.5 seconds to Levy in the middle sector. And then through the final part of the lap, Ariel, you'd have to imagine, will keep on getting closer. He'll be able to see the Aston Martin, or at least the Aston Martin's plume of spray in the distance, and he knows that he's getting within touching distance.
Yeah, achingly close, I think is the way to put it. Another 2.5 in the second sector as well, so he's probably going to be 3.5 to 4 seconds faster, pending a good third sector as well. It is going to be so close. It might be on. I shouldn't discount it. I was the one encouraging it earlier, and we've kind of switched positions, but no, 2 laps to go. The gap as they come across the line is 6.1 seconds. He's basically going to be there for the final sector of the lap. It's all going to come down to opportunity for Ariel Levy.
Yeah, Söderström cannot afford a bobble here, can he? If he catches a back marker and has to overtake it at an inopportune moment, that could be the second and a half time loss that matters. Levy's car aquaplaning around through the river that does tend to run across the middle of turn 2 in these conditions. Accelerates uphill through turn 4. The mid-engined Audi look gets very snappy over the top of the hill. Now he can commit to the throttle. First sector time in for Söderström, a 40.2, a 39.7 for Levy. So that little bobble through turn 2, I think, cost him a little time on the approach to 3. But he is charging onwards, and as you said, has just over a lap and a half left to catch, but more importantly, pass the Aston Martin. That's the key. He can get there. He could have done with a lap or so, though, to suss out Söderström and find a way through, couldn't he?
Yeah, that is the case. It's not ideal, but he'll take the opportunity if it arises. Meanwhile, Zach Meakin, just a couple of corners from starting his final lap of the race. He'll be around turn 12, turn 13 at the moment. He's got a fairly comfortable run, of course, to the checkered flag. The real question mark is who will be P4 right now, and Söderström maybe won't like the answer if he's not too careful. He has been slightly quicker versus the Audi on this lap, but we saw there the gap in real time. There they are, both in shot. 1 lap to go. I'd say that's about 4.5 as we look at it there. It's going to, again, depend on that last lap. It looks like Söderström has found something this time by. Is it going to be enough?
That's the big question, isn't it? They're getting closer, not as close, by the way, as Tyler Sherrin and Sergio Romano are now. They're within a second of each other again, and I think they might have 2 more laps to go. Yes, I'm pretty sure they're ahead of the Greystone GT McLaren, which begins now its final lap. So they've got 2 laps left to settle that battle, and this fight for 5th position is separated by 3.4 seconds between the Aston Martin and the Audi. There is the Audi taking a odd-looking line into turn 1, but just in reality trying to find the grip. 3.4 seconds. He was, well, about 3 seconds quicker on the last lap. He might just run out of time. Another lap, and I'd be backing Ariel Levy to do this. The question is, how much pressure can he put on Oliver Söderström on the final lap, and is it enough to make the Aston Martin driver crack under pressure?
To an extent, you have to drive within your skin, no matter how much you want to go beyond it in these conditions. So Levy is pushing, but pushing within the parameters of what these conditions are offering forward for him. Meanwhile, half a lap to go for Zach Meakin. He is on the path to a race victory here. Söderström under increasing pressure from Levy. I hope we'll pick them up for the last couple of corners of their race, but for Zach Meakin, for Greystone GT, they are now just a matter of moments away from winning the 6 Hours of Portimão in well-deserved fashion. That's the sister car. That's not going to be the winning car. That's the Artura from the Cup 3 class. There is the winner. Same livery, different body shape. Zach Meakin powering out of the final corner. I wonder if they'll get the Artura to back off for a photo finish here. Is Michael O'Brien going to make the content happen for the social media team at Greystone GT? Regardless of that, Jaden Kelly. Oh, Ariel Levy's pushed it too far, but let's get the leader across the line. Here he comes now. Zach Meakin across the line to win the 6 Hours of Portimão. Louis Brett, Jaden Kelly and Zach Meakin have done it in a pretty dominant fashion, something to be proud of for them. Söderström does take 4th place. Levy pushed it too far in the final lap of the race, but will cross the line now to take 5th position. Next across the line will be Sergio Sete, or it will actually be Christian Mansell to take 3rd place. Where is that battle for 10th place? It matters not, because Tyler Sharon has fallen over 7 seconds back from Romalo. So it will be the LMR car to take 10th overall. Who's that just coming across the line now? It is one of the Cup 2 Porsches. It's not the winning car. Dieter Schweppes should be across the line before too long to win that class. So Schweppes, just coming across the line there for 2nd in GT4 was Helston, which means Kenneth Heyer will be next across the line to win in GT4. The 111 car about 30 seconds from home, actually, so there'll be a few moments yet. For 10th overall comes the LMR Motorsport car of Sergio Romalo. And there he is across the line to take that P10. And Gregor Schneider mercifully registers a finish for Resume Northern Racing as well after their tumultuous day. He just crossed the line there to finish at the rear of the pack. There's Schweppes across the line to win for he and Leandro Martins in the LMR Cup 2 car. And everyone now has crossed the line apart from O'Brien in the 33. McLaren, we just saw Heyer there flash across the line as well to win the GT4 class, but that was a very tricky conclusion to the race for all parties. Zach Meakin, though, a race winner once again in our paddock. He's done that plenty of times before, as has Jaden Kelly. Kelly, Meakin, and the newcomer to our paddock at least, Louis Pret, have won the 6 Hours of Portimão. Greystone GT have done it in fairly dominant circumstances. They came in as touted favourites, and while it didn't always look as certain as the race wore on, eventually they did the business, and they did the business by almost 2 laps. They were a lap clear of Sergio Sete Camara, but Camara was the better part of 2 laps down. In actuality, some things certainly fell the way of the number 44 team, but you cannot take away the performance that all 3 drivers had there. One could call that drive an optimized one. Very little left on the table from Greystone GT over that race distance. Pret and Kelly debriefing there as they celebrate their race victory. And the Greystone team with embraces, handshakes and congratulations all round. I think that Iron Lynx should also be very happy with how their race has panned out. They'll be arriving to the paddock soon for 2nd overall. Sete Camara showing what he can do in a GT3 car. He made his switch over towards sports car racing last year and has certainly been turning heads already, and we can see why. Amir Naran, the 40-year-old Zimbabwean driver, he should be happy as well, preparing for a season in tandem with Iron Lynx, joining a new team for 2026, and I think he will be pleased, as will Sean Rashid as well. Christian Mansell and Marcelo Ramirez debriefing their race, 3rd overall. Not a bad showing at all for the Mexican-Australian lineup, and they will have effectively done something like a half-dozen race simulations for their, I think, sprint-oriented summer campaign. And Greystone GT's Josh Mason there, congratulating his former Motorpark teammate from the Euro Formula Open days in Christian Mansell, and having a chat with them. And while they debrief, we can get a live debrief with Izzy Browning, because Greystone GT's trio of winning drivers are there with her.
We certainly can. They are alongside me now. Louis, Zach, Jaden, congratulations. Our winners of the 6 hours of Portimão. Just sum up the emotions for me right now.
Oh, amazing. We've worked all weekend to have a good car. Both of them did an amazing job. The team did an amazing job as well. The car was a rocket today, that it is on the dry or on the wet. So big thank you to everyone, and it's a good way to start the season.
Certainly is. And Zach, you had the honour of bringing it across the line. I think you might owe your dad a beer, because I've never seen somebody look so nervous. That was not easy out there.
To be fair, I think the highlight of my day was scaring my team right at the end. But no, it was a great race. I think I drew the short straw on ending it. These two got the easy stints. But yeah, it's mega to bring it back home, and well done, boys, and well done, team.
Yeah, fantastic job. I mean, you came in as the favourites, but of course you had to deliver, and that you have done so, Jaden. I mean, to start the year like this must be an incredibly proud moment.
I can only be so proud of myself to have such an amazing team behind me and an amazing teammates most of the time. It's just been amazing to work with everyone this weekend. The car, as Louis said, it was a rocket ship. We've worked so hard to get it to where it is, so I'm so happy what we've done together.
Well, boys, you've been awesome. How are we going to celebrate this?
Flight back home.
That was not the answer I was looking for. Well, it might be raining in the pit lane, but it's going to be raining champagne for our winners in a few moments' time.
Absolutely right, Izzy. Nice to see the camaraderie and gentle banter of the Greystone GT's winning lineup. Three very jolly and exciting young talents, all of them McLaren Junior drivers as well. Let's take a look then at highlights of 6 stunning hours at Portimão. The 2026 6 hours of Portimão kicked off with, of course, a 2x2 rolling start, but one that was out of formation for the left-hand side of the grid. So that would cause a slew of drive-through penalties, unfortunately. Didn't affect, however, the leading car. The number 44 machine, which, if memory serves me correctly, some 6 hours ago, was started by Jade Kelly. And the early stage battles in the classes, Cup 2 class, scrap between the two LMR Motorsport cars. We would see the second of the LMR cars, the 911 machine, in that shot, eventually proving to be the faster of them, of course. The other Cup 2, one of the other Cup 2 Porsches, the X-Racing machine, struggling with some rear grip towards the end of the first hour. It was quite slippy out there on the circuit for the first phase of the race, but it was critically drying, and soon they would be partaking in slick tyres at the conclusion of the first hour of the race. A few brave souls did start the race on slicks. We saw there AJ Musk getting involved in some of the battling for the ComTU Aston Martin team. He was constantly in warfare, largely with Marcelo Ramirez specifically. Ramirez and AJ Musk had some really interesting scraps throughout the race, not always for track position, in fact almost never for track for actual position, simply multiple laps apart and fighting for the sake of it. We had debris on the circuit on a couple of occasions. In fact, on a couple of occasions, this car, the number 27 LMR Motorsport Porsche, lost its front splitter. That was splitter number 1. Later on in the day, splitter number 2 would come to an end at turn 9. Safety car was called out to retrieve said splitter, and during that safety car period, the Greystone GT car trapped quite a few of the fellow GT3 runners a lap down, because it was kind of middle of pit sequence when the safety car came out, so it would advantage Greystone GT from that regard. In fact, the Mercedes just ahead there, the Team Motorpark car, was almost 2 laps down, was at this clip going 2 laps down against Zach Meakin. In fact, no, sorry, Louis Pret, who was at the wheel at this stage. This was Pret trying to put Christian Mansell 2 laps down. And eventually he succeeded at doing so, but it took a good 15 minutes of jousting between the two of them. Some very exciting action between the pair. Slick tyres on all the cars by this juncture. But it certainly had some damp patches out there around the circuit. We saw the 27 in a spin. That triggered yet another safety car, and unfortunately it was just before Team Motorpark were going to come in for a scheduled pit stop. That meant they had to come in to refuel, but you're not allowed to pit under safety car, so it did not count against their minimum pit time. Effectively, the safety car caused Team Motorpark to drop 4 minutes and 34 seconds from their race, and that was proving to be, or would prove to be, critical. Ultimately, they probably would have been second. They may have even been challenging for the win if it weren't for that moment. Lots of inter-class battling, of course, as one would expect with the variety of different cars on the circuit. That was splitter number 2 for the number 27 Porsche. It would not last much longer. Number 17 in a spin. That was in the hands of Rogerio Grotta at the time, the AF Motorsport Porsche 991.2 GT3R. Some exciting drag races down the main straight between the Cup cars and the GT3s. Of course, the Cup cars usually a bit more slippery. Speaking of slippery, I think Tyler Sharon found the last corner slippery, losing control of the Audi R8 over the compression at turn 15. I think the car quite softly sprung. Di Suepes would have been thankful for their car being softly sprung, as he took way too much curb in the 911 at the first corner. Around half distance into the race at this juncture, and certainly you'd have been hard pressed to bet against the number 44 Greystone GT machine. The sister 33 car also putting on a good show and ultimately finishing well within the top 10, of course, Michael O'Brien in the Artura Trophy Evo. 77 having a fairly dramatic run, the Team Steiner racing car. We didn't see much of it, to be honest, but when we did, it was either nearly being taken out by faster GT3 cars or in a spin, but they still managed to claim a podium in the Cup 2 class ultimately. Yet more jousting between the McLaren and the Motorpark Mercedes. That was Marcelo Ramirez making life a little bit easier for, I think, Jaden Kelly at the wheel of the car at that point, saying, you know what, I do not need to hold you off right now. We saw yet more of the AJ Must show as he once again found Marcelo Ramirez on the circuit. And surprise, surprise, they were once again side by side. Even less surprise, yes, they were indeed making a little bit of contact again. They were multiple laps apart at this point, by the way. However, no blue flags being displayed, therefore game on, fight on. As we saw, slippery conditions emerging, initially just a sprinkle of rain, so new slick tyres were being put on a number of teams' cars, as well as new brake pads and discs on the, or new brake pads, I should say, only on the Greystone GT machine. The GT4 leaders down at SR Motorsport by Schnitzelaum pretty much nailed the procedural element of their race, only a few seconds over, in fact less than 2 seconds over the minimum 35-minute pit time. A well-deserved victory for Greystone GT for the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelaum team for sure. We'd seen some spits of rain. It was getting heavier in the final 90 minutes or so of the race. It started to catch drivers out ever more so, and it became clear that slicks were no longer the way forward. Attempto Racing were one of the lucky ones in the pits, as it became clear that we needed wet tyres, so they made the late call to shift onto the wets, and it almost brought them back into the top 4. Ariel Levy couldn't quite make it in the end. The fellow Audi, the Utah Racing entry, having a spin there with Micharon at the wheel, by far the most experienced of the 3 in that Utah Racing Audi. Even he was getting caught out. A lot of people were getting caught out, and it was certainly wet weather time. The impressive number 11 GT2 SR Motorsport by Schnitzelaum car, of course, running in a class of its own. I think they'll be disappointed to have finished outside the overall top 10 in the GT2, but all the same, they reached the flag. Di Suepes also reaching the flag, albeit doing it with a little more exuberance than perhaps was on the agenda. Into the final hour of the race, the last pit stops being made, and Zach Meakin came out just over a lap clear of Sergio Sette Camara, but started dropping time and the early stages of his stint, courtesy of the wet conditions, was pushing his way down to the limit by testing the braking zones, as it were. Sergio Sette Camara in second position, unfortunately would start losing time to the Greystone GT car. Any hope of getting back onto the lead lap was a distant one at that. Oliver Söderström came out not far behind the number 28 team Motorpark Mercedes. It felt like third place may have been on at one time for Söderström, but he would actually fall back into the hands of Ariel Levy by the end. Fourth place for the ComTU Aston, of course, but only by 5.9 seconds. A lap clear and change of the chasing pack, including this car of Sergio Sette Camara. Zach Meakin had settled into his rhythm for the race, and it was certainly a fairly procedural final stint for Meakin. Drama for Ariel Levy right at the end on the final lap, going rally crossing while trying to close in on Söderström. Not a fourth place, only a fifth for Attento, but they will still be happy with their lessons learned from this race. And no one, I'm sure, happier than the Greystone GT outfit, Zach Meakin, Jaden Kelly, and their co-driver Louis Pret, taking the race win overall and, of course, in the GT3 class, ahead of the Iron Lynx car of Kamara Naran and Rashid, Christian Mansell and Marcelo Ramirez rounding out the overall podium. Dieter Swepes and Leandro Martins winning Cup 2. A brilliant race from the Greystone GT team and all parties at the 6 Hour of Portimão. Wet to dry to wet again. A lot of drama. Zach Meakin winning the race overall with that final stint, as we just alluded to. Sergio Sette Camara taking the second place, really grabbing the Iron Lynx Mercedes by the scruff of its neck in the closing stages of that motor race. Christian Mansell and Marcelo Ramirez taking third overall. Oliver Söderström in fourth place, the 007 ComTU Racing Aston Martin, just seconds ahead, single-digit seconds ahead of Ariel Levy before the end of the race. Antonio Cinero and ETP Racing finishing sixth overall. The LMR Motorsport car, the number 911 of Swepes and Leandro Martins in seventh place. Rogerio Grotta taking the last stint for AF Motorsport to take eighth position there. The Cup 3 winning Michael O'Brien Greystone GT McLaren in ninth. Sergio Romalo just getting into the top 10 towards the end of the race at the expense of Tyler Sharon, who was struggling away in the Audi. Moritz Viskirchen in 12th place, just ahead of the GT4 winning SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum Mercedes AMG GT4. Edwin Helston taking second in class for WNS Motorsport. Ulrich Forsberg taking the Team Steiner Racing car to the flag to take third in Cup 2. Luis Liberal in 16th place at the end of the race for NM Racing Team. Peter Brunner in 17th, and Gregor Schneider taking a troubled Porsche Cayman home for Resoon Northern Racing. Starter motor failure on that car caused a couple of hours worth of delays. Hopefully we'll see them come back bigger and better before the end of the season at one of the other Winter Series events. It has become quite a ravine here at the closing stages of the weekend. I think we had probably the worst conditions of the day on that very last lap. Everybody really slowed up a great deal on the final lap of the motor race. I dare say that's what caught out Ariel Levy as well with that last lap moment. Could he have gotten there? It would have been very exciting if we'd had that drag race to the line that looked like it might be on for a moment for fourth position. But let's not worry about fourth position. Let's worry about the top three. And to do that, let's go to the podiums with Andy McEwen.
Thank you, Adam. A fantastic 6 hour race here at Portimão, and we are ready now. I think we've just about got all of our drivers ready to go on the podium. We'll start with our GT2 class winners. Our GT2 winners, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum, David Telenas, Kenneth Heyer, Billy Kuhner and Moritz Viskirchen. Schnitzelbaum on the top step of the podium. That has been a familiar sight in Winter Series of late, and the Schnitzelbaum team head to the top step of the podium to celebrate in their GT2 category. I think they all had a lot of fun in that race. A car that was at times a challenge to drive, I'm sure, in those conditions, but they are happy with the end result. The trophies are going to be presented by a myriad of different people. We've got here, I think, Danielle and Luis from Quintas de Arcas, and they hand the trophies over along with Miguel Pryor as well to our GT2 class winners, and the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum squad successful in GT4 and successful in GT2 as well. They pose for the photos. They've got the bottles of Quintas de Arcas champagne there to celebrate with if they choose. Lots of people gathered down below for the celebrations. And what are SR going to do? They are taking the drinks with them, I think. We'll have a word with a couple of them. Moritz, can we grab you for a quick word, if that's okay? Congratulations, tough conditions out there, and that GT2 car is a handful, yes?
Yeah, there's a lot of power, so yeah, coming with rain, it's starting to get really difficult. But yeah, we managed quite well in the end, I think, yeah, quite good.
And the car ran well for 6 hours, no dramas?
Oh, no dramas at all. It was a really good car. We had a bit of yeah, problems in the beginning with slicks. There the car is quite difficult, I can imagine. Yeah, but otherwise it went all smooth.
Excellent. Congratulations. SR Motorsport then get the victory in GT2. And from around behind the podium come Moritz's teammates to ambush, rather, their driver, who gets a proper drenching on the Portimão podium. The SR Motorsport team will continue the celebrations. In fact, Moritz gets his own back now. That's always the problem with going early with the champagne, is you leave yourself nothing to defend yourself with afterwards. SR Motorsport, though, have done that before. That won't be the last time we see them on the podium in 2026. So the team is ready then for our next set of drivers. We move on now to GT4, and in third position, NM Racing teams Luis Morel, Mario Pinazzo and Vaidas Mikuna. NM are somewhere in the back. I think they might be making their way out to the podium. Here they are, NM Motorsports out onto the podium, and they are third position in the GT4 category. Luis Mario and Vaidas to the third step. Second position in the end, within one lap of victory. WNS Motorsports, Daniel Nielsen, Edvin Helston and Max Kronberg. Onto the second step they go. WNS are gathered down below to cheer them on. And they chased after SR in the closing stages, but had to settle for a second place finish. It is, though, another visit to the top step of the podium for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum, with David Telenius, J-Mar Hartling, Enrico Ferderer, Cedric Fuchs and Kenneth Heyer. We've got 4 of the 5 here to the top step, and they once again get the handshakes from their competitors. GT4 we knew was stacked a little bit in the favour of Schnitzelbaum. They took the gamble, remember, at the start of the race to start on the slick tyre. It didn't look like it was working for them at first, but they really came on strong in the second part of the race. A big cheer from the crowd below. We have trophies somewhere for our GT4 drivers. Here they come, and lots of trophies to get out here onto the podium. 10 drivers in total to receive podiums. We've got Giedlich staff members here to do the honours as well. And as the rain continues to pour, it does not dampen the spirits of our GT4 field after a tough race, an entertaining scrap, but Schnitzelbaum Racing having the best performance overall, and were able to take it relatively easy in the final stint on their way to the victory. Handshakes all round, the trophies are all out, the photos can be taken. Again, a big crowd of people braving the conditions down in the pit lane to be part of our 6 Hour of Portimão celebrations. And once the pictures are taken, I suspect some of the corks will fly from the champagne bottles as our 10 podium finishers in GT4 celebrate after a hard day's work here at Portimão. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum squad in particular are keen to give Kenneth Heyer another good soaking, that's for sure. And I found myself a little bit in the crossfire there as well, but it's wet enough up here on the Portimão podium as it is. And Enrico Ferderer has very much won the battle of the champagne spray, I think, and gives everyone a good soaking. Let's dive in and have a chat, shall we, with, let's go for JMO. There you go, JMO, let's have a word. Congratulations, GT4 victory. Tough race there and some tough decisions at the start of the race on what tyre to go with. It all worked out in the end.
Yeah, the first four laps was very hard, but yeah, it's getting a little bit more drier than drier, and in the end it works very good.
Excellent, congratulations. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum celebrate victory in the GT4 category, and Kenneth Heyer had just one little bit more of champagne left to share with JMO Hartling as we were conducting that interview. From GT4, we move on now to Cup 2 and another entertaining class, particularly in the early years. Our third place team in Cup 2, Team Steiner Racing's Anders Steiner, Matt Timberg. And a huge cheer from the crowd down below, and the Team Steiner Racing team head to the third step of the podium. It was a 1-2 finish though for LMR Motorsport. In second place, Sergio Romaglio, Casimir Jr. and Daniel Neumann. On to the second step they go. The LMR team give them a big cheer as they head to the second step. Handshakes with the Team Steiner crew. And we will welcome now their teammates at LMR Motorsport. It was a dominant victory. They were up there. They led the race overall at one point. A huge congratulations to our Cup 2 winners, Leandro Martins and Dieter Schweppes. And they get the biggest cheers so far, and rightly so. That was a massive, giant-killing performance from the LMR crew. As I said, they led overall during the pit stop shuffle in the second half of the race, and they dominated in Cup 2 in the end. A comfortable victory. Trophies are handed out once again to our Cup 2 drivers. And in challenging conditions, there was no stopping LMR Motorsport, who I think ran pretty much 1-2 through most of that race. And particularly the 911 car was a cut above the rest. Handshakes then, trophies held aloft for the cameras down below, and whoops, Mats Kimby's trophy will be going home in two parts, I think, but he is happy enough with third place on the podium. More photos to be taken, and then another champagne spray. But Cup 2, always guaranteed entertainment, and Dieter Schweppes and Leandro Martins with a fantastic performance, faster than some of the GT3 cars at times during the 6-hour race. Trophies are put down, champagne will be sprayed. That's my cue to dodge to the side of the podium slightly. And a big cheer again from the crowd down below as the champagne flies on the Portimão podium. And Dieter Schweppes there takes a well-deserved drink as well. Let's see if we can have a word with our race winner. Dieter, can we grab you down here quickly? A fantastic performance there for LMR, a 1-2 finish, and your car seemed to run faultlessly. You led the race overall at one point.
Yeah, but this was because we want to have the pit stops quite late, and the other were already in the pits, and so we did it for a short time. Yeah.
It was still nice to see though, and the car clearly ran well. Difficult at the end there in the wet as well. The Porsche can be a bit of a handful.
At the end it was really difficult because it was a lot of water on the track, and also the setup was not for these conditions. Yeah, so this was more for the dry. So it was quite tricky to hold the car. It went well.
A good result, that's for sure. Congratulations on the win. Leandro and Dieter Schweppes for LMR Motorsport claim the win in Cup 2. We're nearly there, people. We've got 4 games to go through. So we move on then to Cup 3. This one won't take quite so long. Just one team to welcome up onto the top step of the podium. Your Cup winners, a successful day. Onto the top step of the podium they will go. And apologies, the weather I think playing havoc with the electrical systems here on the podium. Gosh, you go cheer with the so they have the podium to themselves. here. I think the weather well and truly winning its battle against the technology. They're going to save the drinks for later. Michael, let's have a quick chat if we can. Come over this way so we don't lose the microphone. Oh, he's saving it for Jaden. Well, I shouldn't say that actually too loud. We'll surprise him in a moment. Congratulations, though. Obviously, class of your own, but a lot to learn out there in that car, I'm sure. And you had all sorts of conditions to learn in.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great weekend. We were all preparing for the McLaren Trophy season, so it was really such a good learning weekend in terms of setup, pit stops, us practicing drive changes. The car was absolutely faultless from Greystone. I think that's the longest race an Artura Trophy car's done, so massive props to the team and the guys doing the pit stops, everyone behind the scenes, and had a lot of fun.
Excellent. Congratulations. Greystone GT then with their first appearance on the podium. Some of their drivers back out in a moment. Over we'll welcome the drivers out in a moment or two. So, our third place team in I should say, at the podium, Christian Mansell, I was shield. And onto the second step they will go. The race win, though, once again goes the way of Greystone GT. A dominant performance in the end for Zach Meakin, Jaden Kelly and Louis Pretz. Well done, guys. Top step of the podium does beckon for Greystone GT, and they are worthy winners. They were the most consistent pairing. They had no dramas, no penalties. They kept their head through the changeable conditions. Photos. I'm going to step back momentarily, just so as not to photo on too much. Trophies as well, yes, that's a good point. Trophies, let's get the trophies out for drivers. And we've again got an assorted group of volunteers here to hand the trophies out to the GT3 and overall top 3 finishers. To Greystone GT, Iron Lynx and Team Moto Parker battle. It was a competitive GT3 grid for the 2026 edition of the race. And it is Greystone GT who celebrates the win in the 6 hours of Portimão. And the McLaren squad flawless throughout the 6-hour race. And they are going to be very, very pleased with that. So as the celebrations continue up here on the podium, I'm going to find somewhere a bit drier to go and hide, quite frankly. Let's head downstairs to hear from Izzy Browning and Adam Weller.
Thanks, Andy. We have to be a little bit careful that we don't get sprayed by the champagne that is currently being sprayed up on the podium as they start their celebrations. Delighted to say that at the end of the day, as always, I'm joined by commentator Adam Weller. Well, it's been quite the 6 hours, hasn't it?
It has been. I wasn't quite sure what to expect from this race going in, with the GT3 class being as wide as it was. I could see 5 or 6 different potential podium finishers, maybe 3 or 4 potential winners. Greystone GT, I said it as they pulled up here. What did they do wrong? I can't come up with an answer to that question, and ultimately that's why they're there in P1.
100%. They have been phenomenal all weekend. Andy, straight from the podium. I mean, this rain, let's just talk about it because it's raining. It is raining. If you didn't notice already, it is raining. And of course, this is, well, it gave us a little bit of drama in the final stint.
Yeah, exactly, as if there hadn't been enough up to that point. It was a fascinating race, to be honest. The strategy playing out always makes it a little bit of a head-scratcher, but we had a competitive enough grid that there was always a battle going on somewhere. And, yeah, the rain coming at the end threw the strategy out of the window. I'm quite surprised, actually, more teams didn't get caught out by that, and we didn't have some of them going massively over or massively under that minimum pit stop time with the extra stop they had to make. But, yeah, it threw everything at us today. Thoroughly enjoyable, nonetheless.
Yeah, it was thoroughly enjoyable, and some of the faces in the garages the last hour or so as those laps ticked down, there was certainly some nerves. It's always the way, though, isn't it? You start to hear every creak of the car and you start to think, oh God, what's going to go wrong in this final hour?
In my made-up endurance parlance, it's known as the climactic cringe. Whenever you see your driver have a throw-on of oversteer, something going wrong, you just worry about everything. And of course, the drivers hear everything. They hear all of the cliche-ridden sounds that make them think they're about to break down. But yeah, I think that one was quite tense. And the weather card, as much as we've loathed it at times this weekend, actually dealt us quite an interesting hand for this race.
It certainly did, and it's continuing to rain, and I'm getting raindrops straight in my eye. This feels very familiar to a couple of years ago. We have had quite difficult weather the last couple of weeks. We'll hope that in Valencia next weekend that will change and that our luck will change and we will see nothing but sunshine. But it does bring us to the end of the weekend. Another 6 hours of Portimão in the books. A huge thank you to both the gents alongside me, but also to all of our camera ops and to Daryl here in the pit lane with me as well behind the camera. It has been a day of weather, a weekend of weather, but they have persevered nonetheless and brought you all the coverage that you have seen today. And we will hope that you will join us, hopefully, in the sunshine in Valencia next week. We'll see you then.